Alrighty, let's go and get this started here. Okay, first of all, welcome to the party here. Super Thorp Sunday. It's gonna be an extended stream covering the Thorps. I spent yesterday, Saturday night, hanging out with the kids, and it was a good time. It was as you saw in the community post, a whole buffet of ice cream. I figured, hey, kids, you know what? Let's have one day. I know it's summer. Have one day where you guys could just pig out an ice cream, whatever. That could even be your dinner if you want. I mean, we'll have other things there, like they chose some other things, but it's like, and we'll just play video games. And I'll tell you what, we'll make a thing of it. They like playing Roblox, or whatever. So, but I'll bet you on certain video game challenges, and if you can pass them, then I'll give you some Robux and all that stuff. So very fun. My son played Zelda seriously for the first time. All I had to do was beat the first dungeon, and I had no idea like how hard it was for someone who didn't even know how to play the game at all. But he was like, "How do I find out like how to do things? Like how do I find things?" It's like you just walk around. You just walk around and you discover it, and that's it. It's like, yeah, but it's like, I don't know where to go. It's like, exactly. You figure out where to go. Like your first time playing the game is like going to be like your best time, other than how hard it is. Because I forgot how like unforgiving the game can be at times. But yeah, he did it. But the real challenge is going to be to see if he can beat the game, but we got a ways to go here. I mean, let's be honest. The kids these days with the games they play, they don't know how good they have it. Okay. They don't know how good they have it because back in the day, the NES era of games, they were just so much more unforgiving. You make a little mistake, that mistake costs you. And if you're looking for health, okay, maybe you shouldn't have made that mistake. It's kind of like that. All right, get cracked for me. We got a link. We also played Halo. We played GoldenEye, but not for the Nintendo. We played the Xbox version. Okay, we played that version. Thorp coverage. This is a 3-hour Thorp coverage. Dalmatian dog. The challenge changed to Dalmatian dog. I just stopped by to be sure to sub to Dalmatian dog on YouTube. He was already streaming on Fridays several times. Well, okay, all right. I'll subscribe to Dalmatian dog. I'll go give him support there. Though he should really change his PFP to like a Dalmatian dog. I'm confused here. Or make a Dalmatian dog waifu. Like this right here is confusing. Look at this. That's well. First off, you can't see it. Did I click that? It's like cropped out. There you go. You can see it now. He's using that red-haired anime girl with red eyes. When I think Dalmatian dog, I think a Dalmatian dog. Kind of be surprising about that, right? Oh. All right, I'm gonna check some. I'm also gonna check something on my camera real fast. Oh, this. I think it might be this. Whoa, we're really exposed. Whoa, bro. I can take this autofocus off. I don't need that. Okay. Alrighty. So yeah, the kids had a lot of fun. We played Dr. Mario. I was blah blah blah. I can't speak. I was looking for the old school Castlevania games, but they don't really have that on the Switch. Not like in the NES store or whatever. So that was unfortunate. All right, let me go ahead and get the capture here ready, and we can go ahead and get into this. Maybe if you get to the Nicky News stream with D-Dog, you can understand why he loves anime girls. Oh, that's right. I did save that one, right? That's right. So let's go ahead and on the screen there, but we don't need this right now. Let's let me go get some stuff set up here. We have some stuff from Joe Shabatoni, Grace Thorp. We have Ben's Ruby Wet Dream. That's gonna be good. Okay, gonna start off with that. We don't need this anymore. Let me go ahead. I should have the Nikki News stream saved and ready to go. I'm hoping I saved it. Are you kidding me? That was like the one thing I needed to do. Dog. Icky. I Googled, I searched Dalmatian dog, and of course I get Dalmatian dogs. So, I mean, look at that. If you could be so kind and send that link again. For some reason, I did not save it. Wow. I've not even been drinking on stream. Just a sloppy mess over here. Okay, let's go ahead and make this bigger. That's better. Alrighty. So this little bit here is interesting. I did catch this. I did yesterday. Of course I did. This is hilarious. I was like, wait. The title was Grace Thorp, Ben's Ruby Dream Bridge Rebuilding. I was like, there's no way Ruby is going to rebuild the bridge with Ben. There's no way that's happening here. I was like, this has to be a dream. And yeah, let's go and play it.
You stayed up after me?
Like half an hour.
Fucking
Relax.
Bitch. And then I'm wondering in the morning, what the fuck? Where's
Already. Grace, you're staying up after your dad. When your dad goes to sleep, you go to sleep. That's it. End of discussion. Understand the rules here. Don't be a freaking bee.
my coffee? Where's my cigarette?
Only like half an hour.
Fucking asshole.
Only like half an hour.
Fine.
Oh, okay. You have all that time to stay up, but you don't have any time to prepare coffee and get some cigarettes for your dad. Grace, your priorities are out of whack. Your dad comes first. You come never.
Plus, you were fucking freaking out and twitching and saying, like, I'm having visions and nightmares.
I had a really crazy night.
You were, like, losing it. I had to stay up a little bit.
It was really crazy. I had sex with Ruby in my dreams.
No, you did not.
Vaginal intercourse, yes.
No.
Well, Grace, be careful. I mean, Grace, yeah, you're going to be sidelined. You're going to be sidelined by Ruby. Apparently, Ben is having dreams about plowing Ruby's garden there.
No.
Yeah, I cheated on you.
Wait, Ruby?
Yeah, Ruby. I know why. It's because she's
Whoa.
You know what's happening here? Ben is trying to manifest. Yeah. Ruby needs to be careful.
Oh.
been penetration. Sweeping the
This
nation.
Well, I hope there's penetration in your dreams. If he messed up, if he was rejected. It was like, Ruby's like, no, never with you. You stinky, unwashed, pathetic worm of a man.
is what? Okay, so what was the dream like? What?
Well,
Was she on top, bottom? What happened? No, we need to unpack that.
This is how much lack of action Ben Thorp has. That now they're going over the story of his dream of having intercourse with Ruby. You know, like tell me the details, man, of your dream.
That.
we can do that on your channel. This is a intellectual channel.
Okay, crack, yeah.
Did you come?
I don't. You have to check the sheets.
Oh.
I know. I woke up with
No, Grace, don't say when was the last time those sheets were washed? Seriously. When was the last time the RV bed sheets were washed? The last time those things were clean was when you bought them. Okay? Like years ago. Like those sheets aren't yellow. They were white. They're yellow because of human filth and poo, which would be human filth. The Castlevania collection is available on Xbox and Steam. Okay, so that's going to be the next video game challenge. Now, I got to ease them in because Castlevania, for someone who's never really played those games before, is going to be a challenge, for sure. Just the first level. To be realistic, it's weird, too. Us growing up as kids playing that game, like, we probably think back and be like, oh, you know, the first stage is easy. But, but you learned how to play it, you know? Those games are so unforgiving, but that was all we had. So you just continued playing them, and you're like, okay. And you would, in every game, like especially Castlevania, you would have like some like messed up mechanic. Like the jumping is very stiff. You're like, oh, that's bullshit. But it's all you had. So you dealt with it. You learned how to get around it. Anyway, enough video game talk. All right.
Rager. Didn't you feel it?
Oh, that's what that was. I thought that was the remote.
That wasn't the remote, Ben?
You know Ruby's is going to lord that over you for...
Ruby's not going to even care. You think Ruby... Wait. Does Ruby even care? Is Ruby even paying attention right now? Ruby's doing great with her numbers. Oh, my God. Getting on the locale queen or the Beggy Boop Queen Supreme thing. Oh, that's where it's at. That's where it's at. Okay. Wow. If you're a chick, I think if you're a dude, I don't know if they pay any mind to you. Okay. If you're a dude that is kind of like a chauvinist at times, and you know, I don't know if they pay any mind.
Months.
That's the remote. That's funny, Grace.
See, I can be funny.
My dick's a lot.
No. Ben would say no. You cannot be funny. Women can't be funny, according to Ben.
By the way. I thought that was a baseball bat that got back there.
Who left a Coke can in the bed?
Ruby has Gariepy interviews. That's right. Wow. Oh, man. Ruby stock, Ruby coin is going up, man. Dead coin is where it's at. It's kind of like Doge, okay? You buy and you hope that one day it takes off, okay? The day it takes off will be an amazing day, okay? But I think this channel is forever going to be kind of like under the radar. You could probably get away with saying some things. You could probably get away with putting on full-on nudity for a brief moment. Okay? Anyway.
We don't even drink this. Now Ruby is going to act like Ben is going to grape and murder her.
Oh, wait.
bed.
I know we can. Because one time I did watch one of those like Japanese movies. It was called what was it called? It was called like Ass Zombie or something like that. It was this Japanese movie about how these people become like zombie infected. Shake it, baby. And they shoot like this cord out of their butt that infects other people. It was so stupid, but there's a lot of nudity. It was not blocked for nudity. Eventually got blocked for copyright. Oh, 10 pounds. Take a shot. Oh man. Okay. I said no more shots, but I gotta deal with the chat ass. Right? I mean, I could. Okay, hold on. Let's get that.
By the way.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's literally
I know where it comes from because I can see that. I don't think she's in love with me, but I think she's in love with my mind.
No,
You know?
Ruby's not in love with your mind. Not at all. Not at all.
I think that
she's a, what do you call that? Sapiosexual?
Yeah, I do think she won't admit it. I don't think she's like sexually in love with me.
Okay, here's what I want to say. Mr. Stinky Brew, thank you so much for the $10. I did say no shots. Maybe we could do it like a shot stream. Is today going to be the shot stream? And the rest of the week we're going to be good? I think so. I think we will. Let me get that.
But like, I think that I am the closest like thing to sanity that she, you know. You watch. She'll split from Ava because Ava's a pig. You watch by Ruvalo. She will split with Ava because Ava's a nasty bitch, and Ruby's been very nice with her mostly.
But you have no sexual attraction to Ruby. Or so you claimed.
Well, Grace, I didn't actually have sex with her.
No, but that's not what I said.
It was an intellectual meeting of the
No, you
mind.
said
intellectual
in the dream
meeting
you
of the
had
minds.
sex.
I know, that's a symbol, you face.
Yeah, understand symbology, okay? Symbolism. Symbology? Did I just do the Boondock Saints thing? Is that some sort of like symbology? You mean symbolism? Classic movie. You guys seen Boondock Saints, right? Man, that is an awesome movie. Very quotable. All right. Let's go and take a shot here. Thank you for Mr. Stinky Brew, not Mrs. Stinky Brew. Though she probably watches me too. Thank you for Mr. Stinky Brew for the shot. Here we go. Let's take a shot and get married. Whoa, that's moving things a little too quickly for me.
Oh yeah, it's a symbolic.
It's a symbol of our minds united.
The last man that dreamed about Ruby stalked her for 4 years. That's true.
That's true. Plus, she was better looking in the dream.
Oh man. Well, stepmom arc is starting sooner than I thought.
Hold on, Ruby. I said Ruby. Well, hold on, Grace. It's only a dream. It doesn't mean it's actually going to manifest. So, it's all right. It's as real as Alex Ratblood's AI girlfriend, AI wife.
After last night, everything has changed.
I think she's gonna. I think she's gonna come back around and kind of leave the haters behind, because you say she's a streamer, right? She's a streamer more than she is petty about stupid.
Definitely,
stuff.
Ruby's 100% a streamer now.
Overall.
Everyone knows that, like, the whole like abuse thing. There's not really a lot of fuel for that fire anymore. So she's gonna leave behind the RDs, the Avas, or whatever, who are gonna just sort of die off, and she's gonna move to a more.
No, she's got to remember her Ava. Ava's like her friend, right? She's going to remember her.
Perception of us. She just will move on without resolving. I mean, she's female. What is she going to make sense of it?
Yeah, I think that's true.
She'll just move on and find us funny or whatever.
What did she did like she did a thorp fast, and it lasted like what, 7 hours?
Yeah.
What is a thorp
funny,
fast?
she's
Is a thorp fast where you go no thorps for 7 hours? Yeah, I can't do that. That would starve me. Okay, I'll die. I need them. we're part of the same here.
Reflective.
Yeah,
She's
no,
saying,
it's
like,
funny. I could have lashed.
I'm kind of addicted to these guys, and I'll admit it. I'm a little crazy. Cuckoo.
I like psychopathic Freudian things on the internet. I'm hyperfixated.
I think the thing about Ruby is just that we're not IRL collabers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think she has limitations
can't handle
that
it
way.
IRL, yeah.
And we're
You guys were IRL collabers.
She
what are you
never
talking
had done
about?
collabing before.
That's not even the thing. The thing is that you keep on bringing up her dead brother, and you try to force an RL collab after you've burned the bridge with her. Okay, by going to her place unannounced, going to her work unannounced. That's the thing. They completely lose the plot. It's like they don't even. How can they be this dumb?
Collabing as streamers is different than meeting up as with someone as friends.
It's very.
And that's why I got sick of it, and I was like, okay, Ruby, you know what I mean? Because I'm saying I'm a streamer.
Yeah.
And I think she wanted to be like internet streamers, and then IRL friends.
Yeah.
Which is why she kept saying like, let's go off camera. You know what I mean? Let's be.
But that ship has sailed a long time ago. You talk about what Ruby said in the past before you burned the bridge with her.
Friends.
Yeah.
And then
She was
we'll
mixing.
stream.
She was mixing.
But
the
we're
two,
saying
yeah.
like, no, camera on, bitch.
Yeah.
We're not really. I don't know. I don't know what you could be friends other outside of it. Wouldn't make whatever you could or not. But like,
Well, it
I
would just
wouldn't
have
be.
happened privately.
I wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Wouldn't she be
Completely
great for
delusional.
I could
IRL?
be friendly with her, but she's. I mean, maybe at some point when she gets more seasoned with collabs, she could. But like, it's like going straight into the major leagues. You know what I mean? Like we were super content oriented two people, one of whom's like,
that's
we're
not
both
the
in some
problem,
ways
Ben.
in a
You don't
vastly
understand.
superior position to her, being like non-drug addled, non-ex pro. You know what I mean? It's
You
like
could use some drugs.
Ben
Smoke some
enjoys
weed,
a
Ben.
good fake dick sucking. No, he prefers for it to be real, like in his dreams with Ruby.
well, I mean, if you're gonna suck my dick, it's like okay, I'll lie to you a little bit. Whatever. You look great today, honey. Grace, I love your new top.
You got your trademark incest joke.
Used you a lot.
It's not lesbianish. Need some under the desk assistance now.
Is that it? When he coughs like that, is that the signal for Grace?
You heard the joke he made?
Shake it.
They were terrible.
Ben, I'm never
A
going
thorp
to
fast
shitly
is
her.
no
Just
as I
intercourse
fucked
with
it.
family
Oh,
members.
sweet.
for
We got another
48
$5
hours.
for Stinky Brew.
It's hard but achievable.
Woo! The Thorp fast is no intercourse with the family members for 48 minutes. Oh, shoot. That's going to be impossible for the Thorps. They can't do that. 48 hours. No, man. Ben just said he needs some under-the-desk assistance, and Grace was about to get up and go.
23-year-old on Tinder who actually name was Ben. He
I
was
can see where this is
jealous.
headed.
He was jealous.
I can see where this is headed.
Don't come by my job. Don't come by my house.
So you guys do know. Y'all do remember what happened.
Just keep it online, people.
My prediction of Ruby, it might not happen. It depends.
You guys went over there for content anyway. You guys know exactly what you're doing. You're harassing her for content. It was funny in the moment because you got to see her react all like paranoid and stuff. I'll say that Ruby acted like she was about to get abducted by someone driving a grape van. Okay, that's what she made it seem like. Now, chat, let me ask you, for that $5 donation, is that a shot or is that not a shot? You guys let me know.
How long women can sit there and fake something
Years.
just out of bitterness towards us.
Years.
Because we
Decades.
called them out.
Decades.
I think Ruby is more of a streamer than she is that. I don't think she'll go to her grave. Like,
yeah, but she's not a confrontational streamer.
She said the only content she can really make is Thorp content.
Yeah.
Unlike Ava, who tried to do healthy,
Which is not even true because, like, she can make stuff related to, Becky Boop.
family force.
Oh my
Do your
god.
impression.
Rich is
Hey,
really
guys.
fucking with joy.
Narcissistic tendencies, and it's like,
Dude. That's a pretty good Ava impression.
Yeah, that is pretty spot on. The cross-eyed.
Like,
Ruby was like, let's do something else. And then, like, a few hours later, she's like, I'm just going to do Thorpe's content again. Okay, so, like, Ava's going to pretend she's got other things going. She has something fucking, she's going to do fucking, what's that fucking thing she's going to do? Oh, she's going to explore
I want a Thorp UK
Gematria.
Gematria.
Now it's the
Oh,
shot.
my God.
Oh, now it's a shot. Now it's a shot. Okay. All right, then I'll do that. I'll do that. You know, I think the shots for likes is I could take that off the table. Don't have to do that anymore. But the shots for super chats, it's all right. It's a super Sunday. It's a super Thorpe Sunday. All right. I think it's actually very religious to take shots. Think about it. You know, Jesus turned water into wine. A lot of people drink wine and they're in communion. The ones who drink grape juice are just lying to themselves. I've even heard my minister at one time say, "Oh, it was actually juice back then because they didn't know how to make wine back then." It's like, are you dumb? The easiest thing to make would be wine. It's not like they have any like refrigeration or anything. It's well, not like that would be a problem. I mean, you just put a bunch of you mash grapes there, and the grapes are gonna ferment and stuff. And I mean, yeah, the wine back then was probably wild, man. Anyway, let's go and take the shot, Mr. Stinky Brew. Here you go. And also a question: has your family ever brewed homemade wine? My family did. Because we used to live in Saudi Arabia. All right, here we go. I'm still waiting for a check from the royal family. Apparently, when I was 16, I had an invite, and I declined it. I don't know why I did.
God, that's like flat Earth level.
Spirits are the same as wine. No, but it's a spirit, the Holy Spirit. Okay, I'm good with that. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on here.
That's worse than flat Earth. That's worse than
yeah.
flat
So they
Earth.
probably drink a lot of vinegar. Honestly,
that's worse than
if you think
flat
about
Earth.
it. Vinegar and wine.
Okay, she's gonna get no views and nothing, but she's gonna prefer to keep trying to find something instead of coming back to us because the only thing she could say is whatever. Right? I'm doing my Ruby.
That's Ava.
Whereas Ruby will pivot, like with the apparently with the Minar thing, she was.
You know what would be a wild stream? For like big dollar donations, take a shot of NyQuil and see how long we can stay up. Oh shit. No. Oh god. That would be the worst stream. But that would be hilarious. Guys, for like $50, I'd be taking a shot of NyQuil. It would never happen. And one shot is all be needed. I'd be like, I have no idea what's going on. All of my secrets would be coming out. I'd be saying things. Anyway.
Was really agreeing, like she was hating on Minar. So she didn't even try to. She's like, this guy fucking sucks. And even with Keemstar, she was like, this fucking sucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, Ben Loved, it would be a long stream because I wouldn't know how to end it. Okay? It would be my pill stream. It would be like, yeah, my pill stream for sure. I would fall asleep on the desk. And there you have it.
Like whatever the Thorps were, like this guy fucking sucks. And I genuinely think she wouldn't have lasted long. Even if they wanted her, I think she would have said this fucking sucks. I mean, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
It's just bad streaming, you know. I think she does have a quality thing that Ava doesn't have.
Hey, see, how's it going?
Lola doesn't have. Now, I will say if she uses Low Lola as eye candy, sure, that's fine.
Oh, by the way, I did finally see who La Lola is, and she does look nice. She looks pretty hot, you know. Definitely has nice face stuff. But, you know, I like chicks with a little bit more cushion
would say,
for the pushing.
It smells wash it for next time.
Man, Mr. Stinky Brew, dude, you're very generous. Hey, I feel bad for Stinky Brew, though. Anyone else want to share the love? Anyone else? It's a very nice Sunday, guys. Come on. Hey, it's okay. If you send money my way, it doesn't it's not a bad thing. And you don't have to do it. It's fine. I appreciate you guys just hanging out on the chat. Anyway, first off, I didn't put it on live chat. It was on top chat the whole time. I didn't want to get offended by you guys making fun of me. Okay, so I'm going to take another shot. Hey, JF, then that's cool. Let him spend his wife's money. He's not spending his wife's money. He's spending his money. All right? He's sending his wife out there to work. And is that true, Secret? I don't know your situation, man. I just think that's funny. That's the story I heard. That your wife works. If anything, that's kind of base, dude. Think about it. I mean, you're like the pimp at home. All right. All those 5'9". Oh, she's tall then. Low.
How should I say, like mixed race, your wife.
It's kind of tall for a chick.
She's my pet.
She's using Lola like I use you, a stupid idiot with a pair of tits and no entertainment value.
Hold on a second.
Hold on, let me see if I can find an image of her face real fast.
No
because like she looks kind of like
Put them up against the glass
hold on.
for the young men.
No entertainment value.
The,
Wait
yeah,
for
the
this
boobs.
Hey,
stream
wear
I got
something less
coming up.
lesbian.
I'm
You can't be
improving.
around here for your personality.
Well, why don't you make some money yapping on Discord and then I can get some new clothes?
I just did.
Yeah, make some money. That's right, Grace. That's what you do. You clap back to your dad. Go make the money. Grace wants to be the big boss and tell Ben what to do. Do that, Grace. That's what you should do. You know what, honestly? If Grace wore like a dominatrix outfit, I think that would work for her. Oh, dude, her chat would love that. Wear all like black leather. Even have that hat that's kind of like quasi. You know what the hat's, you know what the hat is, you know. The hat there and yeah, dude, have a little whip. Oh shit. And she can like trash talk the chat. Dude, they would love that. They might actually make other pay pigs out of their watchers.
Okay.
When's the last time you streamed anything? Your new position as like just sitting there
And I'm getting ready for my next shot. Is what I'm doing right now.
going like. How's that doing anything? Fucking asshole.
When I'm not
I got
here,
Grow Dark. I got Minar. Just a little bit.
I add a lot to the stream. I add a lot to the stream.
Right, exactly. But
And
this
I'm going to
is
be
not a
adding
very
more.
attractive top.
You know what? That's exactly right, Mr. Stinky Brew. You used to work, so you don't have to work anymore. I understand that. That's right. Awesome. It's time for you to retire. You know what? That's fine, man. That's fine. I'm good with that. Here's that extra
It's
shot.
better than what I did have.
It's Leslie. Okay, so whatever.
It's not really. What's Leslie? Oh, that it's like plastic.
Yeah,
All right, we're gonna have to up the rate of the shots now. Okay. Well, we just started, bro. We just started.
Reach out
I
to
need to, like-
Menard. No,
Take a break for the shots, and just chill. Okay, we just literally started.
no. Oh, you know what I was.
Woo!
One last time.
Joe Shabatoni.
Shabatoni, you motherfucker.
Joe Shabatoni is like
Empty stomach,
my
too.
gay uncle. He's the gunkle of the chat. Don't you think? When he's like, Adam, meet up with them one more time. Bring the drinks. Grace brings the food. You don't think that's kind of like... He's the gunkle.
Shabatoni's gay?
Well, I mean, he did molest
might
you when
be.
you were 8 years old, so...
Well, we were both prepubescent.
Well...
Is he a pedophile? Maybe. Then again, he was a child.
So this clip is not mostly about the Ben Ruby's dream, the wet dream, but it was most.
Is that an
no, it wasn't
insult?
even
I've never-
mostly about that, right? Mostly it was about kind of the Thorpe experience as of late. It kind of gets off the rails and does whatever it kind of wants to do, which is kind of an interesting thing. Ben's hair is all over the place. It's super greasy and it's not even slick back. It's too greasy to be slick back.
Never had... I think canonically...
Can I tell you the truth about that situation?
I should have
Looking
one gay
back,
uncle.
Hey, excuse me.
This is...
Looking
No,
back-
this is my...
Like his hair looks like a shaggy dog. Like one of those yappers, those like toy dogs, you know? They'll be yapping all the time, barking. Yap, 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 yap. You know, like those kind of dogs, you know? The ones you see and you're like, man, what is this dude? Is this your dog? Your dog is pathetic.
My stream
Looking
now.
back.
Is it?
No, it is not.
Oh, okay.
Fuck you. Oh, now it is. Hi.
Wait, what happened? What pissed Ben off right there? Hold on.
Is that an insult? I've never had... I think canonically...
Can I tell you the truth about that
I
situation?
should have
Looking
one gay
back,
uncle.
Hey, excuse me.
This is...
Oh, okay. Here's what happened. Grace was talking. Ben started talking. Ben feels like he was interrupted, even though he interrupted Grace. And because that happened, because he was interrupted, he wants to leave.
This is my stream
Looking
now.
back.
Is it?
No, it is not.
Oh, okay.
Fuck you. Oh, now it is. Hi.
All right, man. Where has this Grace been? This is the Grace we like to see, not the whatever, Dad. Yeah, okay.
Suck it.
She will later on. The unwashed, the the unwashed and filth down there gives it flavor, gives it seasoning.
Yeah, okay. All right, guys,
That's
we'll
the
be
daddy
back
peel.
in like 20 minutes or so.
It just takes 20 minutes. Wow, 20 minutes or so. You know, none of that time is cleanup. There's probably no cleanup. Not on Ben's side, anyway. Maybe Grace has to wash you down with some gin. So, there you have that. Ben had a dream. He had a dream that Ben will plow Ruby's garden. Okay. Now, this dream is really about Ben making gay friends on Discord. Now, we're also going to revisit this part here of Dalmatian Dog. We have a lot of time. Now, I know the Thorpe stream about him visiting gay friends is very long. Actually, it's not that. Well, yeah, it's 7 hours long. But you know, we could get distracted on purpose. Let me ask you: do you guys want to start with the history going back to the Dalmatian Dog and Nicky News stream, or do you want to go into the this right here, making new gay friends on Discord? Yeah, they're all very long. So good news is we started early, so we get more time. I usually stay in the shed until like 4 or 5 o'clock because I see my family enough. Okay. So we're going to start with the topic here, and then we're going to get back in to the Dalmatian Dog. Does that make sense? Kind of scatterbrain about it. Be like, yeah, I think that works. Okay, here we go. Let's go play this. We're going to double time it.
Oh, yeah. You get to take a nap.
Yes, I do.
We're live, by the way.
Well,
Not
I
me,
told
though.
you I was taking a nap.
Yeah,
So.
and I went to get food, and then I got pulled over.
You got pulled over?
Yeah.
That's right.
I'll
She got
tell you.
pulled over in her when she was getting
Was it a big deal?
getting some
No.
food, right?
But still, it sucked.
What were you driving?
The vibe. Registration is expired.
Oh.
I didn't know that. She just gave me a citation. Sucked, though. Anyways,
Fucking assholes.
she's such a mommy about it, too. She was like, I'm just going to over-explain this to you just in case you're not understanding everything because I just really want to get everything.
Grace, God.
Yeah.
That's what it
Grace,
sounds like.
Grace, don't do that voice. It's so aggravating and grating. Oh, God.
Okay, Why do you have to do that? Like,
Ben's extra cranky right now.
really annoying. You're being really annoying.
That's right.
Oh, okay. I'll cut the shit.
Well, you mean you're literally saying it's annoying, and here I'm going to do it, and you won't. I got to take a break.
Wow. We just started the stream, and already we get a break. And by the way, that's a white shirt. I know it looks kind of tinted, like yellow, but that's a white shirt. Stinky Brew with another $5. Sorry,
Shake
last
it,
donation to
baby.
me. I'm out for a meal.
Sorry, last donation off me.
Woo!
I'm out for a meal. See you all later. Keep up the content, dead man.
Man, the content's
and
going to
take
keep
a
on
double.
coming, dude. I'm going to keep on coming. That was wrong. Yeah, I'm going to keep on coming with the content, dude. All right. I love you guys. That was kind of homosexual there, but I love you guys. Remember, if you send me love like that, I'll take a shot, especially if it's, how I'm feeling and all that. Anyway, let's go ahead and go.
They're in the vibe, actually. Down the road on the side, the passenger seat.
This one will
Yeah,
be
like
a
down the road
half
little bit,
shot,
the
like
cars
a
part.
tiny shot.
And then the cigarettes are in the passenger seat. It just go in through the driver's door because it's the only door that opens.
Be careful
It
getting a
should be in
meal.
there.
Don't get pulled over.
Okay.
I'm assuming they have like to register their vehicles and in London too, wherever he's at, because you know, why not?
Swear to God, we're gonna fucking kill each other.
No matter what country you're in, the government's taking your money for every little thing you do. Is that not a fact? Here's my tiny shot. My tiny shot.
Dalmatian, why would he debate you? You have nothing to debate about.
All right. Feeling good and toasty already. Damn, we just started.
All right, we gotta find a good Discord.
All right, let's find a good Discord, Grace.
I don't know. I'm fucking
trust
tired.
you.
Okay, we haven't been sleeping a lot.
Why not? Sleep.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm pissy that he gets to take a nap while I go out and get food. I get pulled over by the cops. And then he wakes up when I get back, so I don't get any sleep. And then he's like, oh, I'm fresh faced. Let's do a stream. And it's like, no. And then we're watching Naptown together, which, by the way, was a fantastic edit. Great job. And then he's like, oh.
Yes, I wanted to watch I wanted to watch the Naptown edit of the latest arc. Because, shout out to Naptown. Their edits are great. Honestly, they should get like a Netflix special at this point.
Fuck, why do you get a nap and I don't? Like, what the fuck? I'm tired too. I got 4 hours too. Oh, always go stream.
You need to get 8 hours of sleep, Grace.
Whatever. Can't take a nap now. Doesn't matter. Where's Gordock?
Is that interview today? Is Mark Fusion going to interview Ben Thorp today? See, man, I just want to have a legit. Okay, I need to do the work and reach out to Ben, find out how to reach him. I'm not in their Discord, and just be like, man, I just want to have a legit, just chill Joe Rogan style conversation. That's it. I light a cigar, you light a cigar or whatever, and we just be smoking and chilling and just talking. Okay, that's it. That's it.
Gordark. He's not here.
Like, I've kind of wanted to be like,
yes.
to do like those kind of Joe Rogan style, like
hour.
just chill conversations with like various
sitting and only reading chat while he
members
talks.
of the sector. I just never got around to do that.
It's not like I'm not appreciative. Oh, the Spurg mod is there too. Love these guys.
It's a small channel. I don't think anybody would want to talk.
Spurg mod guy and XBZ. I guess I just feel a little frustrated that, like, I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, I could ask.
No matter if I get frustrated.
I could let Mark know. And shout out to Mark Fusion, man. Like, when I stopped streaming, like, there was a while where I stopped doing anything on this channel. I wasn't doing anything. It was really dead. I was like, I would see Mark streams, and he's a chill dude, wears sunglasses inside, smokes weed while he streams. Smokes all American tobacco while he streams. And I'm just like, man, that's it, man. You got the baton now. That's exactly the sort of thing, because I kind of feel like we do a similar thing, in a way. I think he's much more chill than me, which is even better. I need to learn to be more chill.
Ricky, stop hitting on me. I'm not munching your carpet. I'm not eating your carpet. Stop it. I have enough attention from the chat without you. Good question. Heldon Tenor, autistic musician. Purpose, mission in life, God can be your purpose. I mean, shouldn't we find like a more fun Discord? Like,
let's find a fun one,
something
Grace.
of like anime people or something.
I trust you.
I mean, how many times can you talk
it's
about
Discord.
that?
They're all going to have anime people.
Goddamn opinions every goddamn time.
They're all going to have anime people. Come on.
Gamer chat. Something interesting. Catholics. Hyperdulia, cult of Mary. Oh, God.
Debate Muslims. That's interesting. They get fired up. They're very
These
passionate.
Guys. Yes. Black Heaven.
About their stupid religion.
Agora, True Conservatives, Communist Room.
Oh yeah, debate
No.
commies. Debate commies.
It is a messy time to take a nap. Yeah, I don't want to take a nap.
do, it's fine.
I don't want to.
No, it's like 8 p.m. It's a terrible time to take
It's
a
a
nap.
it's a terrible time.
Just make it through.
Yeah.
I can do my stuff.
No, yeah, I was being annoying. All right, does any of these look good? I'm trying to find like something a little more interesting or like fresh.
Grace is going to help Ben make new gay friends on
I
Discord.
don't know if we talked to any of these guys last
Yeah,
time.
so that's good.
All right.
Now we have dead air,
get
and now Grace is working.
Wait, this isn't the VC you liked earlier. The VC you liked was low F tier atheists. Remember that?
F
You didn't
tier
actually like
atheists.
this. You what?
Oh, I did catch their atheist stream. That was kind of good. They get sidetracked and talk about orgies. Of course, the atheists would love talking about orgies.
Yes, you do.
Well,
No,
I
I
consider
actually don't.
myself
No, maybe,
a Christian,
maybe I'm
and
sober, I feel more like
You're
touch my
literally,
muscles or whatever.
you're literally rock hard
I
right
mean,
now.
if I was invited to an orgy,
That's not
I'd
true.
probably
I'm
go.
walking around in public, so.
Yeah, you don't have to.
No, I just don't care, bro. Like I've heard it all before, bro. You think you're new or something, but like.
If you've heard it all before, then like, why are you fucking trying to deny it? You know that me and others are
I am
saying
Catholic
about
and I have a
you. No, it's
master's.
true.
Because it's not true. That's why.
Okay.
It is,
Maybe
it's true.
in the
Boston
past,
College.
you kind of
No, it's still true, bro. All
you
the
can't
things
always
that
react the
people
same.
think
But, like,
Okay, let's go
oh,
kind of
that-
fast,
dude, I
but
wish that was true. That would be
we're
nice.
getting Discord chatters.
You're a fucking million games that doesn't shut the fuck up and all the things that we
Can't really tell what
They
they're
say-
saying because they're talking
They
fast.
say you're so
Theology
good at
and
guitar.
Catholic.
I'm like, I don't know
all
basic
the
chords.
ways that people used to just get fed up with you in high school. And were
I'm
annoyed
Catholic
with you
and I have a
job
master's
is
degree in
like,
theology from a pub.
Capital T
This
theology.
is the same
Oh.
difference.
Stupid idiot.
Wow, Ben is super crabby at Grace. Capital T theology, you stupid idiot daughter. Oh, you embarrassed me.
Shawty, I remember that.
Damn, Ben needs a chill pill, dude.
Okay, so
Fucking with you way before I even wrote raps.
I don't know, bro. I was gonna go, but if you have any
Hey,
questions,
salute. Yeah, that's right, man. Hey, for the next donation, I'll smoke
you
2
have time
cigarillos
for
at the
so
same
many
time.
yeah, sure. Like,
That's where we're at.
you wanna ask me anything, bro?
I did bring, since we're really streaming all day, I did bring a snack. I will be eating on stream, but it's salami
TT, do you know?
because I can't eat
Do
carbs.
you guys know what abiogenesis is?
So last night was pretty bad.
I think I was server
If
muted.
you
actually.
I did get some ice
after
cream.
you study abiogenesis, you realize there's many
There's
implications. And God
crossties in
and
his
God
pubes.
stands
He
as the
doesn't know
answer.
what to do
Salami?
Why do
because
you
he
do this to
wants
the
it
songs that you
from
love?
his pub.
That's not funny. Dude, I'm like debating on whether or not I should just fucking go home.
When it's in his balls, no party for him at all. Because he stinks like dog shit and he's not very tall.
Our own sisters.
Okay, I can barely hear the Discord.
So TT, what caused the singularity?
Hopefully they fixed
What
that.
caused the singularity?
Let's make it
Yeah.
faster speed to see what they end up doing. Do they join them or not?
It was your mother's
I was AFK.
Maybe I call
They're
maybe I called
tr-
someone else.
oh, they're
Basically,
trying to
the
get
point
in
was, I was
there.
being rude to the guy 'cause he was a dick. But the point was that it was his mother's cunt that spawned all of these things. Because if it wasn't for his mother's cunt,
Oh, they're talking about why he was muted.
Oh, you mean Mr. Batman?
might have been, could have been him, could have been anybody really.
So they're
What
trying to
would you
join a
want with your
Discord that I
discussion
think they
with
were
the-
already kind of
I'm almost like,
Like,
chronically
you know,
incapable-
not-
I'm,
not
like,
so
chronically
liked.
incapable of serious discussion. I have to throw in like a shit post.
Can no
every
one
2 seconds,
see-
Like, I'll go crazy.
Oh,
Asking.
okay.
That's because you realize that you have no real fucking truth that helps anyone, so you add humor to it, because at least that's something that we all
Yeah,
get
so he's
out of
asking,
life.
can I get unserver
You
muted,
don't have
please?
Truth is best delivered in the form of comedy. You just don't know that yet because you don't follow the truth. So shut your mouth.
Okay.
Oh, okay, guys.
Well,
All right, I will be in Christian chat. God bless. And,
He's begging to be unmuted.
God bless you.
Let's speed it up a bit.
God bless. Well, I'm gonna check out these fucking bars because it's not 1 a.m. So see what's up.
That's if they get invited there.
Fucking clown.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. All right, hold on. Let's see if we get action. Now we're shifting gears. This is the Nicky New Dalmatian story here. Let's play this for a little bit and see what happens, okay? All right, we're going to revisit this.
Hi. Yeah, do you think Grace will ever get married? Do you think she'll be married? Do you think she'll ever get married?
No.
Listen to that. We're going back to the past, catching a stream where Dalmatian Dog talks about how he loves Grace, pretty much. Is that about right? Is that a good summation there?
You don't think she'll ever be married?
No, I can't see it at the moment, no.
No one can see it. Chat, will Grace ever get married? Press 1 in the chat if yes. Press 2 if hell no. No one's going to marry that. No one's going to marry that because by the time she's able to be married, which is when Ben is dead, oh my God, she's going to look like she's 60. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why he's asking. Great on Alex Jones for spotting that. The reason why Dalmatian Dog is asking if Grace will ever get married is because he wants to be the groom.
Grace will ever get married. Do you think she'll be married? Do you think she'll ever get married?
No.
You don't think she'll ever be married?
Yeah, Dalmatian Dog should marry Grace at the end of this all. And we should stream it. And this we can have like a marriage thing. And I'll be streaming. I'll still be doing the same thing I'm doing, but at an old folks home or something, you know.
Married.
No, I can't see it at the moment, no.
Okay.
No.
Do you think she'll ever have a family of her own?
That's
well,
a pause.
I would hope so. That would, you know, I would hope so. But
that is a gnarly pause. That is a gnarly pause. By the way, I have another cigar here that I would like to smoke during the stream. And to get that, we're doing right. We're doing great. So we'll probably smoke this later.
Can't see that happening in the next, say, 5 years.
I think she will have her own family. I think she'll suck her in
She would
some
be a
guy
good mother.
eventually.
She would be a good mother. She has got a nurturing side to her because she looked after her siblings, didn't she?
She would be a crazy mother. Like she's exactly like Courtney. I say she's a mini Courtney all the time. I don't know if I was like when I hung out with Grace like in real life. If I was like a teenage.
And I'm cool with that. Get Crack for me is promoting Dalmatian Dog's new channel. Make sure you subscribe to him, okay? Here on this channel, Mr. Debin likes to support other members of the Boit, okay? The bottom of YouTube. All right. I've been doing that for the past couple of days, and I think want to keep on doing that because, you know what, man? No one gives us any attention. You got to think about that. And a lot of us been putting a lot of effort and time into doing stuff like Schizo Spud, okay? You know, this dude named E.T. Templar, he does stuff too. He does more like politics and stuff. Well, anyway.
Boy or something, I would be afraid. I would be afraid of Grace. I feel like crazy
She's
mother.
scary.
Yeah. Just like the same way she was kind of afraid of Courtney. She is Courtney. She is her mother.
Grace would be the most nightmarish mum imaginable, straight out of a horror film.
I did get Crack. I did. She said she's kind of busy. She did say Fridays she normally does stuff with her girls and stuff, which I know they do. But I think she would be good. We could do like a co-stream thing and watch Baby Metal, and you know she could show me some K-pop. There's this band called Rolling Quartz from South Korea. I think she would really like because first off, they look like South Korean models, so they look fantastic. But they play pretty good too. They're very good. Trust me. If you like Asian chicks, and you like rock, you're gonna like it all. All right.
You can't really hide how you act in real life. It's much more difficult.
No, I'm not Grover. She looked. She looked after her siblings
Oh,
for
JF,
years,
not on this
didn't
channel.
she?
On my reaction channel. That channel has more stuff.
Yeah, she did,
And
and
the dog ain't
that
never
probably
coming
took
back
some.
from our one.
That probably took a mental toll on her. Maybe.
Yeah.
But
She is traumatized.
That channel has been my moneymaker
she's
for a
typing
while.
in at the scores.
I so badly want to see the guy that Grace ends up with. I'm gonna be very excited to watch that someday. I think she will get married and have
Hey,
a family
Hispanic
of her
chicks are
own,
good
but
too.
I think she'll get divorced, just like her
I don't really like
parents.
white chicks.
She just said on her Discord, I'm just saying streaming isn't really working out like I thought it would.
White chicks always break my heart.
She's quitting
They
streaming
betray
now.
me.
Is that what she's saying?
They tend to be cheaters.
She can't. She's just psychotic,
Be
man.
a bitchy about it too.
She'll be streaming again soon. She just needs to get back in the mindset. Like she needs to be.
Yeah.
She needs to change her attitude. She needs to grind her stream. She needs to be a good woman to those that love her. She knows what she has to do. It's just a matter of doing it.
There it is. There it is. She just said, I don't particularly feel like streaming for hours without any donos. I don't know.
That's right. So Grace is doing it just for the money. I'll stream for hours even without donos. That's a real thing. Even though some people say I just do it for the donos, I'll stream for hours even without it. Okay, that's true. That's what I've been doing the longest time. The bulk of this channel has been like that. Okay?
If you say it's my fault, I'm not doing this as a hobby. I just got to figure out what I'm doing.
Uh-huh. Well, Grace has ambitions.
She's lost
Well,
heart.
so
because she's
okay,
not
yeah.
getting
Now
any
she's sad that
donations.
she's sad what OPC's done to her. I guess OPC's ruined them. I guess that's what it is. I guess it's give crack to me and OPC ruined. They left. Her top donors headed out, and now she's complaining about it, and she's sad, and maybe she's mad about it.
Get Crack just wants to be entertained. Do something entertaining. I say that, but my walk streams can sometimes be entertaining, I guess. I say that.
I mean, it's not even about the donors, though. She could get new donors. She needs to just grow. She needs to grind and grow as a person with her stream and with her life. And she needs to go and figure out how to be in a good relationship with a guy and not act fucking psychotic and not become her own mother, which she already is. She already is her own mother. She already is Courtney.
Yeah.
You know, she's going to watch.
Do you guys feel that way? Is Grace already Courtney?
She's going to put another
oh, yeah,
woman
we'll
like
run into
herself,
Steve next time.
young Grace. If she has a daughter, it will exactly be how it is with her and Courtney, but with Grace will be Courtney and then her daughter. And the cycle goes on forever and ever. Grace could choose to, like, I don't know if it's just her mind is so warped from whatever.
The whatever podcast?
Maybe she just doesn't really know me. But how she, I figure how she communicates with me, she communicates with others. I don't know.
That's right, Dalmatian Dog. She doesn't really know you. She doesn't even try to communicate with you, huh? That's right. You send the DMs, she doesn't even respond back.
To the degree that she communicates with me, she communicates like that with others.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Not with Adam.
Like, does she act like how she, like, I don't know. I would have to ask. She seems to have a friendly relationship with Laylo and other guys, but
but not with you.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's good that there are guys like
She doesn't
Laylo.
she doesn't like women. She doesn't get on with women.
Really, you don't think so?
Nope. Look what she done when they had that, when they met up with Ruby. When Ruby went home, she complained about it. Ruby was Ruby. I went into a depression, and it brought all this. I said, "Are you traumatized after meeting Ruby?" She was complaining about it. She said, "It's not."
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that's right. When she meets up with women that like want to really know who she is and what she's about, that's going to be bad for Grace. You know, women like to talk about feelings and emotions and stuff like that. You know, that they're gonna have this sort of conversations. So that's gonna be a problem for Grace.
Ruby's fault. It's on me. It's me. It is. I just don't think she likes being around females. I really don't. They being brutal to her in a Discord, I gotta be honest.
I thought she had a nice time being with Ruby. I thought that was
Yeah, they did, but she complained about it then after. I was like,
well, to be fair, Grace complains about
everything.
everything.
No, she is
Wait,
just
that's
acting
Dalmatian.
immature all the time. Like, oh, guys, I'm gonna quit streaming if no donos. She's a 21-year-old woman. She has a great rack. She has a dad that is
false. She does not have a great rack. Every now and then she'll wear a bra that like cushions it, adds more to the package there. But without that support, man, it is sad. It is super sad. I'm not sure what's going on there. Bad genetics. Oh, like really bad genetics there.
Whatever, there to help her in life.
Thanks for the like, man.
And make her life
We're at
good.
12
It's not
likes.
about what Ben wants.
We get to 20 likes, I'll light up that stogie, man. I don't care what the doctor says. Shit.
I feel like Ben has too much influence. I mean, I feel like I don't know.
why don't you like Ruby, Victoria?
They have a weird relationship, Ben and Grace.
Well,
You don't
definitely
say.
got a weird
When you
relationship.
say weird, you mean
Do you know what I don't? Maybe I'm wrong, but it's almost like she's actually in love with her father, as in love, proper in love.
Yeah,
Not
she kind of
love
is,
that
huh?
you've got for your mother or your father. I mean, proper in love.
All right,
With
I
him.
can't speak to that. I
So
think
this is the past. Dalmatian Dog now currently can speak for that, and he has joined the. They're an incest couple now. But in the past, he did not see that.
I think it's important to have a good relationship with your
Of course it is.
family. I don't know why she.
No, it's her dad, Amelia. Ben is her dad.
She could be so much more. I don't know what it's going to take, though. She's complaining about donos. Like, yeah, you need to go live, Grace. You need to go live, get a nice low-cut top.
Yeah.
Get some sexy outfit.
I say no. I say, go live every day, wear a domination outfit, and really work her chat. What they want to see is her doming them, like humiliating them. Like all her simps that are currently still there, or pay pigs, they love that. That's what they want.
That's low cut and go live by yourself, no dad, and say,
Mrs. Doubtfire, that is spot on. Oh, Gia, that's hilarious. That's good. Nikki New. So is Nikki New actually a woman then?
Look at all the donations she had when Ben wasn't around.
Stream title like lonely e-woman looking for man. Lonely, or looking for cash. Man, comma, and cash. Or man and cash. She could do anything. She just put on makeup and look beautiful. She is beautiful. She can get so many loser guys like Lalo. The guy's like, why is Dalmatian always thinking about Lalo? Because he's a good example of sort of the perfect.
You're thinking about Lalo. You're thinking about Lalo because he's the guy who's taking your princess, taking your bride to be.
Perfect sort of guy.
At the time, anyway.
The guy that's interested in Grace, like
going back to time on this
one.
Remember
guys
that.
To simp for her. She can get guys that don't know her, maybe.
They're in a bit of a slump now, and they after this OPC Dawn thing. I think they're at the lower now, but they can get back. They can, like you say, and they can turn it. She can turn it around.
She
so
just has
easily.
negative mindset. She has negative mindset.
Yeah.
That's right, Dalmatian. She has a negative mindset. You need to go in there and clean it up. That's coming from Dalmatian Dog, who did nothing but complain during the RV trip. Talk about negative mindset. He was a Debbie Downer like the whole time. A negative Nancy, if you will.
She can't see the world for what it is. She's just wasting time. She needs to just get real, get over her mindset, get over her problems, and like be a good light in the world. Be the woman that everybody who watches her show wants her to be.
Yeah.
And it's like, how difficult is that? I mean, you kind of owe it to them. If you're like a star, they talk about stardom all the time. Like, being a star is not just, fucking bitches and getting money. Okay, being a star is about actually
being
putting
a star.
in the work.
Getting bitches.
They don't want to do the work. I mean, their donor, they ruin their relationship with their donors somehow. Yeah. They could have sucked OPC dry, kept Give Cracked around, kept the donations coming. Like, but Grace doesn't do enough or appreciate her donors. And then she's like, oh, why is it drying up? Are you fucking retarded, dude?
That is true. She does not appreciate her donors at all. She kind of has this mindset like she's entitled, like she's owed it, She'd be like, how come you guys aren't donating? Like the way she went at Get Cracked, that was uncalled for, But there's some people who like that. I think her current donors, I think they would get off on that. I think they have a humiliation fetish.
A great Give Crack. I've had him on here as a guest, and he told me that it was just no appreciation, and basically they didn't like what she done to OPC.
Yeah. And then so he dipped, he left, and now they have.
But they seem to think, Ben seems to think, and Grace, that OPC is trying to ruin their livelihood. He's been going around everyone, telling everyone not to donate.
Sorry, I'm reading Ethan's chat. I like this Ethan guy. This guy I have a lot of respect for this guy. Pay Pig Rebellion confirm. Give Crack to me. Give Crack lied to me.
She said our personal legal issues aren't exactly good to make public. Lol. I know that's ironic to say, but still.
Is that what she's
thinking? New? Yeah, I'm hearing it more and more. I'm hearing like the Robin Williams, like I'm hearing it. I'm hearing the Mrs. Doubtfire thing. Okay.
Said?
Yeah.
Did she just say that now in Discord or something?
Discord, yeah.
Yeah, Dalmatian Dog likes.
Hey, well, Grace,
maybe Dalmatian Dog could be. Dalmatian Dog wants to do his own thing. That's okay, but maybe he could play his cards and be the next Gator for Ralph. If anything, I think Dalmatian Dog is the sort of co-host Ralph needs, because I think he would tell Ralph to like, hey, Ralph, it's not a good idea to be drunk like that all the time. Ralph, you're drinking? That's alcohol? Why are you drinking alcohol? That's bad for you. That's what he needs.
How about you fucking don't talk about it then? I'd still go live. How is that preventing you from going live? Because she's just exhausted with all.
Get Crack was this the great Pay Pig Rebellion? Is that what that is? Sounds historic.
All of her problems in life, it's hard for her. If you got all these problems pushing you back, it's hard to go forward again. Eventually, the problems just overrun you when you like are defeated, and you have to go and I don't know, take some time to get over it, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna type in the chat, Grace, come up on my panel, but I'm too afraid to.
No, go ahead. I just talked to her off stream, but I haven't like she's not addressed anything I've said to her. She's not addressed the goodbye.
Yeah, she's not. She doesn't. So like, Grace doesn't really want to talk to Dalmatian. She just wants to use Dalmatian, and Dalmatian will try to talk to her, but it's not both ways, right? That already tells you something. Honestly, that was a big red flag right there. Dalmatian is in love with this girl that doesn't give him the same attention. Like that right there. I think any one of us would have enough sense to be like, I don't think she's that into me.
She's not addressed any of it, but she doesn't have to. It's fine. But she knew I liked her, and I still do like her. I don't know.
So what is that worth? What is that worth for Grace? She knew that you liked her. That's true. Grace knew that the Dalmatian dog was into her. It was one of her simps. You know what that's worth? That's someone to be used.
Give me a call. She could give me the time of day. I would simp for her. I do
absolutely.
Simp for her.
Alex.
I simp for her all
He's
the
a
time.
mark.
I go on her stream and I fucking whatever though. She's like she would never appreciate. She doesn't appreciate guys that simp for her. She's just like I mean, she's been nice to me, I guess.
Oh,
Already, he knows.
in that chat, Nikki's inviting you to come up on the panel.
Oh, good. That's nice.
They put the.
All right, so we got a bit of this. Now I'm going to play this part. We're going back to the core of the stream. Ben trying to make new gay friends in Discord. I guess specifically gay. He's looking for gay friends. Okay, so let me press play on this. I do need to take a piss, but I'm going to let the tiger in the chair react. I think they do a better job than I do. Here we go.
Maybe there's a moderator in here. Does anyone know that? How would you tell if someone's a moderator? How do you tell if someone's a moderator? Grace. Yeah. You gotta help me out here. I don't know what's going on. All right. I'm heating up the water for some coffee. Wait, you gotta get me going though, like. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just sitting with my dick in my ass.
Yeah. I got you.
I don't think I can get in that thing. This fucking Dr. Udays and everything.
Okay.
Couldn't it be that no one there is a mod?
Yeah. If you join a chat, we have a mod.
No, I didn't get server muted when I left the other chat. It must be each chat has it. No.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So if they server mute you in a chat, it stands. That makes sense. That would be the rules.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Politics and religion? Were you already looking in here?
No.
Okay, let's start at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, clubhouse.
Gay, straight, or bi? No. Diversity in debate? Iran? No. Learn about God? All right, let's do random Bible questions.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, did we miss anything? Oh, they just joined someone.
Earlier, and then I realized it wasn't off. They're all talking.
Hey, Adams, how's it going?
Oh, cool. Are you guys?
The Tigers making good points.
I'm an Orthodox Inquirer.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
All right, hold on.
Technically, I'm still not allowed.
I'm going to say, bear with me here. As you can hear, the audio, the Discord is extremely low. I'm going to crank it up here. They're going to be super loud. Hopefully, we can hear what the Discord's saying.
Talk about it, but I come into a chat to listen to people.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I find it interesting about a lot of ortho bros that they're generally the Orthodox teaching is that you're not supposed to really talk too much without being a cleric, right?
Probably ordained and blessed by the priest. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of ironic, don't you think?
Because it is a little bit, but it's part of submission and humility.
No, I don't think it's ironic. I just think that there are a lot of Orthodox who online just disregard that teaching. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I don't know how it works.
Most of them are like Reason is a cradle born, so he's somebody who's been baptized since he was a kid, so he has.
All right.
To be able to
Reminder: if we get 20 likes, I'll smoke this stogie.
Like me, I'm not.
Okay.
Baptized, so I have no.
That's where we're at. We got 13.
If another Orthodox came in, they would be the one I would refer to.
You mean kind of defer? Like, but yeah, I don't know what the rule is. I think for Catholics it's a little more liberal than in the Orthodox.
Yeah.
Because
yes, it's a little bit more, but
yeah.
I look at it as like even if somebody who has more say than me, like they're already baptized,
Mm-hmm.
I might not take everything they say as gospel. I'll go to my priest and still confirm, like, hey,
right.
was this argument I had right or was I wrong?
Right,
and
right.
If I
right.
get correction, I get correction, and I try to humble myself.
Right, right, right. That's nice. Yeah, I think all Christians should be hesitant to start preaching a lot when they are first converted. I don't think. I think that makes a lot of sense. Is to be because you can be scandalous. You can scandalize others by saying stuff you don't know enough about or you haven't lived about. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess it's not really.
So talk about stuff you don't know much about. Okay, gotcha.
Didn't care for any of it for a while.
Yeah.
That now I'm reading about it and going, oh wow, okay. I was wrong.
Yeah, this guy's gay.
That's interesting. Yeah. Good for you. I love Orthodoxy. I find that a lot of Orthodox online
is Orthodox another word for
more
gay?
Of the rigorist school within Orthodoxy, which is not really mainstream. I think. I don't know.
Well, it's not as mainstream as they make it out to be. But
Yeah.
it is prevalent in every parish, pretty much. There are people who will talk like these guys in every parish.
Yeah,
but they're usually trying to correct people who are doing heresies or they're new converts or whatever.
Yeah.
So
it
is what it is.
Yeah, I know.
I always look at it as it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes you get bad information, sometimes you get good information.
True. Yeah, and there's a lot of enthusiasm, which can be again a double-edged sword. I'm curious why Orthodoxy and not Catholicism. I'm not trying to proselytize or anything. If you're coming from atheism, why would you?
Well, I came from atheism, but I came from Anglicanism, and I have a thing against like Catholics in general. Usually, I've never met a nice one. Usually,
really,
Catholic thing.
I've never met a nice Catholic.
You're changing that.
I've never been a nice Catholic. Really, more so than Protestants.
No. Yeah, no, I've met a lot of nice Protestants, but Catholics not so much.
I'm up here in New England, where most Catholics
I'm a Protestant.
Sort of
I'm nice.
To be honest, so
I'm a nice guy.
Don't seem any different than anyone else.
Well, I have a lot more Mormons here, so I see a lot more of the cliquish nature of like Mormonism.
Oh, but Mormons, they're nice because they're trying to sell you. All right, they go to your door, they try to be nice, but it made things awkward because you're dressed in your underwear and you answer the door, and they want to act like you're weird, but it's like, yeah, I'm in my underwear. It's my house. Do you want to stay? You want to come inside and tell me about the Lord and Savior? I'm going to be in my underwear the whole time. You guys want to do that? What are we doing here? That's what I thought. Get back on your bicycle and go ride around.
Yeah, Mormonism tends to be that way. Yeah, I think Catholicism in like a place like New England, where it's everyone's Catholic, is not really cliquish. You often don't even get to know people in the parish because it's just kind of pro forma for a lot of them.
And I shouldn't say that about Catholics. I just realized my roommate's a Catholic, and he's pretty nice. I wouldn't be with him without it.
But what about? I mean, it must have occurred to you the whole like, who's the Bishop of Rome thing. That must have.
Yeah, but I don't believe any man is infallible. So that's probably why I went with Orthodoxy, is because they have the bishops, they have councils.
But you believe a group of men are. But you believe a group of men are infallible.
Well, I believe that a consensus is infallible if it is inspired by the will of God and the Holy Spirit.
So you say a group of men can be infallible, but one.
Well, it's not that it's infallible; it's that they're invested with the Holy Spirit, and that's how it comes through.
What was basic? You're saying the understanding of council is not that.
Yeah, I can see why this is gay.
The same way that we would say the Pope is.
Like,
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty much saying that because that would be one man and his own will.
Well, so
we've had black popes in history.
I don't think we've
not saying the skin color, but the actual term, the black pope.
Oh, sure, yeah, but also bishops, right? They're not.
Yeah. We've had there's been renunciations of different church fathers, Arianists, other people.
Yeah.
I would have to go look up stuff because I'm new.
I think there are. I mean, from a Catholic perspective, there are popes who have been.
I'm gonna have to end up doing like the Asmongold style of reacting. Yeah. Yeah. I got to raise my eyebrows too. Hold on. Like, yeah. Yeah.
Add people, but that's actually not arguing against their being infallible, because in their teaching, even they were preserved from error.
Well, even I believe Catholics only believe the Pope is infallible when he's on.
True. That's right, and it was defined, I think, 1871, and it's only been exercised twice in the definition of the Assumption of Mary.
Oh boy, here we go.
Get the other one, another Marian doctrine. But the Pope can't do it. He can't say whatever he wants, or it has to be like confirmed by tradition.
Well, yeah, he can't do holy wars anymore and condone.
Oh yeah, boy.
And all that stuff.
I wish he could though.
What they were.
I wish he could. I'm an Old Testament kind of guy. The Pope should be able to start holy wars. The fact that they took holy wars away from the Pope, dude, that is wrong. You don't take that away from the Pope. The Pope should, if God wills it, he should make it hot. You know what? The next Pope should just be like, we're going to start holy wars now. That's based, man.
the Pope, well, when the Pope called for crusades, a Pope today can speak about secular politics. Like the Pope recently, I think, said the Gaza thing's terrible. Would he? I just think he wouldn't be in a position to call for a crusade, but I think theoretically he could say Christians should unite, stand against Zionism. I think he could say that.
He could.
And in the crusades, I don't think he.
but I'm also the same.
Honestly,
as, Church Fathers have said about
I guess because I'm a Protestant, but like, who listens to the Pope
on Zionism?
Yeah, we're not part of it. The only Israel we know of is the body of the
Why?
church, so.
Yeah, I think that.
Just
I think
one
that
dude who claims he can like talk to God directly. That's weird.
Zionism, like in the
I could talk to God directly too.
We do not.
I do it every day.
Only Protestants do that. Only American evangelical Protestants do that.
I did it earlier today.
That they do that.
The Charlie Kirk ones and all that.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah. I don't think they're really theologically doing it. They're just.
Man, I might have been in the bathroom. Oh God!
The Orthodox has a strong
That was gnarly.
stance against Zionism in general.
Yeah,
I think that's probably true.
To the level, there are some archbishops.
I wear a goofy
that
hat.
say
I could
straight
talk
up
to
that you
God
can't be a
directly.
Christian and a Zionist, full stop. And Israel is a body of believers. This is what Christianity is meant to, see as Israel in the Bible, not the modern state, not
right.
geographical. Yeah.
It's not a nationalistic understanding in the Bible. It's a religious understanding. But I think you could probably be a Zionist if you say, I am in favor of Jews returning to the Holy Land in a moral way. I think that wouldn't have anything to do with Christianity one way or the other. But
hey, my belief is if the Jews really are the chosen people like they claim to be, then maybe they can handle their own shit, okay? Israel should be able to handle their own crap. Don't, but, that's already done. But that's my view on that.
But I'm more for returning Jerusalem to the Kingdom of Jerusalem, so that's me. Which would mean Christians, but anyway.
But the idea of
isn't the new Pope black?
And the Nakba and all that stuff, or like the slaughter.
I heard about that. I'm not sure.
I can't believe anyone would say that as a Christian. Crazy.
Do they have a black Pope now?
But anyways,
yeah.
Obviously, I don't really follow up on that.
So if you're an atheist, why are you an ex-Catholic? Oh, this isn't ex-Catholic. This is the Body of Christ. Okay, sorry. I didn't read it right.
No. Body of Christ.
So as an atheist,
I believe a lot of Southern Baptists and other things.
Yeah,
it's pretty much anybody wants to come in.
When you were an atheist, what would you have said about the Bible? And I'm just curious how you kind of overcame that.
Well, I was Anglican before that, so I was Episcopalian. But I had a falling out when my sister died when I was really young.
Oh, okay. When your sister died?
Yeah. But yeah.
Right. You lost faith, or you had a falling out with the actual cleric?
Well, I had a falling out with the cleric, and it ended up. I was kind of abused.
Kind of abused?
And that led me to, instead of going into the church, to fully just leave and never go back. Which was something that, the reason that I started going back was because my dad...
Abused by what? A priest?
A few days before he passed, he asked me to come over to talk to him. So I came over and he told me
that's right. That's right. The new Pope is a white American. That's right. I do remember that.
And that he was...
I remember that because he looked kind of like my neighbor, and I was like, so-and-so, wow. Hey, look at this guy. He looks like you. He's just like a beer drinking American, dude.
Or he wouldn't be able to meet my son, and he passed away 2 days later. About 6 months later, my son, actually, that I didn't even know about, showed up at my door.
Now we're really going to start some
holy
wars.
He had a vision about that, you mean?
Yeah, and he told me I need to go back to Jesus, and
the B-2 bomber is going to go. That'll be the next crusade.
For the last 6 years, I've been looking into different.
Is it Milo? Yeah, Milo was abused by a priest. Yeah,
but you never really had a problem with the Bible.
But he liked it
when you were an atheist.
No,
he said it's like a rite of passage.
It was more like I was an agnostic.
Right?
I got something was out there, but I didn't believe any.
It's what the priest did. You got to make the priest happy.
How we had our falling out and how I was treated. I didn't believe that they had the Holy Spirit.
A new form of baptism.
No one who did or tried to do what they did would.
You got to bless your booty hole.
God.
Oh, that's interesting.
With power to speak.
Don't worry, kid. I'm just blessing your booty hole.
In Catholic schools, I found the Catholic priests are assholes,
so
but that doesn't affect my faith at all. You know what I mean?
Well, all right. I'll be honest. I was branded by a brand, so yeah.
A literal brand, like in a fire.
Yeah.
A priest put a brand on you?
Yeah, because I blasphemed.
What?
An Anglican? An Episcopalian priest?
He was branded by
He
a
was at
priest
church camp.
because
I
he
don't know if he was actually
blasphemed.
Anglican or if he was just part of the church helpers, but he wasn't a well man. He got he was seen as a priest there because he led the prayers and all that, and yeah, he was not there the next time I went.
Wow,
And he wasn't
hardcore.
there the day after it happened, so obviously
crazy.
Something happened that made it to where he couldn't stay.
Because
technically I got branded, and I branded him back, so he had a brand on his face. So.
Okay.
How? Around a campfire or something?
Yeah, I was tied to a tree when he let me down. I pushed him back and used my body weight and.
It
then
sounds
grabbed
like
the
a
brand and
movie.
hit him with it.
Were other
I
people
was
there?
pissed. No, no one was there.
Oh.
They were all back in their cabins and stuff.
Because
we were all supposed to be asleep.
You're hanging out, and then he does this crazy thing. How did he tie you up?
He got me out of bed and took me to the tree and tied me up. I tried to struggle against him, but I was a young kid.
How old were you?
I was 8, 9, somewhere in there.
So he was 9 years old and he got branded by the priest dude. Damn, man. But like, look, Father, I'll just take the sodomy. Don't brand me.
Got you out of bed. He was an adult. He had rope in his hand, and he's like, how does he get you out of the?
Well, he didn't have it in his hand when he got me up. He said we had to go talk to one of the other counselors. So I got up and thought I wasn't in trouble.
But what was his idea? He's going to tie you up and then brand you?
And yep, and then make me never. I'm branded with a cross too, so I have one on my hip. That's why anybody ever asks me why I don't wear a cross, I always tell them I have one on my hip.
That's pretty.
This happened in America?
This is pretty crazy, man. Episcopalians. I grew up Episcopalian. They're
That's a
pretty
good
like.
question. Does this happen in America?
Yeah, they're super tame. They're like rich and old, at least in New England. But like, that sounds.
I'm
That
out in
sounds.
Arizona. I'm out in the middle of the boonies. The heat likes to.
Episcopalians get wild out there. I mean, Episcopalian. That's like just the most.
They're mostly rare out here, so it's more Mormon than anything. Like my mom converted to Mormonism. My dad became non-denominational later in his life.
This is a
That's
weird
why
story. It's
I was like,
wild.
well, I don't want to do this.
I believe
So
it
went to
though.
his church that he was going to, and I was
We'll
like,
do
no,
some
it's
wild
not for me.
shit.
And then I went to I tried going to my mom's for like a week, and I was like, no, this ain't happening.
All right. We got Grace.
Yeah, especially
back.
after that experience. But I'm saying, but did you tell anyone about it the next day?
No, I was quiet as a church mouse.
But he was
I
gone.
had hit the guy back. Yeah, he was gone. Well, he had a brand on his face. He probably had to go to the hospital.
I don't mean to laugh at it. It's just so.
The guy was branded on his face. Probably had to go to the hospital. Yeah, probably.
So strange. Sounds so strange.
Yeah, I get it. It was a long time ago for me. I'm 42 now, or 41 now. I'm not gonna.
So he had a kind of religious
I don't
idea, like
live
if he could tie you up and brand you with a cross, that somehow would. It was
I'll
just,
get the demon out of me.
oh, why?
I kind of think it worked.
But, I mean, because usually you'd think like, are you going to tie up a little kid?
So Ben's doing well,
molest him or
meeting these
something,
new
but
gay
like,
friends.
random.
I didn't turn out that.
But when does-
I'm not saying he didn't.
Now, Ben is getting very chummy in this conversation, right? He's making friends. When does it go south? Because once Ben starts talking, eventually he's going to mess it up.
I'm not saying he should have. I'm just saying it's just like how the story. If you're gonna,
Oh, you're just saying. okay.
I'm not advocating. I'm just saying it sounds like the beginning of a story
Yeah,
that's like
that's
sexual.
absurd.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. I've gotten that. I've only told like 2 or 3 friends about this, and they were like, "You weren't molested?" And I was like, "No, I wasn't." Thankfully.
No.
I guess
That
it
would've
is.
turned- that would've
Yeah,
turned me
you
away
would
from
have. The brand, honestly, way better than the dick. He did his thing.
Yeah, I thought I had it bad, man. You
I can laugh about it now.
I was born and baptized Catholic, but my mom, like when she divorced my dad, she like went off on some like born again
Oh, yeah.
thing kind of thing. I tried to like go to her church and make peace after I didn't talk to her for like 10 years. And like I went to Bible study and everything. I even quit smoking weed while I was growing it for a living. Her fucking preacher thought he was fucking slick, buddy. He referred to me offhandedly as like the devil's son. And I'm like, oh yeah, you ain't gonna be preacher long, buddy. But he ain't, so fuck him.
Well, because your mom probably
like,
told him that
eventually I
your
told
dad
him.
was evil, right? That's what he's
I
referring
mean,
to.
I don't know. It's
Oh,
a possibility.
Maybe he was a liar.
Right? You get a fucking brand on your body. Yeah, I mean, how do your parents not know?
I didn't. Like my parents, my dad worked nights. My mom was very aloof. My mom actually abandoned us when I was about that time. So I think 8. So she left us on Christmas. Like all these things happened in like sister died. My mom left us on Christmas. Like we came home from Christmas and found half the house empty after being like left in my grandma's
Wow.
house. My dad was an alcoholic up until then and instantly quit. Like turned over a new leaf. became
That's
a
pretty
different
cool.
person.
nice. Yeah, good for him.
And
Usually it goes the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's true. And he was a drunk before she left.
That's
And then she left,
true
and he was
above the
"All my
trees.
stuff is gone."
I agree with you on that one.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I think a lot of times when the dad's a drunk, it's because the mom's driving him crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, women are
Well,
satanic. So.
Yeah.
She did blame, like to be fair, she did blame him for my sister's death. So like the drinking got really.
I mean,
bad around
Eve
that
was
time.
That's
punished
terrible.
by
Like, I didn't
God.
know until
For a
she
reason.
returned, and like actually wanted to be in our lives, which was when I was a teenager. By then, I had my falling out with God. I turned into a gangster. There was no way my mom was going to be able to tell me what. Even my dad had trouble telling me what to do because I was out on the street doing God knows what.
Have you ever heard
my
of
dad even kicked me out.
Have you ever heard of Jesse Lee Peterson? You know, he's a popular guy on the internet.
I love that guy.
His.
You love your mother?
Okay. Jesse Lee Peterson is funny. He's a funny dude. But is he meant to be taken seriously? Like to bring him up because Ben is gonna take a serious point from Jesse Lee Peterson.
Amazing.
It might be interesting to run your experiences through his kind of like, analysis because.
Didn't he have some allegations recently?
That he's gay.
I don't.
Yeah.
What would they be?
I don't.
Yeah, something
Gay.
likes little boys.
No, gay. Just gay.
Gay.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
Just
surprised
gay.
if he was a
Well,
little aggressive with the ladies,
in
but
one
hey,
step.
that's whatever.
If you're a gay guy, you're basically a pedophile. I mean, it's
Well,
I don't think
there is a thing in gay culture. For some reason, they like to get the boys. I'm not saying all gays, but I'm saying there's a thing for some reason. I think it's to get them when they're naive and they don't know. That's what I think it is.
in
A
every
white man in
case.
black makeup.
Do you think that homosexuality? I mean, literally pedophile, like little kids. You think
well,
all
it's
gay
how they
men?
reproduce. So it's like you become gay because you got molested by some guy. So you're a pedophile. If you got molested, you're probably gonna like little kids.
Well, but let's say you got
that testimony.
Not true. Not true. Wait, wait. We're way too sober to tell that story. Even 4 shots of vodka, I'm way too sober to tell that story. Moving on. That story only comes out if I'm super, super, super drunk. Moving on.
Then yes, I did turn out right because I'm not gay.
There you go. And you're also not a pedophile.
Yeah.
Well, is it?
You guys remember Milo Yiannopoulos? He's still around.
Yeah, I love Milo.
Yeah, so like that's the whole thing though. Like he got like I guess he was fucking around when he was like younger than he should have been.
Yeah.
Oh, way
But,
young. Was a
I
Catholic.
mean, he's I guess not like he like kind of talked about it like, oh, it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but like,
No,
bro,
wait.
if someone tried to fuck with me, no one ever came near me because I wasn't pretty enough, but also because I probably would have snapped their fucking neck. But
Yeah,
like,
well, pedophiles are preying on the weak ones. If they can tell that you're going to give them anything, they don't fuck with you. That's the whole deal. It's also
yeah.
Well,
I think
hold
they're
on.
attracted to the
kids. They're broken in the head.
Hold on. Do you not think there were
Well, you
17?
guys remember?
Go ahead, Ben.
Do you not think there were 17? I used to teach Catholic school. To me, there were 17-year-old kids who were gay, and if they have sex with a man,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
was
like
just about to say.
pedophilia. I mean, they're obviously gay.
What?
They're
Hold on.
attracted to the kids. They're broken in the head.
Hold on. Do you not think there were
Well, you
17?
guys remember?
Go ahead, Ben.
Do you not think there were 17? I used to teach Catholic school. To me, there were 17-year-old kids who were gay, and if they have sex with a
Yeah,
man,
I
it's
was
not like
just about to say.
pedophilia. I mean, they're
17-year-old kid having sex with a man, not PDF stuff. I would disagree there. I would disagree. I strongly disagree. I don't care what the state law says in your state. Okay, I don't give a shit. You know what? If you want to be technical about the term, be like, actually, because they're 17, it's actually this other term. I forgot what the term is. Be like, well, it's very close. It's very disgusting, and it's something that should be condemned. And the reason why those 17-year-old gay dudes are having sex with older men is because the older men are preying on them for sure. Okay, take advantage of the fact that they're young and naive, and it's just sick. It's just freaking sick and disgusting. And that right there, you could purge that. And I think we would all be happier. Anyway, my thoughts on that.
they're obviously
Well,
gay. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but they're gay because
well,
some
that's,
guy
you're
did
going a
it.
different direction than I was.
I'm just saying, like, I could imagine a 17-year-old gay
Well,
kid
technically,
seeking
if they're
sexual.
that age, they're hebophilia because pedophilia is legal.
No.
There we go. We get the technical term, which means, wait, who said that? Whoever said that knows a little too much.
Pedophilia. I mean, they're obviously
Well,
gay. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but they're gay because some guy
you're
did
going a
it.
different direction than I was.
I'm just saying, like, I could imagine a 17-year-old gay
Well,
kid
technically,
seeking
if
sexual.
they're that age, they're hebophilia because pedophilia is.
See, knowing that term like that, where like you use it all the time, hebophilia or whatever, that means you've distinguished between the two quite often. Okay. All right. Red flag right there.
No. 17-year-old boys.
Sorry.
17-year-old boys are
Right.
generally young men, but
No, you're not.
legally, you can. In some states, it's a problem. Like, but
I mean, you are right.
physically,
but
they're
the
men.
second that you make the argument, everybody goes, "Yeah, you're a pedophile."
They say I'm a pedophile.
I'm just saying you are. I'm just saying literally every single time somebody makes that argument, you're shooting yourself in your foot.
Oh, the internet? You mean on the internet?
But it's like
On the internet?
exactly. Like,
Yeah.
well, excuse me. Actually, it's not pedophilia. It's hemophilia. It's like, okay, well, you like kids. No, I'm not,
But
I'm not saying you do. I'm just
exactly,
saying that.
exactly. I don't know who this guy is, but based.
That's how it's perceived.
Yeah, there's a kind of Pharisaism online, hysteria about that. Don't you think?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
See, Ben, when you mentioned, when you said like, there's 17-year-old kids that you could tell are obviously gay.
Yeah.
I was going a different way with it.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, that's not so bad. But I was going to try to say like,
No, I'm saying it's not
growing up,
pedophilia.
Right, whatever. So you remember when you were growing up, like, wasn't there like one kid in the neighborhood that like everybody knew he was gay, even like before y'all
Ben's
even
already
knew what
messing
gay
up.
was, kind of shit?
Not in my neighborhood, but
He kept trying to suck my dick.
Yeah. Like you're talking about a really
Like,
effeminate
I'm
presenting
guessing-
boy.
Yeah, like a boy that's like playing with Barbies and
Yeah, sure,
talking
sure.
like with the list before you even knew what it meant.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, a fag.
Like a
kind
girl
of.
when he's 12.
I mean, I don't know if that's what they're into, but I'm guessing that's the kind of guys that's the predators are after kind of shit, right?
I think.
They've already gotten to him.
Okay, but wait, who's this guy?
Haberman.
Have you ever heard the theory about homosexuality that, like, I understand this thing about you've been traumatized, but have you ever heard the theory, like, gays will generally admit this, that you usually have, like, a very strong connection with your mother, just kind of overbearing, and you have a weak or distant father, so that you sort of...
She has a bunch of boyfriends that come over and something happens. Yeah.
No.
She has a bunch of boyfriends that come over. One of them's a little friendly with the son for some reason.
No, that's not... No. The theory is...
All of his sons
Sorry.
being gay.
The theory is that you sort of identify with your mother, or maybe you hang around with girls a lot, so you become kind of feminine when the boys are becoming masculine. When boys are into like rough sports and athletes and that kind of thing, you become kind of girl. And then when you hit puberty, which naturally wants to make you desire the opposite of yourself, that since you're kind of been feminized, now you sexually are attracted to men.
So you're saying it doesn't have to. What you're saying is it doesn't have to be like you were molested thing. It could be that you just grew up identifying.
I've talked with a lot of gay guys who say like I just woke up one it's not like it's just like I felt sexually attracted to when I was around puberty. I started feeling sexually attracted to men. I'm not saying it.
You guys are looking for like the recipe on how to make a gay guy or something? I think
Or how not to if you're. I'm a dad, so I'm not. I don't think that's a recipe anyone would want to cook up for their boys. But
I personally don't think. I think that what you're saying could exist in a very, very tiny percentage of people. Like I'm not denying outright what you're saying.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is the vast majority of gay people are gay because they were literally molested by a gay guy. Like
But-
on
Wait,
that,
hold on. Go back. What Ben said there, him being a father of sons, he doesn't want to cook up that recipe for his sons. Isn't he kind of doing that though? Because if he's saying like the problem is like the relationship with the father and the relationship with the mother, isn't he kind of doing that? Because he's not really involved with his sons at all, right? So yeah, I just wanted to just highlight that real. Yeah, a get crack for me is promoting Dalmatian Dog's channel, which is allowed here. Dalmatian Dog, as much as it, we talk about embarrassing things. It is what it is here, But definitely support him. Okay, we're trying to lift other people up in the Boit, in the YouTube Boit. I try to be supportive here of other small streamers who are just kind of like here. That's what I do.
I personally don't think. I think that what you're saying could exist.
Now,
in
my
a very,
next
very
part here
tiny,
is going to be a little bit of
people. I'm not denying outright what you're saying.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is the vast majority of gay people are gay because they were literally molested by a gay guy. Like en masse molestation is how gay people produce more gay people.
Okay, so but you may be seeing something.
Yeah, it's a fact. The facts bear it out. I mean, if you
I don't think
look
so.
at the data, it's all there.
What data?
But it doesn't make it not.
All right, gonna make.
But
a little
I know some of the
offering
data.
what
Like
those
for
are
example,
interested.
1/3 of all child abuse, like sexual abuse, is male on male, and if gays represent 5% of the population, so they out molest by like a factor of 6. But that doesn't.
Well, that makes sense to me.
That wouldn't mean that.
Well, so
That wouldn't mean that most
the
gays have that
statistics were
experience.
like you are way more likely to be molested if you have 2 gay dads than if you don't have. If you have 2 gay dads, like your chances of getting molested way up there.
As opposed to one gay dad?
I got like 4 shots in me right now. Oh man.
Check it out.
Yeah, exactly. If you just have 1 gay dad, you can be straight and fucking a girl. You're fine. Honestly, you're gonna be normal.
But
you just have to pretend really hard until you're 18.
But I'm feeling
a lot of these,
better
a lot
now.
of what you call traumatic molestations, I think could be interpreted as like early gay experiences. Because
possibly, hey, what?
Yeah, I don't know that it's.
I don't know what the stats are.
I
You
don't know,
got like a doctorate or whatever, right? You're like a college guy. You got clearances. What are the statistics in like the Department of
Clearances.
I'm like,
I don't. Wait, does Ben Thorpe have any clearances? I don't think that's how that works. You go to college, you get some clearances. I'm sure if I want more, hey, I'll take it on. I'll take it on, big boy. I mean, that's what I said to my priest. And he was like, man, you're a little too eager. And that's why I'm not Catholic. They wouldn't molest me, okay? I wanted it too much, okay? That's why I'm a Protestant.
homosexual sexual assaults, man on man, in a fucking jail.
Yeah, they're
Rape is
bad.
a specifically male problem.
Yeah,
Women
like it's,
can't
you don't hear a lot about how like in
a
female prisons it happens like that.
Well, of course, they don't have double dildos.
Story
right?
about male prisons.
In schools themselves,
How could women rape each other? That doesn't make
or
any sense.
female usually actually take advantage of
They eat each other out.
male.
Yeah, they get away with it. They
It's
get
a possibility, but that's the thing.
Finger
dude.
bang.
If a woman's taking advantage of somebody sexually, they'll take them. Are you kidding me?
I want to directly address Ben's point about quote unquote early sexual experience.
Yeah.
I think that any early sexual experience that you're having, even if it's with another child, is abuse, and it will fuck you up for the rest of your life. Like,
Well-
I don't want to see I won't argue about 17, 16, 18, whatever. It's a blurry line. But I mean, if you are a child, prepubescent child,
Yeah.
who is being molested or in any way in a sexual situation, it's abuse, and it's gonna fuck you up for the rest of your life. Like,
Well,
it is.
I had an experience like that. So I was like, I think 10 years old, prepubescent. Had a friend, his name's Joe Shabatoni. He was prepubescent. I spent a night over his house, and in the morning, I think, or maybe at night, he said, let's get naked, and I want to practice like making out, because that's what you have to do with girls.
Yeah, so
but that didn't have any effect on
being
me.
molested. He's
Wait,
acting well. It did, first of all. Second of all, that boy was acting out on you because he himself was being molested. You understand that, right?
It was weird because later his sister, who was older,
I want to hear that
16,
again.
she
Second of all, it's abuse, and it's gonna fuck you up for the rest of your life. Like,
Well,
it is.
I had an experience like that. So I was like, I think 10 years old, prepubescent. Had a friend, his name was Joe Shabatoni. He was prepubescent. I spent a night over his house, and in the morning, I think, or maybe at night, he said, let's get naked, and I want to practice like making out, because that's what you have to do with girls.
Yeah, so
but that didn't have any effect on me.
being molested.
He made out with his friend, Joe Shabatoni.
Shake it, baby.
10 Canadian for water grin.
For water. Okay. Hey, I can do water. They can do water. Let's be healthy. Let's do that. That's right. You know what? You got to hydrate. Thank you, Ben Love. Thank you.
He's acting well. It did, first of all. Second of all,
Ben
that
Love's
boy was-
currently loved
That boy was acting out
by
on you because
Mr.
he
D.
himself was being molested. You understand that, right?
It was weird because later his sister, who was older, like 16, she kind of molested me too, which I really loved because she was gorgeous.
She was molesting him, and
I believe there was some
acting
weirdness
out
in the
on
family.
you,
Yeah, that's probably true.
And then she also molested you. Ben, you were molested.
Right, but it didn't affect me for the rest of my life. I've never.
Yes, it did, and it still.
Well, how are you
going
gonna
to
tell me?
Say, because it's.
I've heard that before. It's a story I heard when I was in the Chinatown Discord. but it's one of those stories that's just wild. So whenever I hear it again, I'm like, oh, what? Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, that's kind of like it with these Thorpe stories, Ben stories. It's like, oh yeah, that you have to do a double take just to make sure you heard it right.
It's true. I mean, you can say what you want, but when you're a 10-year-old and you have a sexual experience, you are inherently experiencing something that your body and mind is not ready for.
That's the Joe Shabatoni Clip channel. Yeah, that's where you got the name.
Saying
Yeah,
that, like, it did affect you in your life and the way that you developed.
Sure, but that, like a lot of things affect you when you're 10 years old. If
You
you go
can
on a
maybe
trip.
sit right now as a full-grown man and be like, yeah, hey, I was molested at 10, and you're fine. You moved past it, but it is a part of you. It's a part of what your life
Sure,
is.
you
It's
have a
part of why
memory.
You are who you are.
Yeah, but here's the interesting thing about that. This is very not very well known, and I know it sounds like I'm trying to advocate, but it's actually literally true that most people who are victims of molestation don't report it. It's like a 10%. Say it ruined my life. 90%, it doesn't really affect them very much, which is I just find interesting. It's a lot like drug use. A lot of people, I've been on morphine, like in the hospital, and I had no urge to take it, but 10% of people, you know what I mean, painkillers. It seems like the same thing. Like there's a certain type of person who is weak or something like that.
I'm sorry. I just have to ask: are you advocating for medical molestation? Is that you saying there's like an application of molestation?
No. I'm saying like a lot of people who say they have trauma. A lot of other people have the same experience, don't have trauma. Like we tend to think, oh, Vietnam vets, they're all traumatized. Actually, Vietnam vets, on the whole, are more productive than non-Vietnam vets. There's just a small group of them who kind of never got over it.
Okay, but I think you may be. I don't know. You tell me. But what
Are
I'm
there
hearing
stats
is,
on that,
if,
Ben?
If, in your opinion, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but in your opinion, if you don't have outward detrimental signs of something bad happening to you, then you are not traumatized. Is that what you're saying?
I understand you're saying some people could repress it or something like that. Is that what you mean?
Well, I guess, yeah. I
believe that can
I
happen.
just disagree with that premise because if you are traumatized, it doesn't mean that you are going to now X, Y, Z. You can be a trauma. Everybody has trauma. It's it's levels, but just because something bad or traumatic happened to you, you are still traumatized. It doesn't mean that you are now going to go out and do other. I mean, it still happens.
Well, I actually
I mean,
think
you still got
trauma.
molested. You might be fine with it, but you got molested.
Trauma, I think, has to do with, I would acknowledge, like, technically speaking, although, like, I don't think there's any legal thing if you're both 10 years old, but,
well, the sister thing.
yeah, but I mean, I do think largely she wasn't really, like, molesting, just kind of chasing me around and, like, grabbing me or something. It wasn't, like, any, like, big
Touch your body parts?
Wait, what?
Oh, real shit.
I think so, but I look at it fondly because, like, I was like, she was gorgeous, you know, so.
This lady was molesting him.
I was like, later on, I was like, oh, that was cool. I should have, you know what I mean? It wasn't like,
I think it was somebody else's sister, but well, not his family.
No, not my sister, my friend's sister. My friend's sister.
His 10-year-old friend was acting out on him and molesting him because his sister was molesting him.
Maybe. Or maybe the parents were molesting both of them. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, you're right. I mean, it could have come from way up top.
Yeah, I've been loved. I feel bad for Canada in that way. No free shots, but that would be something I'd take a shot for. Well, that's nothing. Okay, yeah. I'll tell you what, though, that sucks.
It probably did.
But they were weirdos. I mean, the kids were weirdly sexual. Yes, I agree. Probably there was something.
Smoke some all-American tobacco for that one.
Maybe.
What were they doing to you?
Well, I was saying, like,
No. So,
okay.
No, I was just gonna explain because he thinks that you got fallen raped. No, he just was over.
No.
There was no 10, and they got naked and made out, and that was because his 10-year-old friend suggested it.
Well, I want to clarify that I was not participating, but he was like,
It was a boy.
Yes.
I allowed him, but I didn't participate. I just want to clarify that.
Were you naked?
Naked, but we were both prepubescent, so it wasn't like.
They're both prepubescent, so it's okay. They're naked. They're making out, and yeah. Look, man, I had friends growing up. You know, we never got naked and made out. Played 007, GoldenEye. We played Smash Bros. That's not code for anything gay. Okay, all right. that is messed up. We would, though, if someone fell asleep, because we would have like a late night, whatever, playing like GoldenEye, 007, and Smash Brothers and whatever, drinking Mountain Dew, eating pizza, whatever, until like 3 o'clock in the morning. If someone fell asleep, you would start shoving things into their pants. You would draw on them. There's one time, this friend of mine, he fell asleep, and we all kind of started shoving this, like, there was like this stuffed animal that was there. We started shoving it in his ass. Okay, that's we should have shoved it in his pants there. I don't know why we're doing that. Okay, that was kind of gay. Now I think about it, but not as gay as getting naked and making out. Okay, definitely that never happened. All right.
It's okay.
Well, I'm saying it wasn't really sexual in the sense of like having a boner or something.
That guy is now a cop because of that experience.
Well,
you got naked and made out with your little boy.
I had the wiener.
He made out with he made out with me. Okay, I'll just say that.
No, you sound like a fucking slut right now.
He actually made out with me.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I didn't push him off me, but and afterwards I felt really funny about it for a long time. So in that sense, you could say I was traumatized.
Of course, you felt funny about it. And by the way, I'm just gonna do a shout out to everyone in the chat right now. I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Above the Trees, Alex Shield Jones, Been Loved, Get Cracked for Me, Mr. Stinky Brew, Will Yo. It's good to see you guys here, man. Anyway, we got plenty of time. We're gonna be here for a good while, man.
Because you got molested.
It felt kind of dirty or weird. Yeah. But I'm saying it wasn't deeply traumatic. I don't think.
Okay. It's your life. You're the only one who can say that. But I'm just telling you. It was.
I disagree. I think that's normal kid shit. Honestly,
I think a lot of kids do stuff like that. Yeah. Well, I know when I was younger than that I played, Dr. Nurse with a beautiful girl who lived down the road from me. We explored each other's body parts. I thought it was really great. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Ben, it's a little strange.
Well, but you gotta understand. He was
I
also
never got to play doctor.
It was great. It was great. I had a caring bedside manner. And I don't think there's anything really that's problematic with that at all, because neither of us were like aggressive towards the other.
It just is though. But okay, so it goes back to the earlier point in the conversation. If you're prepubescent, you aren't really spiritually or mentally or physically able to understand that aspect of humanity. And unfortunately, as enjoyable as it might have been for whatever 5-year-old Ben or whatever, any adult would have looked at that situation and been horrified and told you that you did something wrong. The reason why they would do that is because children are not sexual, and when they are sexualized, it's always a bad thing.
Well, well. My daughter's here with me. She's on the we're on the same
hold on.
square.
Oh, what's your daughter's name?
Grace.
Hi.
She told me.
Grace said, did your dad molest you?
He says I can't talk about that.
No, stop. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm 22. I'm just
my
kidding.
daughter, she's now
They
22.
don't
so she
even
recently told me
know.
that she started masturbating when she was like 3 years old,
Bro, what
and
the fuck is this?
she was never. I know I didn't molest her. Her mother was a little weird around her sexually, but like not molesty. So I do think kids can have.
that's fairly normal.
I think kids can have,
Wait,
sexual
Can you
experiences.
explain what is fairly normal?
Go ahead, Grace. You can tell.
Well, figuring out how to masturbate when you're a toddler. A lot of kids do that.
Okay, no, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
Because I think we're talking about that or something other
No, the molestation is like, it's less than 5%, but
boys can't even really. Yeah, like I couldn't get off until I was like 12 or some shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because
There's no way I was
puberty.
masturbating. I didn't think about sex.
I used to take care of little kids, but you could see girls would sometimes do that just to soothe themselves. Now they could have been molested,
If I
but
was your lawyer, man, I would tell you, you really gotta watch what you're saying because you're starting to sound really weird. You got your daughter on the mic saying she started masturbating at 3.
Mhm.
Like that was a
Do you not know who Ben
conversation
Thorpe
you guys
is?
had?
Yeah, this is
That's
Ben
like his whole
Thorpe
shtick, dude.
I didn't know you guys knew who I was, but it's
Everybody knows
I
who
just
Ben
found
is.
out. When
it's
I
not.
looked at
I
your
mean, I'm not.
You're a celebrity, Ben.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like that's sincerely. I'm just saying it's. I'm not saying it can't be traumatic.
They
but-
talk about Ben Thorpe and other discords. He's a thing of legend. Oh my, yeah, a toddler. You heard that correct. A toddler. You're no, never. There's some weird stuff going on here, man.
Trauma is usually a thing. Something happens to you, and at the same time, you have trouble processing it. Like I went to jail for 12 and a half days. Like jail, like prison, because I shoved my daughter. And
you kicked your daughter.
I didn't mind it at all. But a lot of guys would say
Kicked
like
your
that's. I was like, oh, this should be traumatic, but it didn't really bother me at all.
Yeah, but you were an adult when it happened, right? So,
Yeah.
so there's a difference.
Well, a lot of men would find it traumatic. I mean, they searched my anus. I had no, you know what I mean, and I was totally.
Oh, you
innocent.
probably like that, Ben.
It's pretty wild what goes on there. It's pretty scary.
Or the policeman searched your anus. Who searched your anus exactly?
Well, every time I met with someone, every time I had a visitor, they would search your anus. You had to lift your balls up. You know what I mean? Like,
The
of
visitor
course.
or the police?
It was a
Richard Jason lifted
correctional
sack.
officer. It's pretty degrading. I mean, it's pretty
I didn't know any of
traumatizing
that
for most
when I
guys.
was
Asshole?
Yeah, because they want to make sure you're not bringing something in or out, because it's an outside visitor. They're not going to search their anus, but they're going to search yours. So it's not to bring a
So
shiv
are you
back
like a
in.
felon now?
Oh no, I have no record. But I was
Bail
technically
isn't-
I was in on a. It was they considered it a bail violation, so that's not a crime, but they hold you if you have a technical bail violation. I was going for a walk with my daughter. That's why I went to jail. It's crazy, but we were supposed. There's a no contact order in place, so they held me for.
Are they going to ask? Do we want to know about the no contact order?
12 days. But I didn't find it traumatic, but a lot of men would find it traumatic. I mean, I can see how it, like these guys I was in with, the guy I was in a cell with a guy
two
who had
more
just got out
lights
of
away
Supermax
from
a month
being able
earlier.
to smoke this stogie,
because they
man.
don't differentiate.
I'm looking forward to it.
There's no minimum security, maximum security. Everyone's just thrown in together if you're bail
This is county
violator.
jail, bro.
No,
that's not
in
necessarily-
Rhode Island, it's
county
part of
jail.
the prison system, but it's called intake.
I understand what you're saying, but
Yeah.
even in county, like sometimes like they'll separate like the really fucking dangerous guys. Like, because I know I've been there.
Yeah, but this is because they're not the way they do it. We were all in intake, so we were awaiting. So no one had been sentenced, so you couldn't say who's. You know what I mean? So they couldn't differentiate people.
That's
really.
not prison.
Yeah, so you were just in a holding
That's
cell for
not
12 days.
prison.
No, it was like a prison. Like there's a block, and there's the
Yeah,
COs,
it's
and
like
there's
a
other
prison, but
blocks, and
that's
you all-
not
you got a pod,
prison.
pod or whatever.
That's just jail. That is just jail. There's a big difference. Okay, I've never been to prison, but I have been. I mean, I've seen the difference. Dude, you go to the little county, you go to the city jail, you go to the county jail, and then if you go to the prison, oh, there's a big difference. When I used to do CPS work and I talked to the families, oh yeah, there's a lot of times where they're in jail. Sometimes they're in county jail. Sometimes the baby daddy is in prison. And it's like, well, that's why he's not involved. He's in prison. You know? Anyway.
Yeah, so it was a big
difference.
facility because we don't do it by county. I think we just do the whole state is one thing
wow.
like that. So it's called intake. And apparently the Supermax guy said it was worse than Supermax because at least in Supermax,
Oh, looks like I'm
you know,
about
you
to
get a
smoke
couple
that
hours of
stogie,
rec, but
so
like,
I'm gonna put this.
what they do is basically torture you so
the
you
pouch
plead
up.
when you do finally have your hearing.
Oh yeah, like they'll make it super cold or super hot.
It was
like, all
fucking
the time.
it was
They
fucking
really
crazy. Yeah, it was unbelievable. And you're like 23 hours in, 1 hour out, and the 1 hour is just in the hallway. You never go outside. You can't get a
Alrighty,
book.
looking forward to this.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. Yeah. But I didn't find it traumatic. I actually found it kind of enjoyable because it's just an interesting experience. You get to know a lot about yourself if you're locked in a cell for 23 hours a day. You know, you kind of like kind of forced meditation.
You had single cells?
No, it was doubles. We had cellies. But what's weird about it is,
Two-man cells,
yeah, but there was no camera in there, right? And there's only a little window. So if the guy I'm with is fucking crazy, what's that?
Yeah, no,
that's how it goes.
But like, if the guy kills you, if the guy starts strangling you in the middle of the night, you're not going to make it out of there, right? They're just going to find the dead body.
But like, they can't afford to put a camera in every single cell, and like, even if they did, there'd be too many cameras to watch.
Right.
Yeah, it wouldn't stop anything. Yeah, it wouldn't stop anything either.
Well, it used to be that the cells had bars on them, so at least someone would be aware of, like, you could just hear someone's like getting choked to death. But like, this was like solid
Cells
steel.
didn't have bars?
No, they were like solid doors.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, modern jail cells just have a door. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing was like no one would hear you. You would just die silently. As long as you don't get to the. We had one fight. We had one fight where a guy got to the door and banged on it. Then the guards will come. If you don't get to the door and bang on it, you're dead.
Hey, if you're locked in jail with Ben, I mean, what would you do? To be honest, it depends on the conversation. Anyway.
So I mean, it's kind of a scary situation. I don't even know how to fight, though I'm a big guy. But like, that guy could kill me if he wanted to, and So
he did want to.
No, he was a nice guy. I was his bitch. I was his bitch. I was his total bitch. I was like his counselor. You know what I mean? Like he was pissed because he had just spent 8 years in Supermax, and he just got picked up again on a minor charge. And I was like, bro, it's gonna be all right.
He looked in your eyes. He said, "This guy's got sweet eyes. He'll either counsel me or let me in his hole."
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, bro, if you tried talking to me like I'm gonna be your counselor now, I would be like, I'm gonna choke you to death with my shirt tonight.
Well, I was trying to be, I was just gentle. I was there for him.
I mean, you gotta just,
He was mostly detoxing, so
he was there
just,
for pushing somebody,
He wasn't yet like ready for sex. Like he was just like coming down off all the drugs and alcohol. So he would just sweat, like sleep all the time, and then scream profanities and go back to sleep. And I was like, hey, bro, everything's gonna be okay. Then they switched me out of there before, after a few days.
Yeah, I'll send Mark some
There's a
questions.
dude in Jackson who, like, every day he would just scream, dude, all the time. He's like, I'm not gay. I'm not homosexual. He'd scream that shit in his own cell, bro. Like, he would say all this crazy shit.
Fighting demons.
Yeah.
Fighting his own gay demons.
Yeah.
Gay
It was
demons.
fucking crazy.
But if I had been,
you don't gotta say that out loud.
But if I had been like anally raped in prison, which that doesn't happen in where I was, but like, I don't think I think I would have felt like that was terrible, but I don't think it would have made me gay.
Well, so
you know what I mean?
by technicality, it doesn't make you attracted to men, but it does make you gay.
You mean it might make me want to replicate that on someone else, to put someone else through what I've been put through?
I'm not saying
I can
it
see
would
that.
make you feel anything. I'm just saying the second that you are penetrated by another guy or penetrate a guy, you are now gay. It doesn't matter. That's the definition of it.
No, it is
Gay
not.
said you're gay now.
No, it's
I mean,
not.
You might not.
Is that how that works? Against your will? Against your will? Man, I heard otherwise. I heard what happens in jail stays in jail, right? Hey, you're just gay for the stay.
I have been penetrated by another guy when the doctor like feels your prostate,
Yeah, but
he
not with
penetrates
a
me,
penis. He uses
and he's very
prostate.
gentle about it. He's gentle
Did he
about
use
it.
his cock?
No, but he gave me aftercare.
Okay, well, there you go. That's just
The fuck is aftercare? Is that a hand job? Reach around?
Well, I mean, I just feel like afterwards I'm kind of like,
It's a little reach around. It's a courtesy reach around.
that was a little bit like, it's just not like normal like bro stuff to like stick your finger up. So I'm just like, I need a minute. You know what I mean? He's like, I get it. And then we just go back to the thing.
I'm not giving you a motherfucking prostate exam, never. Like, if you have cancer, then you can stick a knife in my ass. But fuck you with your-
but no, if you're a guy in prison, you probably have high testosterone. High testosterone guys like have prostate problems.
Yep.
It's
Bro,
a big
if my butt
thing.
starts to hurt, I'll have a knife in my ass.
You start.
Before I had a cyst in there.
No, my dad had it. You'll start having to pee a lot. That's when you know your prostate's too big. Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know.
I mean, have a dude put his hand up your ass. It's not that big of a deal. I don't know. Gay guys, I guess, like they do it to like as a pleasure center, like it's the male G spot. I don't know what they're talking about because I didn't feel
I'm
it.
pretty sure the male G spot is like the dick. You know, bust a nut, like I gotta put my ass, bro.
It's the glands. It's the
I agree. I'm not
glands.
advocating for it by any means.
In my opinion, I think that they're deriving their pleasure from the kink of it. So like, you're not supposed to. You're going in and outdoor, literally, physically. God said, don't do this because He made your anus the way that it is. So their whole thing, the thing they're getting off on, is I'm not supposed to do this.
I've heard that.
I'm not denying that maybe certain pleasures are involved. Like I like getting kissed on the neck by a chick. Like that's not the tip of my cock. Like,
well, you're gay now.
Oh my god! I like it.
You get kissed on the neck. Now you're gay. She might be a vampire. She might be trying to suck your blood, dude.
You like neck kissed by a female. You get that?
You're a gay guy.
I'm homosexual.
That's how it works.
But,
I've heard of situations where people get sodomized though, like a mop stick, and then they will ejaculate. They will ejaculate from it. I don't know how that works, but you know.
Because like
What?
cops, you know what I'm saying? They got brooms and shit. Motherfuckers get fucked up in there with that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's not funny, but Jesus Christ.
I would not think that would ejaculating would be the last thing on my mind if I had a mop going up my ass in reverse. But
Usually when
maybe
they
other
have
guys are
a
different.
guy go to the hospital.
People
I
are
don't know.
shoving
I mean,
mop
maybe if you
sticks
were,
up their ass, and
I wouldn't say molested, but you were molested. You just were molested by another child. Maybe if you were molested by an adult, you'd feel differently.
Dude, but according to you, like, wouldn't you say like probably 80 to 90% of kids are quote molested then?
Well, gay people who grow up to be gay, yes.
No, I mean most kids do something kind of like sexual when they're kids.
Look, dude,
What?
I was like,
Not my kids.
When I lost my virginity, most kids lose their virginity before they turn 18.
No, but I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about like, I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about like,
before you have sex, usually there's other stuff.
yeah, like fooling around with your cousin or
Are
something.
you referencing this sort of like erudite opinion of children? Like, have you ever read Brave New World?
I've read Brave New
I have
World.
read
Yeah.
Brave New World.
So like in a Brave New World, this idea is pushed where it's like, okay, whenever we grow the kids, and then like until you're like actually becoming an adult or hit puberty, all the kids are just fucking each other.
That's
And
actually
like, sort of,
that's New World. That's Brave New World Revisited. That's the follow up to it. Brave New World.
Yeah. That scene right there, all that stuff, all that extra detail of what the kids are doing, that is so gross. I'm like, but it sounds like the world that these some of these people want to make, man.
World isn't about that.
I thought it was in the original book.
I think it's the follow.
I don't know.
They're often packaged together. So it's probably one book with both volumes. Yeah, it's like a sexual utopia. It's like yes.
So yeah, to me that is just like a retarded fantasy. Like I don't
Yeah, I
think
agree.
it's not real. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
And so when you say things like, well, 80% of kids do it, well, when you hear that, my brain just jumps to that, where it's like basically just a
Well, I mean,
pedophile
someone would
made up this idea.
Well, you could ask people. I just think it's generally.
Hey, come on, man. Hey, the Brave New World thing. You got to stick on that real quick.
Sure, no problem.
You've read it, right?
I have.
So, the part that I remember about the whole sex scene in Brave New World was, if you remember, like a big part of the book, like the main part of the book, after they basically lay out like the setting, is that like the I think it's like the one main chick and like some of the other people, like they encounter like dudes living in the wild that don't subscribe to like, oh, their whole technological society.
Yeah, they were born and not made. Yeah.
Right. So
The savages, I think they called them.
and then like this main your female in the story like Francis Zeus, like this one like one of the cool dudes from like the Wilderness Society or whatever, right? But he's not like hip to their dope use and they're like free sexual shit. Like they have, like
Oh, Grace is showing her armpit hair. Disgusting. So disgusting. We're going to see that again.
from like the Wilderness Society or whatever, right?
Look
But
at
he's not,
that.
like, hip to
Freeze
their
frame
dope
that. Oh, shave them, Grace. What are you doing? Shave that stuff, man.
They're like free sexual shit. Like they have, like,
Oh, look at that. That's nasty, bro. Nasty. Give Grace some money so she can get a razor.
yeah, Soma, that's the name of it. That's their drug of choice. But dude, hey man, this is the future. We got all kinds of drugs. Anyway.
You know, this is wait, hold on a second. This is Grace. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Kids aren't sexual. I was an extremely sexual child. I used to have these things I would do with my brother, and mind you, it wasn't like
Grace, stop. No,
anybody else did this to me. But I would take him into our playroom. He was about a year younger than me. I was like maybe 6 years old. I'd take my brother into our playroom. I'd lock the door. I'd tell my mom we were doing secret stuff, and I would make him take his.
What? If you have kids and they go to a playroom and you tell your mom they're doing secret stuff, they tell you that they're doing secret stuff, you intervene real fast. You intervene immediately. Someone had already been molested. What in the world is going on here?
His shirt off, and I would lick him up and down his chest and arms and face.
Lucky kid.
He was my brother.
Okay, look. That is, your dad molested you. Your dad, of course, you're gonna go. Your dad was like molesting and raping you your whole life. Of course, you're gonna have it.
Oh, they already got to it. Your dad had been molesting you.
Experiences like that.
Yeah, that's what people say. That's what people say. No, but that's insensitive though, because none of that actually happened. Like, wait, no, listen. No, none of that happened. I was just a very horny kid from very early on, and people just say, "Oh, well, that's not possible." I honestly was. I used to lick my Barbies. I used to lick my Barbies and like both the male and female Barbies. Most kids do that, you know.
I got a story.
No, most kids don't lick their Barbies.
They do. Barbie, but that's insensitive though, because none of that actually happened. Like, wait, no, listen, none of that happened. I was just a very horny kid from very early on, and people just say, "Oh, well, that's not possible." I honestly was. I used to lick my Barbies.
She used to lick her Barbies, her Barbie dolls. What in the world? All right, so they were getting chummy. But already they're telling way too much, and they're going to lose their new gay friends.
I used to lick my Barbies and like both the male and female Barbies. Most kids do that, you know.
I got a story.
Yeah, they do.
Like I told you, like I had my cousin's cousin was like that kid in the neighborhood that when he grew up, you knew he was a fag like before you even knew what fags were. Yeah, and like he was like playing with one of my other cousins like Barbie dolls. And like he was a boy, so I was like,
somebody said, when did it stop? It never stops. Never stops.
I took the clothes off and like gnawed the tits right off the fucking doll. That's one thing I remember. That's like probably my first sexual experience.
That's not exactly sexual. Gnawing the flesh off of a body.
Well, wait, Haverman, you want to know something weird that did happen sexually? Is that when I told my mom that I'd figured out how to masturbate, she started this ritual where she would smell my fingers after nap time to see if I had masturbated. Other than that, though, that was about it. And that.
No. Oh, so disgusting. But the stories like this, look, man, I know some people are like pro Courtney and all that stuff, but dude, the deep-seated, disgusting stuff going on in that family, I don't think either parent's innocent, honestly. Just my theory. Just a Thorpe theory, okay? That's what it is.
That made me feel really ashamed, but it wasn't exactly sexual assault.
Sorry, Eric, this is important. This is important. Lord.
Yeah, we need to analyze. Let's analyze.
No. This is important. So
he just wants to talk about it. Yeah, whatever.
I know you'll never admit it, Grace. I know you'll never admit to it. But like, you have to realize that the whole world knows exactly what happened to you as a child. So like, all of your experiences are because of that. Like, children aren't just sexual like that.
Yeah, Grace, we all know about you already. We heard about you. We heard about your tells. I wonder if they watched Shamu's documentary.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Kids don't have to be sexualized.
But they can be
taught. We're talking about how Ben Thorpe raped his daughter.
Oh my god. Kids learn fast. So can I finish the story about raping?
Well, if you just want to be boring, I mean, there's more things to it. Kids can be sexual. I've always been a very sexual person, and that was a weird experience I had. But if you just want to say, "Oh, your daddy touched you," that's why you did that. It's kind of a stupid thing to say, but whatever.
It's not. It's just true. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you from my own experience that never happened. But you're not going to listen to me. You're just going to keep saying you did that stuff because you got touched. Okay, it's so boring. Kids do weird shit all the time.
All you want. It's all boring.
Kids do weird stuff. Yes, kids will do some goofy stuff. Okay, kids will eat their boogers. They have dirty hands. They might. I mean, they're disgusting at times. Okay, they're gross, but they're not licking their Barbie dolls. They're not licking their brothers up and down. Okay. Mr. Stinky Brew, I played Sonic the Hedgehog with my mate Dave, and all of a sudden he sucked my knob. Totally screwed up my bonus level. Well, Mr. Stinky Brew, now you're gay. Now you're gay. Okay? You realize something about yourself.
The curiosity thing, you know.
I don't think that's the point out that has been.
No, I was just horny.
I feel like I'm that dude from the wilderness in Brave New World who's like hearing all you fuckers talk about your like sex lives and being disgusted completely and rejecting the whole concept of like whatever the fuck your culture is. That's what happens in the book. Anyways, continue.
But your mother was weird. Like she smelled your fingers. And
yeah,
said,
that's
like,
that kind of stuff.
That's weird.
It made me feel ashamed, but it wasn't really like I was just naturally kind of sexual. Anyways, that's why I'm saying this whole thing like kids can't be sexual unless they're touched is not true.
I mean, we can agree to disagree. I don't want to fucking dwell on this, but I gotta ask.
But outliers don't make the
you were
rule
having
either.
orgasms at like fucking 5 years old.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird?
What the fuck?
She says yes.
Well, I didn't know what it was, but yeah.
Well, that's a bit fucking demented if you ask.
Dude, I thought, and keep in mind, this conversation started talking about like religious stuff, and now we're talking about Grace having orgasms at the age 5. Man, I might need a drink for this. I might. I think we all do.
Ask me because
I don't think boys can do that.
5 years old.
I don't think boys can do that.
I'll tell you what. For the next donation, I'll be taking a double shot. Okay, that's what's happening here. That's what that is.
Somebody taught you about it.
What the
No, I was just in nap time on my belly, and I figured out that it felt good.
Like a girl could fucking ride her bike and rub her pussy the right way at fucking 5 years old and be like, whoa, and all of a sudden they're discovering shit. Us guys, man, we sit on a bicycle seat the wrong way, we're just gonna hurt our nuts. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't think like that until we get a little older.
I've known a lot of women who can't seem to experience sexual pleasure at all in their whole life.
Yeah,
so
I had
can go either way.
I had friends in high school who had never had an orgasm. They were like, I don't know how to do it.
Oh, many girls not
As
ever.
a high schooler, you shouldn't be having orgasms.
Well, I think there's a psychological.
If you're in high school and you're a female, you shouldn't have experienced an orgasm ever. By the time
I'll say this: if you're in high school and you're a dude, you're probably jacking off a lot, right? So the chicks there, the girls there are probably doing stuff, and that's a gross topic, yeah. But I'm just being real here. I know I was. I found my dad's stash of porn in middle school, and that was it, man. That was it. I was taking those magazines to school and sharing them. Yeah. There was an issue of Hustler that went around. It went around. There was a whole lunch table, man. It would it was disgusting now that I think about it. It got extra sticky. All right, moving on.
time you're like 17 years old.
No high schooler should ever have an orgasm.
I agree.
I think that's why women are more in tune to like the whole like spirituality kind of shit.
It's
like,
weird. Yeah,
I think we should all be in tune to that.
It's very different than male sexuality. It's different.
Come on, yeah, that's the truth.
But Haverman,
all I know is it ain't like me. But what I was saying is, so
no, just talk over him. Sometimes he just goes off. He just goes, Irk, you gotta let other people talk, buddy. All right, go ahead. Ask Haverman. Just chill.
Grace.
I feel like he does this.
Wait, Haverman, I have a question for you. Haverman, I have a question for you. Could you possibly be? You know what a solipsism is? It's like it's an irrefutable argument. So if you define every gay man's first gay experience as molestation, then you would if you define it that way, then
no, I never said ever. You are putting words in my mouth. I said the majority. I actually agreed with you when we were originally talking about it that there is a small minority that sort of is just born.
But you know what I'm saying. So I understand that people get molested, heterosexual or homosexual, tend to want to repeat that. Except I want to be in control. I think that's a universal phenomenon. I think that's going on in Israel right now. They want a Holocaust.
What? And now we're gonna link it to Israel right now. Ben is so wild with his points, man. I know it makes sense to him in his mind. What's happening in Israel right now with Palestine is because Israel was, metaphorically speaking, molested.
Some other people because they got Holocausted.
Rape kids.
Well, no. What I'm saying is I think they're repeating the Holocaust because they got Holocausted, right? So.
Oh yeah.
No.
Okay. All right. I can see that. They got Holocausted, so they're going to Holocaust someone. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I don't think that's a sexual thing.
It's the same psychological thing.
Yeah. But if you define molestation so broadly, then to say your first experience, because you would say if two 16-year-old boys suck each other off,
what?
That they're molested. Yes. But then you would say, okay, well they're gay because they were molested, not because they're gay. But most people would say, no, those are two gay dudes.
Let me clarify.
Like me and Joe were both consensual.
But wow, man. Wow. Okay. Moving on.
Sucking another guy's dick because of nothing. I'm saying both of those 16-year-olds were molested. It starts. Oh. It doesn't just happen. It's not just.
Really? You don't think so? You don't think sometimes just
are you serious?
Gay kids just like have gay sex?
That's fucking crazy, dude. Sexual urges are like just totally fucking natural to the human body.
Well, Grace had a lesbian experience. She was like she went over a friend's house with a girl, and they were sleeping, together, and the girl started like coming on to her.
If you let me tell it, it's way hotter. It's way hot.
Whoa, but wait, Grace, we're talking about a story when you were like what, 14? Saying it's hot is gross and disgusting. Ben, you need to punish Grace. You need to kick her again. Honestly, this is not working.
Hotter if I tell it.
I've had gay experiences too. No one wants to hear about my experiences.
Already enjoying this conversation way too much.
Hold on, let me get my lotion, Grace.
More red meat.
Let me get my Vaseline jar, Grace. Yeah, all right. What was it again?
They don't need any more red meat or pink meat or anything.
Yeah, I mean, so I got sort of like semi-humped by a lesbian on a sleepover. I like your laugh.
Wait, are you saying she was traumatized for life?
No, the problem was I got aroused because I was just horny overall, and I was confused. I was like, am I a lesbian? But then I tested it, and I figured out I wasn't. I just craved.
Wait, what's the test to know if you're a lesbian or not? I want to know that test. How did Grace figure that out?
Human touch. I went to a gym, and I saw the men and the women, and I was like, okay, would I want to have sex with any of these women? And the answer was no.
There you go.
And problem solved.
I looked at the guys like, hey, that dude's a pretty shit.
But I looked at the guys too, and I was like, I'd have sex with some of them. So, you know what I mean?
I mean, I
just never had the inclination.
Why? But I won't repeat it because it doesn't matter. But
because my daddy touched me. That's why I'm not a lesbian.
I didn't say it. I didn't. Hey,
that doesn't even make any sense as a theory.
I told you.
Well, I mean, no. There is a certain theory. Have you ever heard the thing like if you don't put your arms around your son, another man will? There's a way in which that's like actually kind of true.
I love that phrase. I love that phrase.
So, am I to apply by that you are suggesting that parents should fuck their kids?
Touch.
Because if
They should touch their kids.
Holy shit, man.
By the way, Ben is wording the word touch. The framing of that seems very molesty. And I just want to say, Mr. Deadman does not condone that. Okay, do not do that in any sort of way, at all whatsoever. Okay. I don't think I had to say that. I'm going to ask a question. But I don't want to at the same time. Was Ben very touchy-feely with the sons too?
I think that
extrapolate everything to its most extreme.
Yeah, I think you are extrapolating.
Hey,
fathers should play. Tackle.
What have these two been doing besides burning through money? Talking about this stuff Ben has been trying to make new gay friends on Discord. Yeah.
Tackle football with their sons and tackle them, and there's a physicality to that. And you should be able to hug your son. If you're weird about hugging your son, I think that's traumatizing.
I just like to remind everybody that this is this conversation. I just like to remind everybody this conversation is currently taking place in the Body of Christ Discord server. If we can all have a little bit of respect.
Yeah, I love Discord though. Discord's great. We're supposed to be talking about the Bible or something.
Well, there was a lot of incest in the Bible, so I think it's actually appropriate. If you can somehow segue into that, maybe. Right now, I can actually go for some religious talk over this disgusting stuff here.
Bible buggery.
It was a natural progression of the conversation.
Well, do you agree? But do you agree that one of the reasons guys become gay is because they don't bond in a normal way with other men, and so therefore they crave beyond.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that, but what I'm saying is that way that they don't properly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, well, that's.
Well, let's say. I would say like a young. Good.
I was just going to directly respond to that and say, yes, I do think that what you just said is correct.
Yeah.
But I'm not. The way that I'm looking at it is that thing that they learned to do improperly with other men is fuck them because they were molested. Again, sorry, not to bring it back to that, but that's, yes, you are right because, sorry, go ahead.
So, just out of curiosity, your opinion is that all men who become homosexuals had to have been indoctrinated by physical molestation by another guy.
Yes, like 80%, easy.
But you understand that's solipsistic because
I don't even want to think about that.
You're solipsistic because you're saying by definition they were molested when they had their first sexual experience that was homosexual, right?
Because they were a child, yes.
Well, I mean, if you define a child as being under 18, almost everyone has a hetero or homo has a sexual experience.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm prepubescent, as we've already set that.
Oh, really? Prepubescent?
Prepubescent children, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're saying like 12 and under.
Anything pre-puberty is.
I would say there's a higher percentage of gay men who have sexual experiences like that before they're 12, who are molested. But I don't think the number of gay men who have that is like very high. I think that's a like small percentage.
I mean, now we're just arguing.
But it's higher than in the hetero population. I agree with that.
Yeah, so right now they're arguing about the percentage of gays that were actually molested. This is silly. It's like, okay, all right, a lot of them are, a lot of them were, and yeah.
I think 80-20. You think 20-80. Whatever.
Exactly, Mr. Stinky Brew. Yeah, you could be the best bridge builder out there. You could build fantastic bridges, right? You could be the guy to go to for bridges. But you suck one dick, you're a dick sucker. That's it. And you can take that with anything.
My experience in the world and the earth, that's just how it is.
Did you ever, when you were in like high school, were you ever propositioned by a gay guy?
No, thank God.
Never?
I went to a very good school, good private
school. And that's why it sucks for chicks that are in construction.
Those are the gayest.
I heard them are the faggest ones.
Yeah, especially all boys school.
Whenever I see a construction crew and I see a chick in the crew, I'm just thinking, got a dick sucker there. That's what you got. And that thought is kind of going through those guys' heads for sure.
There's a lot of homosexuality in boys' schools. In England, it was like almost these boarding schools. It was almost like de rigueur that you were going to have a homosexual relationship. But they
Really?
largely became heterosexuals afterwards.
All schools should be boys' schools. Women shouldn't be going to school. So.
I had a
it's funny,
teacher.
like people talk about.
Is that based? Should women be going to school and get an education? I mean, have you ever talked to a dumb chick? There's not a whole lot there. There's not a lot to do, right? Like, I kind of like it that women have an education. Surprise, surprise, right? Surprise on that one, right? I kind of like that.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ben.
I had a teacher when I was in high school who like.
How are you going to say go ahead better than immediately?
Oh, see, is that true? Man, she's a well. Is she a lesbian?
Well, you said go ahead. Hey, it's like we're fucking, it's a lag, a 2-second fuck up. You know what I mean?
That's fine.
I had a teacher who's very charming. He was like a very, and he kind of took a liking to me. He was the drama teacher, big surprise. He wasn't openly gay, but like I think pretty much you would assume it. And he like would pinch my ass a few times, like when I walked by him. And he, do I consider that I was molested? And then yeah, sure. In retrospect, yes. And when I graduated, he asked me to like, if I wanted to go to lunch with him. I knew enough by then, even though
That's so gross. Let's back that up. I want to hear those details again.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ben.
I had a teacher when I was in high school.
Teacher in high school, okay.
Who like
how are you going to say go ahead better than immediately?
Well, you said go ahead. Hey, it's like we're fucking, it's a lag, a 2-second fuck up. You know what I mean?
That's fine.
I had a teacher who's very charming. He was like a very, and he kind of took a liking to me. He was the drama teacher, big surprise. He wasn't openly gay, but like I think pretty much you would assume it. And he like would pinch my ass a few times, like when I walked by him. And he, do I consider that I was molested? And then yeah, sure. In retrospect, yes. And when I graduated, he asked me to like, if I wanted to go to lunch with him.
Yep. That was an invite for a date. Yep, he definitely wanted to do stuff with Ben. He wanted to go all the way with Ben. Wow. The Ben, you were molested, dude. And these other guys, these grown guys, could see like molest bait on you. I think that's a thing. Like, I think people can sense, like other people that are like I guess predators, they can kind of sense if someone had already been and molested, and will like see them as easy. I don't know if there's anything to that.
I knew enough by then, even though I was 17 when I graduated. I knew like it was kind of gay if I went out to lunch with a dude like who's an older dude. It'd be a little bit weird.
And who pinched your butt as a
pinch my butt, sure.
Oh, is that true? Oh man, that sucks. The construction worker neighbor looks like Peggy Hill. Oh, well, that makes sense. Has a boyfriend. She might be pegging him. Okay. Has a dog that's never on a leash. Wow. And it's weird to you? I'm sorry, C. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I'm lucky to have good neighbors that I like. Okay.
Kid, but as a teenager. As a teenager.
But if I was gay, I might have said like I want to have a sexual relationship with this guy. It would have been unethical for him as a teacher.
Unhealthy.
As a teacher, but like I'm saying, if I was old, I believe when you're 16, you're old enough to like make sexual decisions. It shouldn't be a teacher, but I'm saying
old enough to, but you're not.
Like maybe with other people your age, yeah.
Not old enough to make good sexual decisions.
Well, I mean,
in fairness, like most adults aren't either.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean?
I don't make
good
sexual decisions.
About sex
That's
every day.
true.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
I find that I want to put my daughter's gone right now, so I can talk a little more freely. I want to put my dick in crazy, including her mother, who's fucking ruined my life. I'm homeless, but I still want to put my dick in crazy. So I can't really argue that I've learned anything.
Because crazy's fun. The crazy's where it's at, man.
You like the thrill. You like living on the edge. You just want a little. Like,
yeah.
Basically, what you need to do is you need to find like a normal woman to fuck who will also hold a gun to your head at the same time.
Yeah.
Fine.
That is my unicorn. But usually they pull the trigger is the problem.
Hey, North 78, 78. Well, I was saying 16-year-olds are probably with other 16-year-olds. I mean, when you were in high school, were you not trying to bang the other? I mean, come on. What? Come on, man. Come on.
Ben sort of bumped into each other in the hallway over there and didn't know which way to go. Yeah, so it's funny how, you talk about boarding schools in England. Like everybody talks about the Greeks and the Romans, like they were fag orgies, like they're all a bunch of homosexuals. Like, bro, you go to Greece or Rome and call a dude a fag, they'll fucking kill you. Like,
yeah, they actually believed they weren't gay. They were like they just believed that men were better than women. So they're like, well, you fuck the women for the kids, but like they were like bros. You know what I mean?
You're right. You're right. The Spartan vision of it was actually considered masculine.
I don't know, North. When I was 16, I was trying to find a girl in high school. I was trying to get the numbers, you know, and I was watching lots of porn too. I mean, I don't. Is that weird? Is that weird?
For them to fuck each other.
Yeah, right,
like,
right.
I was like, oh yeah. It's like
You never had a girlfriend when you were 16? It didn't do things. I mean, come on, man.
It takes wrestling and sports to like the most extreme.
Yeah, exactly.
level.
Right.
I mean, of course, I can hear my bro's ass.
Yeah, because it's like women are like animals. They're gross. They thought their vaginas were a sign that they were like that they were like deformed
They do bleed
humans.
every month.
Yeah, they're bleeding every month. It was like they're deformed humans. They're like half animals. So you hang with a bro, including sexually. I don't think that's homosexuality exactly, like it is today.
I mean, it is.
It's more like prison
it's
homosexuality.
I don't know. It's different. I mean, it's still gay though. I mean, you can't separate men having sex with each other from homosexuality. They mean the same thing.
Well, let's say in prison, a lot of times, and it does tend to be a black thing, but it's a hierarchy thing. I establish hierarchy by fucking you in the ass because that's all I can do in here, right? So that has a sexual dimension, but it doesn't. Those guys aren't usually gay. They're not usually gay. It's just their way of establishing hierarchy.
Well, basically 99% of all black men are gay.
Is that true? Is that an accurate stat there?
They're on the down low, and that's just a fact.
There is a lot of
go around.
Yeah, there's a lot of
It's
homosexuality.
all over.
But I think that's because of the.
I thought it was the other way. I thought if they were gay, they'll kick the shit out of you and stuff like that. You know, maybe this is a cover.
Lack of dads. I think that's because the absence of dads, not because they were like blacks are molested at higher rates. But although they are.
No. But it's the same thing. But it's the same thing, right? Because listen, because dad leaves, mom starts dating every retard that'll come in and date a single mother of a young boy.
Right.
I mean, Brad, most of those guys who she dated were only dating her so they could have access to her child and literally molest and rape them. So it's the same thing. No dad equals raped kid. It's just how it works.
But wouldn't they fuck the daughters?
Well, it depends on what's available, I guess, with these pervy guys. That does happen. The single mom household and all the boyfriends, they go in there and some of those guys are, well, disgusting assholes.
Whatever.
I mean, that's what I'd be going after personally, but that's just me.
That seems like a lot. If you're a gay dude, you have
say
sex with a
that
woman
for
to get
but-
a hold of a dude. That doesn't make sense.
Well, no. If you're a pedophile.
But if you're a heterosexual pedophile, wouldn't you molest the daughters?
Don't they?
Yeah, but we're talking about black guys, so they're all. I mean, you're not talking about gay guys.
You know what? I don't know if the particulars of this really matter, Ben. I don't think it really matters.
Hey, it's funny you said 80%. I don't think it's that high, but it's definitely way higher than they're letting on.
What's 80%?
Percentage of black dudes that are fags.
Well, I would say 99. I would say 80% of gay people were molested.
But congrats on Ben for finding new gay Discord friends that he can talk about this for an extended period of time.
It's not
99%. 99% of black guys are. Yeah, they might have a kid or whatever or a wife, but they're gay. They're out there fucking dudes.
See, yeah.
What about Spanish guys? You think Spanish guys are all gay?
No, not all of them, but there's definitely a lot of them. The Hispanic guys who are gay end up being like ladies. They, you know what I mean? They actually act like they're trans. They become.
I think
It's within your voice for a Hispanic.
I think in machismo cultures it's more hidden. It's more hidden because it's not socially acceptable.
Oh, I'm the man. Yeah.
Whereas in
a lot of Catholics in that.
My man, want to make love to a woman? That's gay. That's split. You got to win your sex from guys.
That's the Nick Fuentes approach. If you want to make love to a woman, that's gay. That's gay. I remember that quote from the Mexican leader of the white race, Nick Fuentes. I remember that quote. Apparently it's based and straight to be in love with cat boys. I remember that too, yeah.
Take that shit like prize.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is true that rape is exclusively a male thing, too. I mean, only a man can be raped.
No, only a man.
Wait, what?
A man can't
A female
get raped.
can't rape a dude.
Yeah.
No, only a man can be raped.
Bro,
You mean butt rape?
Well, I mean,
You cannot
not
rape.
one.
You cannot rape a lady. Okay. There's no such thing. It's a. If you
Wait, what? Can't rape a lady?
putting a penis in a vagina is not rape. It's no such thing.
Whoa. I mean, without consent, yeah, it would definitely be a grapey there. I don't know if this guy is in on the rules here, but he can't just go around, laying pipe, plowing gardens. Okay, you have to have permission to enter that garden.
Only when you're. Anyways,
what are you
whatever
talking
the fuck
about?
That guy's talking about.
How could that?
Rape isn't real if it's with a lady.
That's
Well,
sodomy. You're saying
women don't
sodomy.
say.
Sodomy.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say was that a female can't rape a guy because if you get an erection, you want to fuck, bro.
I mean,
if you don't want to fuck, you don't get an erection.
Mostly that's true, but if she pumps you with Viagra or something like that, and I don't know, I think it's
that'd be a hell of a weekend, I guess. I don't know. Most quote unquote rape victims, female rape victims, come while they're getting raped.
No,
So,
not
I'm
most,
sorry,
not most,
real.
not most.
I would say almost all. It is one of the most common fantasies that women have.
Oh, well, it is a common fantasy, but fantasies don't really mean what you think. Like they don't want that. They don't want that thing there, okay? Anyway, you shouldn't have to say that there.
Yeah, but
exactly
well, like for example, when in like an African village, so if they're getting invaded by the other, I'm talking about like tribal people. When
see, he's learning, not to get on Discord. Yeah, exactly. This is what happens. Except for my Discord server. My Discord server, I'm hardly even there, and I'm hoping everything is good. Sometimes they talk about horror movies and stuff, and that's about it. It is the Discord server is someone who's too distracted with everything else to really do much, and there you have it. And every now and then we'll do VCs, but that's very rare.
the tribe comes and starts conquering, the pussies of the women in the tribe that's getting will lubricate in anticipation of getting raped. But that doesn't mean they're like, I mean, you could say, yeah, their pussies are wet, but that doesn't mean they like really genuinely want to do this.
That's just a function of biology. That's all what's going on there. Okay. But the body's responding how the body will, but the mind doesn't want it. I mean, that's the thing. Okay. All right.
It's just like a physiological protection
against.
against.
They got on that study, buddy.
It's a physiological protection against having their vaginas get ripped up and cut. You know.
And so they had sensors hooked up to some vaginas when they came to genocide them in the village. I don't think they've ever actually done that study then.
I don't know what it is when people. I think when women watch videos of
It's
this.
just hard because some other reason. It's like it's not real. If you're sexually aroused, it's because you're sexually aroused. And if you're getting sexually aroused while you're getting raped, it's not rape.
Well, like
that's wrong. Wrong there. Not based. Oh, that's a wild take. That is a wild take indeed.
Are you saying when you get morning wood that you're like horny?
Yes.
No.
Yes. When you wake up with an
Morning wood doesn't
erection,
end in an orgasm unless you get into it.
It's the last thing you want to do is have sex when you have morning. I anyways have morning wood. It's just like
No, if anything, morning wood, roll over, bang the wife. That's what that is.
I won't speak for you, but if I have morning wood and I'm with a lady, I mean it's on.
No, I mean, it's not. I don't know.
I mean, like, I could be 5 minutes late to work. What's up?
Straight up, yeah.
I don't know.
I'm only gonna be 2 minutes late, but you're a hero. 5 minutes, that's crazy.
He's a winer diner 69er. You know, he's an older.
5 minutes. That's including, I think, maybe like 2 minutes of cleanup. Okay.
Romantic.
Oh yeah, 2 minutes is about as in. Anything over that's way excessive and stupid.
Maybe so.
So yeah, Ben's doing great with his
Well, I mean,
new
the
gay
fact is,
friends.
if you're going any longer, you're considering a woman, and that's gay.
They're doing great here. I'm gonna go back to the past here and check out some more of Dalmatian Dog talking with Nikki New. This is an older stream. This is about Dalmatian Dog talking about how he loves Grace, how he wants to marry Grace. Kind of embarrassing for him, but it's something that happened. He was once a simp for Grace. It's a bit sad.
The stream link in, so
Like I bought her the dress. When I bought her the dress, she kept saying like, "Oh, why did I have to ask 6 times?"
Oh, that's right. When Dalmatian Dog bought Grace that dress. Oh yeah, that's right. Remember that?
Dude. Oh man.
Hey, Ben Loved. Hey, yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. Hey, everyone has to work. Hopefully you have a good time at work. Hopefully it's not too bad.
If some woman ever said that, I would literally never that's somebody who you just know is a fucking cancer to the world. And then Ben is like in his 50s asking me for
What I liked
$5.
about you is, right, that it's obvious you've got a soft spot for Grace, but you'll still call her out on her bullshit.
Yeah, because she's a bitch. She's a pussy and she's a fucking retard. Okay?
Yet you're in love with the retard. I'm in love with the retard. That's a song idea.
I don't like to say this to her because it's horrible to say. I don't like to call her names or something because that's just like, what is that? That's not really helping. But I feel like she's a fucking pussy and retarded all the time, and I'm so disappointed by her behavior. And I don't mean to make her feel bad or drag her down, but like, yeah, I'm disappointed at her behavior. Yeah, because it's like.
Oh, she just said, "Aha, Dalmatian, that guy can fuck himself."
That's nice.
Wow. So Dalmatian's in love with this girl, but he doesn't like her behavior. It's one of those things. Like I don't know if I've ever really been in that. No, I don't think so. Yeah, if a chick is having disgusting behavior, it's kind of like, well, that's about it. I think that's about it. I mean, I might be around a little bit longer to get my dick sucked, but I think that's about it. Yeah. I think we're done here.
Oh, fucking hell.
Thanks. Thank you, Grace.
I don't understand what is
She
anything
is.
with them?
I'll say, like,
Yeah, Nikki New's accent is great. Yeah, I do agree.
she is beautiful though, and that's why so many guys simp for her. That's why Laylo is. That's why she has all of these guys. She
I'm
can
gonna
be
say,
with any guy she
I
wants.
gotta say, he loves you, Grace. Oh, and she's dropped some messages.
Our DMs or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She's like leaking our DMs. Well, I don't even
I think
do
it is.
DM.
I didn't even deserve a goodbye. Laugh my ass off.
Yeah, she liked that from the other day. Yeah. Because this is what I mean by. I always talk about her reading our DMs, or I'm like, I can't send her a picture of myself because she'll leak it. She just gets so mad at me. She's just mad at me. That's all that it was. Or when I said goodbye, it was like, whatever. I feel nice. I got this shirt, and it put me in a very positive mood.
Oh, that's nice,
Sometimes
Dalmatian.
you just need to go shopping. You just need to buy new clothes.
Huh.
I don't own a lot of clothes. I'm not big on clothes, but maybe I should get into clothes more and get into style more. There's so many things in this world that can take up your time and you can be interested in and you can fall in love with.
Of course it is.
It's good. I enjoy that aspect of life.
Okay. Yeah.
Everyone deserves to be treated. Yeah, she's dropping all your DMs.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't even DM or anything that was like that bad, I don't think. I'm not really sure what I said that was so bad.
Are these the DMs where he asked to see a piece of that ass?
She's saying 138 in my account.
That's true, North 7878. Now, sometimes love will make us do retarded stuff. That's true. I'll give Dalmatian Dog that. I've done my fair share of retarded things for the love of a woman.
I'm fucking depressed. Leave me alone. It's not personal, but I'm fucked.
Yeah, and
Okay,
I told her
you
I'd
want some
loan her
money,
the.
you offer
This
offering
is
that
so
money.
autistic. Why is she doxing my DMs with her? She's so retarded. Oh man.
Doxing DMs, is that a term? You mean revealing DMs? You're not doxing the DMs.
Yeah, you're offering to give her money.
Uh-huh. Yep, I did, yes.
Texts. Oh, not DMs. Text
That's fair,
messages.
North. That is.
It's hard. Maybe I shouldn't be so mean to her. She's a 21-year-old woman with like the weight of the world pushing against her. Her own mother hates her. Her donors left her. She's got life's not easy. She's got problems with her family. She's got problems with her dad. She's not in the best living situation. She doesn't eat the best. She doesn't take care of her.
She has problems with her dad. That's an understatement.
Not totally healthy how she should be.
Right. Yeah. She drinks soda, eats like a pig. Yeah, for sure.
She needs to get over herself and.
Well, I don't.
Needs to do better.
I don't see why she's showing you text, because it's just you offering to help her out.
Yeah. She's just retarded. I haven't ever said anything to her that's like.
I'd rather starve than take money off a douche like you. What is her problem with you?
I guess I'm too mean to her. I'm too hard on her. I don't think anybody's ever hard on her. That's the thing. I don't know if Ben is hard on her.
After you met, did you say? Have you said anything about her in a negative way? Is that why she's acting like that?
Yeah, I've said like I thought she was mean, and I've said some things. Yes, my opinion of the time we spent together. But do you think
she knows that you're like that though? Because you've said things like this to her before.
I haven't been that mean to her, but I wanted to ask you, Nikki, do you think Ben is hard on her?
Yeah.
Do you think Ben will ever tell her, like, don't fucking do that? Like, why does she? I don't. If she was my daughter, I would not let her do some of the things she does.
Well, yeah. You know what? If she was my daughter, there's a lot of things that would have never have happened. Okay? And she probably would have been a lot better. Okay?
Says that she's acting crazy and she's got this homicidal rage when she wakes up in the morning.
Oh, is that true? You guys think Grace is a low-key drunk? Is this Booze Face? Are they live right now? I wanted to see if they're live right now, too. Oh, they are live. Whoa. Oh, let's take a break from making new gay friends, and let's see what they're doing now. Let's live in the moment. Watch it live. Let people know we're finally watching this live.
There's an ignorance about it, which is saying that, okay, so
we got to catch up, though.
Say words that don't really have a meaning. It's not science. It's like the words don't have meaning together. And you're just assuming that, like, everybody's going to treat it as, or, like, you can't just say words and then out-talk people if the words have no meaning.
You're celebrating the fact that we made $105 over 7 hours?
Well, because that was when I was at like 2 a.m. That's, like, incredible for that time period. You know what I mean? It was very late at night.
Space and time.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just decipher that sentence, please. Because to me, it's just blah, 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 blah. It makes no fucking sense.
That means non-existent in a world that we have
no way of interacting with.
Evidence for. Yeah.
And no way of interacting with.
Right. Do you believe in the infinite regress? Like the universe theory of...
Does this layout work?
So
I'm trying to fit it.
You believe that more so than the Big Bang?
Well, I think the Big Bang is part of a
Ben
series
is trying to enter this
Big Bangs that we've gone through cycles within this universe.
This VC here. So he's still trying to make new gay friends.
If you were to pinpoint like where you get the sum total of your knowledge from, would you say it's science?
Experience, science. Yeah.
Isn't there a consensus that the infinite regress
Who's that
theory
chick?
it's not well received in comparison to the Big
Must
Bang
be
theory?
Ben's new
The Big Bang only applies
wife.
to our local universe. Prior to Planck time, we can't see right now. Right, so that's the inherent technological problem that I'm kind of looking at it as, is that we don't have the technology right now to see beyond Planck
Now,
time.
she looks like she's been around.
It doesn't go against any kind of logical principle to say that our Big Bang is just a series of Big Bangs that's happened during the course of the universe's history.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel that it's feasible that there was a point? I won't say a
It
point.
looks
in time,
like
but
she banged in the back of a
there was
Toyota.
an event without time, without space.
No.
At any given time, that does not sound feasible.
No, I do not believe it. I do not believe that there was ever truly nothing.
Except for the fact that time would have only started when there's something that we can observe. Right.
Thank you, Damius, for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you.
Like time is a construct.
Woo!
Of
2
how we
gifted
explain
subs.
Events.
Let's
And,
take
like,
a
so
shot
time
for
doesn't
that.
really exist unless we give it a meaning.
Yeah, because even an hour on Earth is different on another planet, so it's relative to us.
Yeah, but the concept of time
And
still
that
stands,
future
right?
Grace? Grace looks like her
To some
now.
degree.
Not
Not completely, no.
It seems like
Have a good one, North.
Because time and space do bend with gravity. Einstein proved it with his formula.
Yeah,
Yeah, but are you saying it bends to a point where it's null and void, where it doesn't exist, or does it always exist just at a lower degree?
What, time and space?
Time itself.
Time itself
Well, it's
is
kind of
an
hard
illusion
to take the two
of
away.
time itself.
In my mind, it's almost impossible. I don't know how you can, because one without the other doesn't compute.
Yeah.
I mean, time is a thing.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Can I ask a
We
question?
measure
Space without time doesn't make sense. Time without space
using
doesn't make sense.
time.
I can't get around that.
Can I ask a question
So
about
they have to go together. Yeah.
about
You
time?
could have time without space. Sorry, go ahead.
You could have space without time.
If you
But not time without space.
if you define time linearly, one thing after the next, and you say it's infinite on both sides, you must realize you have a logical problem that it would be impossible to see how you could ever get to any point on the line.
Define time in such a way we know that time is not a linear, or time as defined as change.
Well, it is feasible. It's not like it's not a feasible idea. You could do it in a computer program.
If something
You know,
requires, if something has to get to a point, it would require a beginning.
Yeah, you could simulate time without space, and vice versa.
You get
No, I
points
completely
on
agree
that
with,
time
that
timeline.
time without space makes
It
no
just
sense.
goes on forever.
At least some kind of space. Like I'd say that there always needs to be some kind of space, like some dimension of space, be it even partial.
Yeah.
The physicist in the house agrees with me. Hallelujah.
Oh, but time is actually so complex. I mean, now there's some speculation. I was just listening to Brian Cox when he was saying something about how time can be a building block actually, and there's like some research. And those are so complex concepts. It's not even worth going into it.
Could we say
He was probably talking about the B theory of time, the block theory, but
could we say like
yeah,
a
it's
number,
not like
a number line that goes negative infinitely and forward infinitely to positive infinity? That's logically understandable. But since time requires like that it moves from one to the next, if you had an infinite negative time could never really start, right?
Now here's a proposition for you. What if your infinite negative and the infinite positive are looped together?
Yeah, exactly. And that's called eternity in Christian parlance.
Right, but I can also call it eternity within the universe parlance. The universe has always existed in some manner, in some state.
Yeah, but you would
Yeah,
have to
there are
have a fundamentally different conception, like that there's within the linear conception a non-linear conception of time, which would be a traditional religious view.
In a linear description that is mathematically
Are we doing?
What's that? Well, there's a kind of
we're
paradox.
1.5 speed.
Yeah, if you have
It didn't seem like it.
non-linear system within a linear system, it doesn't work. That this cannot be. It is mathematically impossible by the standards of mathematics that we use.
Yeah, but maybe there's a greater reality than what mathematics can transmit.
It's not completely speculative. Like, yeah, maybe, but like with the current data and the current
So Ben's doing okay so far. We'll see how long we stay on this time topic before it devolves into talking about Ben's weird life.
systems that we use, there is no reason to speculate such thing like being actually true.
Well, there is, because you have this problem of the infinite.
Go ahead. Well, no, you would definitely be able to speculate it, but it would be unreasonable.
No, it wouldn't be unreasonable. It would be unmathematical.
Yeah, why would it be unreasonable?
Because it would be unmathematical.
Ben is an expert.
Making it not reasoned well.
Untimed.
Mathematics only encompasses certain aspects of human existence. Reason is a much larger thing than mathematics, right? So, for example, romantic love is not mathematical, but it is part of
It is
human
physical.
experience. It's not mathematical.
Kind of
I mean, you can measure your
it can
dick, but
be.
I don't think that's going to help you too much in terms of. It's
No,
much
you can
bigger to,
measure-
for example, intuit who would be a proper partner for you for life. It's not going to be mathematics. Not going to be very helpful there, but that would be part
Yeah,
of
you
reason.
can't quantify that.
Yeah, you can't quantify
that.
Yeah, you could try to. You could rate
can quantify
yourself and
anything you
her.
want.
That's why there's hard science and soft sciences, guys. Like there's a big difference.
Right.
Yeah, filter that.
So here's the thing. When atheists
There's your
try
out
to
there, hard
defend
science,
the
soft
position
science.
of infinite regress, it usually leads to a dead end because there's really not an actual way to substantiate the
Yeah.
claim. At least I haven't seen it.
Why?
Because that just goes against how we understand how time works, right?
Yeah.
You can disagree, but
Within the block theory, you can still make a categorical infinite regress. It would just be kind of like you would have this cyclical system of a topologically cyclical axis within the block of time itself, which would like constantly repeat this kind of like topologically repeating time. Not the time itself is.
What does
repeating, but the
topologically
axis
mean?
is-
Topology has to do with like
Surface
geography, right? I don't know.
Surface level.
So here's the thing.
We're actually
the
getting
model
into
of
this
how
here.
they're cyclical or linear. As we
An
know,
actual discussion
there's
on
some,
time.
Preceding causes.
That is kind
for
of
every
interesting.
effect, and then you just say, "Oh, this causal chain just goes on infinitely," and just say, "Oh, that's it," is not actually a really compelling argument because that's what I've heard so far. The atheists just say, "Oh, it can't just be."
It's a cop out. I hate to say it. I was a former atheist. To me, it just sounds like a cop out.
Why so
Well, because you're putting more credence. You're putting more credence.
Well, one at a time, guys. One at a time. I don't care who goes first. Just one at a time.
Well,
so
I was saying you're putting more credence into the essentially what are infinite contradictions, as opposed to
Clearwater
something
Revival.
beyond that,
Good
beyond
band.
that, beyond our understanding, that could have designed the universe, reality with intentionality, with everything that we know, time, space, all of this, right?
I need to get in the right state of mind for this
I'm sorry
conversation.
to cut you off, but what
Gonna
exactly
measure
do you mean by
time, dude.
infinite contradictions? Like, tell me where the contradiction in a non-linear system is with infinite regress.
Actual infinite, right? As opposed to like a potential infinite, like counting forward, you're going to lead to paradoxes when applied to real things, right? Are you familiar with Hilbert's Hotel?
Yeah, the Hilbert Hotel, first of all, isn't paradoxical at all. It is a very simple explanation of how the basics of set theory.
Right.
And the reason why we call them paradoxical is because some of the axioms of set theory do not necessarily apply in all cases some other axioms in set theory, like such as the axiom of choice and so on. But there's no real paradox or real contradiction there.
It makes sense in mathematics, but it is absurd in the real world, is what I'm trying to say.
You're not saying it is mathematically impossible, right?
Wait,
because if an actual infinite can exist in reality, right? There has to be an infinite chain of past events, which cannot exist.
Right. It's obvious.
Because eventually you're going to have to do a beginning, a starting point.
Or I guess you could say like, I'm sorry.
Well, a child could understand that.
Preceding events.
If there was an infinite number of ancestors that you had, a child could understand, like, well, then how could I have gotten here if I have an infinite number of ancestors? Anyone could understand the problem there.
And here is the problem: you are thinking linearly.
The time exists before time.
Cyclical models. You can categorize. You can make a category of an infinite amount of existing moments of time which precede each other on the axis that we are talking about. Like let's say my axis of time,
Maybe
or your
time
axis
itself
of time,
is God.
Of time, and there would be no problem with infinite regress. It would only exist mathematically as a way to coherently describe the system.
But you're waving it away. But here's what I would say. You know how people have this experience of eternity? Sometimes they call it sometimes the flow state, where you kind of time. I understand it's a psychological argument. It seems like time stands still, and you kind of or when someone's close to death, they might experience their whole life all at once. So you have these kind of
sometimes during
aggregations
sex
of the normal linear experience. Okay, that from a
because it seems like it feels longer. It feels like it's lasting longer than right. Like man, that felt like a long time. You look at the clock. Oh wait, that was 2 minutes. Oh damn, that was a long 2 minutes. That's not right.
I don't know if you have to be. I don't think it's a Christian thing. Is a taste of eternity, right? That seems like a normal explanation of that.
No, first of all, that's completely psychological. It's due to how the neurochemical impulses that our brain emits at very stressful times, like near death and so on.
Man, her boobs are looking so sad in that dress. Is that the same dress? Is that the Dalmatian dog dress?
It isn't actually it is just basically messing up your
she
experience.
Needs a bra.
Time, which can
she even wearing a bra? It doesn't even look like she's wearing a bra at all.
You can also achieve through dissociation, which many people experience through pathologies, and it doesn't have really anything to do with actual.
They're just sagging.
So you're saying psychology is not?
Yeah, some sad saggers, dude. Sad saggers.
Not part of reason. Psychological phenomenon, though there can be things like fevers and whatever.
Come on.
Ben, I can tell you as somebody who had a near-death experience exactly what happens. I saw the light at the end of the tunnel, the whole 9 yards, and I never saw Jesus or anything spiritual or nothing like it. I can tell you exactly what happens. I remember telling myself, while it's happening, there's the light at the end of the tunnel that they're talking about. I remember saying it to myself. So you can have these quote-unquote near-death experiences and stuff like that I've heard numerous people bring up, but unless you're pre-programmed to believe the religious side of things, you're not going to see Jesus or Vishnu or Allah or anything. You're just going to see it for what it is. Oh, okay, my brain's shutting down.
Okay, but why was there a light at the end of the tunnel and not darkness at the end of the tunnel?
Very easy. Very, very simple. It's the simplest explanation, and you'll get it right away. Anyone that is basically having a near-death experience, chances are they're going to be laying down.
That dress at one point actually looked good on her. And oh man, when she bought it, or sorry, when Dalmatian Dog bought it for her, yeah, she actually looked good in the dress. She looked happy too, man. Of course, women love getting clothes, man.
A bright sky or ceiling lights. And what happens is your peripheral vision starts going black on you from the outside in. So you get this tunnel vision effect of this light at the end of the tunnel that's distorted because your peripheral vision is gone. And you have this little sliver of light at the end of a tunnel and everything else is black because your brain is shutting down on you. That's literally what happened.
Okay, yeah.
I'm telling you, and I remember telling myself while it was happening, this is the light at the end of the tunnel that they keep fucking talking about.
Okay, but you may not have had the same experience as other people who have those experiences.
Oh, right. What I'm trying to say is I wasn't programmed prior. I was born an atheist. I'm still an atheist. I grew up in a secular home. I never had that religiosity.
Well, you had a certain programming because when you're there, you're going, this
maybe
fucking sucks. This is not fucking this, right? I mean, it's bizarre.
Maybe if I did have that programming as a child growing up in a Christian home, I might have saw Jesus or something like that within that tunnel or whatever. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. If you don't believe in Jesus, he's not going to bother showing himself to you. He's like, no, man, you don't even believe in me. All you have to do is believe in me. I don't.
But so what Tom said, the neurology and psychology of the case is completely correct, and even in the cases where the individual's eyes are closed, the reason why they might see the quote-unquote light at the end of the tunnel is because of higher activation of the occipital lobe. So basically, the top-down approach activates, which kind of creates a dream-like state, which can in most of the cases induce things like phosphines, which are the flashes of light or a constant bright.
All right, I'm gonna take another piss. I'm gonna let the chair and the tiger react for a bit here. I've heard the tiger has some really good points, so don't worry. The stream is in good hands. Okay? Yeah, I trust the tiger. I trust the tiger more than I trust myself, honestly.
Light at the center of vision. You can
See,
achieve
hey, that's you have better boobs at 22. I have better boobs now. Okay, mine are nice and perky.
Like entering a hypnagogic state and kind of visualizing a light at the center of your field of vision, and it will happen. It's like simple neurology.
Okay, Loki, do you understand? Like, would you say that the scientific view holds? I think it's called Occam's razor. That it is actually at the very core of competing explanations is there isn't like one is true, one is not. One is a more beautiful or simple explanation, a model. You don't actually adjudicate it.
There's nothing about beauty entailed. It's about the model being simple and correct. It's about the model being coherent.
Actually, that's not true. That's not true. There is an element of beauty.
Coherence. Yes, there is an element of beauty, but that's not the scientific side of it. If we look at it objectively and reasonably, what the bare minimum that you must have for a feasible hypothesis is that it has to be in accordance with some kind of data or theory.
No. Well, like if you include experience, yes.
No, experience by itself is completely anecdotal. It isn't proper data. When I say data, I'm talking about like third-party measurements that can be confirmed through repetitions of an experiment or observation.
So you're saying no one knew anything about anything until you had a scientific experience?
No, saying that it can be very biased if you're using an anecdotal position.
Yeah,
because you don't
be.
know if you did it correctly. You don't know if you you have to be able to repeat it in order to confirm it, and they typically do that when they study.
Do you know what I find interesting is that
confirm studies that were done professionally,
usually
let alone an anecdotal.
Usually people who like have an exaggerated view of the power of science, which I would call scientism, not science, act exactly like fundamentalists in religion, because they say, I don't have to interpret this. Studies can't be biased. But we all know that you do have to interpret a study and that studies can be biased. So science doesn't avoid the problem of religion of having to interpret whatever it is, a religious scripture or data or anything like that. But it's a mistake to think that you can do that.
What are you trying to say?
It's just what I'm saying is that scientific experiments are valuable.
For a second now, you do realize that science incorporates a very rigorous method of reviewing and collecting data. That's how we do it. There is nothing fundamentalist about it. That is exactly why the system works, because we are rigorous and about the data, and we constantly scrutinize it.
Okay, but religions will all say the same thing. Religions will say we constantly scrutinize the data.
Religion is more
Yes. What are you talking about? Religious scholarship?
Religion is faith.
No, I mean, if you want to say the data is different, it's different. The scriptures are different than numbers.
When you're sick, do you trust the church to heal you, or do you go to a doctor who uses many researches to back up their methods when they treat you?
Okay. You trust the church 100%. If you're sick, you go to the church, right? That's what you're supposed to do, right? You go to the church. Father, I'm feeling sick. And what does he do? He keeps on trying to stick it in my ass. I'm not sure if that's going to make me feel better. I mean, it hasn't made me feel better. I don't think he knows what he's doing. And then I go to the hospital. Okay. I mean, doctor. I rarely go to doctors. I'm going to do something wild. Probably shouldn't do this. I'm going to do $2 shot run. For anyone interested, $2 shot run. Okay. For a brief moment, that's $2 shot run. So if you donate something that's like more than $2, I mean factor 2. I mean, That would be the number of shots for the time being. I should not do that. I guess we're doing that today. That's what's happening.
Okay, so look at scientific medicine and where it got us with COVID, right? So the idea is trust the science, and it was absolutely fallacious. It was wrong. It was absolutely wrong about COVID.
No, COVID was a crisis in the world, and we
one of the
have
most
to talk about
modern
it.
ways to create vaccines. That is what it
Not
got.
even a bad.
Well, the thing about COVID was there's a lot of things that were true that we were not allowed to say or talk about, and if you did talk about that, they shut you down. Which was, a lot of people were being real stupid about it too. Like the whole oh, where did it come from? It's like, oh, did it come from a bat in a cave? Or did it actually come from the virus factory that was right there, the virus laboratory right there that was, I just so happened to be researching coronaviruses. Where did it come from? Where do you think? It's like, one seems very obvious than the other. One seems kind of retarded.
It had to have happened.
It would have been better. It would have been better for everyone to have seen it as a flu. That's obviously true. Economies were destroyed.
Right. So how many years have you went to school for medicine?
I have not studied medicine.
That's not how we judge. Yeah, exactly. So your opinion on the matter is null and void since you've not.
That's not true. No, that's not true.
You could go to medical school for 10 years and still be a corrupt asshole. That's going to forge all kinds of evidence.
That sounds like an argument from authority fallacy.
Yep, argument from authority.
Medicine, and they all came out corrupt. Then there's something wrong with the system. But
you're Dr. Fauci. Trust the science. Got to get those Dr. Fauci candles.
Exactly. That didn't go to school for the system. Like, you have hundreds of thousands of millions of doctors around the world confirming that this is good. This vaccine is good.
Okay, and if they're all wrong, then there's something wrong with the system.
Because it's all centralized.
And like, there were studies later, those vaccines really didn't do much, a whole lot of stuff, right? You would get the vaccine and you'd still get it, and they'd be like, oh, that's because of X, Y, and Z or whatever. And it's like, this isn't working, bro. It's not working. It's just bullshit.
One decision maker, and all the doctors must confirm.
So all the research they did was nothing.
That is not.
Clinical trials.
Dude,
Well, let's ask the question. Well, let's ask the question. Can medical institutions be corrupted by the same forces that can corrupt churches, like money and power? Or are they somehow exempt?
Yeah, but they're more intellectual.
Well, can doctors be corrupted to giving out a lot of more medicines than they need to because pharmaceutical companies incentivize?
Yes, and that's what happens now currently, of course. There's what's all those pain pills, all the Vicodin, all that shit. Man, they'll be prescribing that like candy. Oh, you know what you need? You need some Oxycontin. That's what you need. That's what you need. That's what you need. Some Oxy. How much Oxy? You know what? We'll give you a whole bunch. Take as needed. As needed. What does that mean? If you feel like you need it, you take it. That's what that means. All right, and then, that's proof right there. So Ben has a point right here. Obviously, the doctors can be corrupted, and they are.
Like, of course, within every sector and where you work or whatever you do, there will always be corrupt individuals, but that's not always the case.
Okay, but what if an institution?
And not all doctors, like it when you see it. Like if your doctor, the first day they see you, they're just trying to prescribe stuff. Then you're walking into a situation. If your doctor at first is like, let's try these other things, let's try this, and they kind of like be like, they're acting like the medicine should be the last resort, then either they are they're playing a good game there, saving face, or they're being real. Hopefully they're being real.
That you say has more prestige than, say, the church,
right,
is actually more easily corrupted than the church. Then the church would be seen to be a more trustworthy institution, right?
No. That's perspective.
The church itself is corrupted as well. I don't like the church, even as a Protestant. I don't like my local. I mean, I like the people in my local church. Honestly, the reverend lately just seems like just there and talks about like woke stuff all the time. It's like, okay, I don't really give two shits about any of this stuff. And but the people there, man, I grew up with those people. I mean, like, that's what it's about. It's about the community there. But yeah, churches can be corrupted. Oh yeah, but the priest that that move around the other priests, that do some like, you know, PDF stuff with the kids. You know, that's weird. That's some weird corrupted shit right there.
Well, but I'm saying if any institution A can be shown to be.
What about selling tickets to heaven or indulgences? Is that what they call those tickets right there? You know, that whole practice. I mean, that's a huge freaking, or at least that was a huge scandal back in the day.
More susceptible to corruption than institution B, then by and large you should trust institution B more than institution A. And if you don't believe that's true, then you're like flatly contrary to reason.
Well, the church can be shown to be more corrupted than almost any organization because it's been around longer. So what do
Okay,
you do
so
with that?
because it's been around longer, it's more corrupt. Do you know what the word corruption? Do you know what the word corrupt
It has more
means?
instances.
Do you know what the word corrupt means? What?
It has more instances.
Well, what does it mean? Do you know
It
the
has more instances
derivation of corrupt? It means
I'll
tending
Google
towards
this so I
death.
can say exactly what it
Tending towards death, right? So the longevity of an institution, everything else being equal, would be an indication that it's less corrupt.
No.
Right?
Dishonest or fraudulent conduct by those in power, particularly involving bribery.
But the etymological origin, right? So like the church would dig up people sometimes and they would be incorrupt, which means that they didn't experience
No,
like
from Latin, corrumpere, mar, bribe, and destroy.
What are you talking about?
Corruptio.
Pedophile?
Corrupt never meant that. It's mar, bribe, and destroy.
Okay, but what I'm saying is a tendency towards corruption means two things. One is all those things, but literally it also means that it's rotting, that it's death towards death and rotting.
Well, what about when the church protects PDF files? Is that not a sign that it's rotting? Is that not a sign?
Future fact and archaic. Okay.
But okay, but forget about that. Let's just say you say because something has been around a long time, it's more likely to be corrupt. That's that's flatly against reason, right?
I didn't say that. I said there's more instances of it being corrupt.
Okay, but that would mean it's more
The
corrupt.
thing with churches and is that they're unregulated. But like with health institutes, they're more regulated. So if there is corruption, if there is scientific misconduct within research, other professionals, other folks are able to be like, okay, hold on, there's something wrong with this research.
will be.
So
Okay,
they
you-
point it out, and it's dealt with much sooner, and not many people can get away with it.
You don't
You
think the
have to
Catholic
be
Church is
extremely smart to get away
regulated?
with it.
You don't think the Catholic Church is regulated?
Dude, I don't think they are. I mean,
Well, it's very clear
pastors that are like
structures.
buying themselves.
There's clear structures, but regulated by whom? Regulated by other PDF files to do some sick stuff, and I mean, okay.
Oh, you mean regulated by the government? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, they should be regulated for corruption.
Oh, okay, so
Not
then
only
you-
that, but
okay,
for
so then you-
information. If a pastor is telling you, like,
they are
don't
regulated.
vaccinate your kids, it's unholy. That's
The
dangerous.
problem with that is
should be regulated.
the
They need to
government's
not do
corrupt
that.
too.
But you're saying that then you trust the government, right? So you're saying like
No.
I trust
secular
health
governments
institutes
are.
that are
I mean, the
proven,
National Socialist Party regulated
not
things,
legally.
right? Okay, so
Whoa, brought in the Nazis, but he slid that in by calling them National Socialists. Okay, let's see if they catch that.
You would typically trust the person that your logic would make more sense with. So if you can simplify what you believe in and you can simplify what they would do typically, then you would align yourself with that.
So you think
if
logic
you
is-
have no scientific basis, but your logic is I believe in this, so most people must never lie to me, then you can go with religion.
So
However,
you-
if you have more of a logic-based and scientific-based background, then that would make more sense to follow people that would be scientifically more accurate.
So is there? You use
Not
two
that
definitions of
it's
logic. You said
fair,
a logic can be a
but-
personal choice, but also there's an objective thing called logic. No one thinks logic is a
No,
personal
if you
choice, like
compare, it
my
makes more
logic, your
sense.
logic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
everybody has their own
If I tell you,
Well, then logic
that,
means nothing.
a stove is cold, right? The stove is cold, so even if you touch it, you're not gonna burn yourself. That's just me saying it, right? And then there's another person that comes forward and that says, no, don't do that. The stove is hot. Here's how it's hot. Here's all the way that they've indicated that they use like a thermostat, or they show you like burns from other individuals. They have all this backup. Which one would you trust more? Somebody that just says something, or somebody that actually comes with evidence and proof?
Well, you'd have.
Neither. I'd be like, is the stove on or is it off? If it's on, yeah, it's gonna be hot. What?
Have to actually also
Evidence
delineate
proof.
whether person A or B has a relationship with you that you've come to learn to trust them. So,
So do they have to have a
well, like if someone came to me with a thermostat and
situation?
said this is hot, I would say that's crazy because a thermostat just controls a heating system. So I would say like you don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So
Okay. But if they can show you on the thermostat that this is hot, it'd be like, no, I don't trust you, man. I don't really know you. I'll go with the priest who says the stove is not hot. I'll put my hand. You know what? I believe the priest so much. I'll put my dick on the stove. Okay.
So why would you find doctors crazy to say that this vaccine is good when they have a historical record?
And the other dude's like, no, it's on, it's hot. The thermostat says this. It's like, no, it's hot. I mean, it's cold. I mean, it's hot. You know.
Of being correct, they're able to treat diabetes, they're able to perform surgery, and folks are able to come out of surgery being completely fine.
Yeah, I'm not saying the entire medical
Not
profession
surgery
is
that
just
you-
garbage. I'm just saying like they got corrupted. I think.
In what way have they corrupted? Can you name that? What do you mean money? Money doesn't
Money
corrupt
and
anybody. You just
power
earn
and
money.
influence. Sure, yeah. There are certain
Okay,
things
so money and
doctors
power.
can't investigate because they're not allowed to.
Like what?
For example,
Like
whether
what?
Listen to your logic. You're saying that the medical industry or any industry on planet Earth it's so unlikely to be compromised. Listen to your logic. Of course it's compromised. An easy Google search, ChatGPT, whatever you want to use, is going to show major instances of corruption.
Absolutely. You can easily corrupt it.
I don't think you understand what compromise means. It is
And there's been recent examples of doctors being corrupted by the pharmaceutical companies, right?
working. It is a working, concise system. Compromise.
Gonna push these drugs on you.
It would mean that it doesn't fucking work.
Could be somewhat compromised.
Well, it means it doesn't work as it's originally planned.
Psychopharmaceutical.
That's not the definition I'm thinking of.
Pharmaceutical companies, if you look them up, like Merck and Johnson & Johnson's, act like psychopaths. They have massive criminal, amazing criminal, like terrible criminal histories. That would, if they were a person, you would be like, holy shit, this is a person that only cares about money and does not care about human life. That is literally how a corporation is set up in the United States of America. It must act like a psychopath.
They'd be called the Catholic Church.
The medical system is the new church, just for the record.
Yeah, right. It's the new church. And so you have to ask the question, no Catholic is going to deny that there's been corruption, that there have been Catholics who are acting wrongly, but it's just a question of like, okay, so if we compare the Catholic Church.
Look at Grace. What is she doing? Nothing. Silent as ever before.
To say like the medical industry, okay, they're not really competing with each other on the same level,
you can
but
investigate these claims. Like if Johnson & Johnson is telling everybody, everybody needs to take this medicine because it's going to make you live longer. You can investigate that claim. Or like if a church makes a claim, how are you supposed to question the divinely God has given him a message to tell the people?
Yeah, Ben has a point. Not really. You can't really research that. Remember when they said that about the vaccines, when they go COVID and the COVID vaccines, you weren't allowed to talk about it. You weren't allowed to be critical about that. If you were, you'd even get shut down on YouTube. Okay. It was not something to talk about. They leave the FDA to work for Big Pharma or the other way around. There's been so much corruption. I can't remember exactly. Yeah. Yes. That's what happens there. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, quiet as a church mouse. Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? That's a very convenient little metaphor there. Might need to drink some. I might need to take a shot of water for that.
People that they must
Well, wait
donate
a
50% of their
second.
money.
You say you can investigate that
Like
claim.
you have to.
You say you can investigate that claim. Those corporations did not allow investigations of whether other
dyslexia. Oh, hey, a fellow dyslexic. Look at that. Look at that.
medicines were better than the vaccine. They suppressed those investigations.
How would we know? How would we know if they're corrupt if we never investigated them? How can we even say that
Better? You're using like a lot of words like better than and things like that. Like, come on, better than the vaccine
will show that it's compromised.
Does that matter?
Well, you can say the Catholic Church has corrupted.
I mean, I got through COVID stuff, and all I did was actually I never got COVID, and all I really did was smoke cigars in my at the time the studio was in my garage, so I'd sweat my balls off and smoke cigars, and my wife had COVID twice. I slept next to her. I mean, I wasn't worried about it. I never got it. Maybe I got lucky. Maybe I was lucky. Maybe I have good genes there. I don't know. I don't know. But I have health problems now, huh? High blood pressure and stuff. Yeah.
Influences
valid or not.
wealth and power, but what is the equivalency in the Catholic Church of the pharmaceutical companies? These huge pathological, psychopathic profit people. It used to be that the Catholic Church owned the Papal States, and that was definitely a corrupting influence. But I mean, the Pope.
Now they're touching kids.
The Pope runs off. Yeah, Catholics. There have definitely been Catholic priests who have touched kids.
So Ben can make points about the pharmaceutical companies and all this stuff, but he doesn't really see how like the corruption in the Catholic Church shows it to be like how it shows it to be very susceptible.
That's true. That's not different than public school teachers. That's not different than Jewish rabbis. That's not different than that's just anti-Catholic bigotry and
No, but that's
propaganda.
not what we're talking about. We're not talking about them right now.
But if you want me to, if you want to say like Catholic priests have done evil things, of course it's true.
Their horrible history of touching kids or like taking money. We're talking about the information that they feed to the people.
Okay, horrible history. Do you know what religious clerics have a much higher rate of pedophilia than Catholic priests? Jewish rabbis. So you want to go there?
I believe that. But
we're not talking about
I believe
pedophilia,
that.
we're talking about
Okay,
So why don't?
Well, the rabbis are probably also corrupted because they probably protect their own too, huh? Oh, it might be a rite of passage, right? To stay a rabbi, maybe to even become a rabbi and to stay a rabbi, you gotta not only do a circumcision, but you gotta suck the blood off that little baby dick. That's a little weird.
Why don't we do anti-Semitism here? Let's say like all the Jews need to stop being Jews. And we need to wipe them off the face of the earth. Okay, you can do that, but you won't do that because you're anti-Catholic.
That's a new issue. Like that can be debated as well. But
You talk about information given wrong. Okay, let's look at the bubonic plague. Like, what was that caused by? Demons and shit. We found out later that was wrong, right?
Yeah, and
but the church was saying all these things.
The church said the bubonic plague was caused by demons. No, I don't believe that's really true.
That it was caused by miasma, which was a hellish bad air, and that's complete bullshit as we know. It pushed that idea so much so that the plague doctors accidentally didn't contract the disease most of the time because of the masks they used to mask the terrible smell. So yeah, the church was wrong. And
the church never ruled about medicine. The church does not claim to have authority about
medicine.
But
the church has never ruled about medicine ever, like in the past. Like, I don't know all the whole history of the church and all that, but I don't think that's true. I think they definitely have. Ever heard of the Cathars? Maybe.
Medicine. It had the same idea that Europeans had at the time.
Absolutely did.
But they claim
the Catholic Church claims no authority about medicine.
Dude, they say shit about
that is not even true. That cannot be true.
health. They say
It sounds like a simple Google search can prove opposite of that.
medical things that should not be said by them. Yes, they do. They're like, oh, you need to take the devil out of you. Here's a snake. Like, instead of referring them to
Here's
a
a snake?
psychiatrist, instead of telling them, yeah, like they perform all these things, and they're like, you need holy water. They would
Okay, so you're telling me the church said
they're not in the position to do that. That's dangerous.
when did the church give someone a snake? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, they like.
You mean leeches? Leeches were used. Leeches were used to purify. That's not the church. That's doctors.
Handling things that should be handled by doctors. They tell you information that should be said by professionals who study it, who have.
Okay, can you give me an example of that, other than something you made up?
An example is what I just mentioned. A mental health. If somebody's acting up, if somebody's glitching, if somebody's coming to you and saying, "I have a demon inside me."
Okay.
Also, another thing about this, about churches and like I've been saying, the church never said anything about medicine, but yet a lot of the hospitals, especially in Houston, I don't know where you guys live, I don't know about your area, but a lot of the hospitals in Houston, it's odd that they have a church name to it. It's odd that they have that, I wonder what's going on there. Like the Methodist Hospital, I wonder what they're affiliated with. I wonder why they're called that. St. Jude, the hospital that's about fighting cancer in kids. I wonder why they're called St. Jude. I wonder what's going on with that. I wonder what that extends from. I wonder what the past is with that. We took the timeline of that and we traced it back. Like, where does that come from? What are you talking about? Back in the day, the church was like the authority of science and medicine. What are you talking about? It definitely was. At least in Europe, anyway.
The Catholic Church, generally speaking, sees demon possession as very, very rare.
That's it. The Catholic Church hunted them down and erased them. When you say erased them, you mean killed them for heresy. They were the pure ones. Part of the beliefs were that the Satan created. Oh, damn. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I don't know about the history. That sounds wild. Sounds like a good stream to get into.
Rare. And but in a certain sense, it used to be that what is now considered mental illness came under like the moral teaching of the church. Okay, so a lot of things that like we now would call narcissism used to be called like selfishness, basically. Now, since being, quote, liberated from the church's understanding of that, which was the common understanding, and so something like alcoholism, instead of being called like a vice, right, which is a bad habit that it comes from choice, it would now be considered, it's medicalized, right? So now we treat it without a moral element, and you have to ask yourself the question, how is it going? Since psychology liberated itself from moral...
Stop. AA is like very, like, a core part of AA is religion. So there is still kind of like a moral aspect to treating alcoholism. I know that because I went to AA. I failed, you know. I didn't think they would search the water bottles. I didn't think they would smell it. Okay, but they did. They took a sniff test. They're like, clearly this is rum. It was clear rum. I didn't think they would notice. And yeah.
Moral theology. Do we have a mass proliferation of mental illness, or are we getting it under control? The answer is obvious if you look around.
No, it's not. Wait, are you saying that
1 out of every, I think, 3 females in the West is on like right now under massive psychopharmaceuticals to keep her from going batshit crazy? I mean, it's not working.
Okay, so what's your solution for it if it's not?
I do believe that in many of these
vitamin D, they need some vitamin D to keep them from going batshit crazy.
These cases, it's good that an alcoholic is told to stop doing that and shamed by society while being somewhat gentle, which is the norm.
They need Jesus.
I do believe that in many of these cases, it's good that an alcoholic is told to stop doing that and shamed by society while being somewhat gentle, which is the normal. It's not specific to Catholicism. That is the normal way in which bad behavior is regulated.
So in Ben's world, the perfect world, the perfect way to I guess combat alcoholism is to just like shame them and be like, stop drinking. Drinking is a vice. Don't you touch that bottle. Never mind the fact that like someone who's like severely an alcoholic is going to have withdrawals and stuff. It's going to need like, there's a whole medical aspect to it. All right. There's a lot that needs to go on other than stop doing it. Now stop doing it. That's wrong for you. Is part of it. Sure. Yeah. But, like probably done in a different way. Good point, CE. All while Ben never goes to church. That is precisely right. There's a good chance that you guys have been to church more often than Ben.
I don't really treat alcoholics with pharmaceuticals, though. So.
Have you ever been to a wedding? If you've been to a wedding that was at a church, guess what? You've been to church more than Ben. Okay.
I mean, basically, you have to tell an alcoholic you need to stop drinking, and that's a form of suicide. You need to make some decisions by the grace of God.
You have is horrific. First of all,
Look, are you aware that the rate of recidivism among alcoholics and drug use is almost 100%, with the exception of where there's a faith-based program, it is much higher. That is just statistically true. Now, why is that?
But where is that from?
Faith-based programs are much more successful than secular programs.
Where is that from?
Well, most of the programs are faith-based, right? I thought they were. I know AA is.
People.
You need to prove.
And honestly, they can concede that point. And because they probably should, because there is a lot of that with AA. Okay.
Okay, well, who cares? What I'm saying, the point is, however you get there, these people are much less likely to continue to be abusing drugs and alcohol. So, yes, they may be replacing one vice with another, but if the point is what works, the answer is...
You use the wrong word there.
Wait, I know it's off the top of my head. That's just untrue. Most people in prison are religious. Your recidivism
Sure.
doesn't make any sense.
No, recidivism is not... I'm not talking about criminal activity. I'm not talking about criminal activity. I'm saying...
Recidivism. That's literally what recidivism means.
I don't...
Okay, maybe I'm using the wrong term, but like using heroin and then relapsing. Yeah, maybe that's not the term.
Yeah, so... Okay, that's what threw him off. The recidivism. That's when you're committing a crime over and over and over. He's trying to talk about like substance abuse. Maybe some detox facilities are secular. Yeah, probably, maybe, yeah. I think the programs themselves they tend to be. And when they have like a religious component, it's not like, Catholicism or anything like that. It's more like just like you are putting value in a higher power that will kind of judge you wherever you are and kind of give you purpose that way. And some people need that, and that it helps some people for sure.
It's very tough to get off heroin, and that's caused by pharmaceutical dependence. Yeah.
I mean, you see that there's a lot of examples. I mean, I don't know if it's enough examples to where it's like the law, if you will, but I'm sure you could think of examples of like people with substance abuse that are struggling with it. They tend to turn like the ones that are like recovering. Oftentimes you see examples of them turning to faith, turning to God, you know? Like, okay, all right. And sometimes it helps them, right? And if it helps them, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm 2 years clean. Great, cool. Like, it happens.
Yeah, you can get clean.
It
Sure.
doesn't mean there's a crime. Yeah.
But if
that doesn't mean that I have to have God or anything.
I don't think you have to.
What
no.
you're saying just doesn't make sense.
But a lot of people,
Like,
if you
don't have to have
combine
God,
getting
but some
clean
people
with connecting
turn
with
to
God, I'm just saying statistically, you may be an anomaly, but statistically, they do way better than people who don't do that. That's just true.
I would imagine, like, when you say it's probably because of the support network, right? I think the longer that people stay sober, the less the recidivism rate, right? And I think those faith-based programs offer a lot of support, right? Like, come to church, we'll help you, right?
Community,
Also,
yeah.
now,
Yeah, that's another thing about the church aspect is the communion. Oh, I love that. You know what? I love going to church whenever we have like potlucks. Oh yeah. Oh, that's great. Oh man, because those old ladies, man, they know how to make some good casseroles, man. They know how to cook. Okay. And they'll bring some good dishes, be like, oh, you know, this is great. This is lovely. Oh, I've never had this before. This is good stuff. You know, I love that aspect. Like that part is great. The whole like coming together, talking, and you know, that's fun.
I'll end this monologue by saying
Yes,
I don't know much about this. I could be wrong, but if I were to take a stab at it, that's what I would say.
Well,
Yes
you could
and
also
no,
say
because it also includes a lot of shame, and that shame
It
is
does.
a big part of what makes people continue to think about it. Like if you think every day like, oh, I'm a bad person because I used to do this, and so you have to repent every fucking day for it, that's going to cause you to relapse more than anything else.
I agree. There can be
That's
too
how you
much
have to look
shame.
at it.
There can be too much shame.
And
But
that's what the churches do. Because once you're a
Well-
bad person, according to people that are religious, you're always a bad person.
no, that's not true at all. What the sacrament of
Because people in
confession
this world can't judge you.
in the sacrament of, I mean, try to name any institution that like any other story about God. God forgives you completely if you ask for forgiveness. Completely, like it
God
didn't
forgives
even
you
exist.
when you're
Name
not
any
sure
other
about
view of anything that is as forgiving. Like Jesus will forgive. This is the scandal of Christianity: is that someone say, "Well, surely Jeffrey Dahmer, surely Hitler is in hell." No,
Guys, one at a
absolutely
time,
not.
please. Hey, one at a time.
We're rumbling on and changing the goalposts, just moving. We literally got from what fucking Big Bang to pharmacy to now alcoholism. Like, don't
It's called a
forget how
discussion.
absurd
It's called a
it is.
discussion.
Well, yeah, it's moving too fucking fast.
Well, maybe it's moving away from you and your like I don't know what this is, sort of gulag mathematics program.
You're literally just
And don't
overtaking me right now.
Yes,
You
sure.
don't listen to any point. You don't listen to any point. Then you throw in 15 different points which don't make sense and get instantly refuted, and then you move to something else. That is not a good way to discuss things.
Okay, can I respond to that?
That's because that's all you can do.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go on.
If this is
I mean,
about-
that's the Ben's method. That's Ben's method of discussing things, going from point to point to point to point to where you completely lose the plot. I thought we were talking about time. These new friends have been. I don't know if they're gay enough for him.
About atheism, I don't think many people are atheists or what you call theists because they can't solve the problem of whether time is an infinite linear thing, like what you're trying to do here. I don't think that's what like. I don't really think that's how you or anyone else got here.
So how do you solve it?
Though there may be people who like end up with that issue on a deep philosophical level.
Move the goalpost. I didn't mean that we could just switch up the conversation. If we are in a conversation as detailed and as intricate as the pharmaceutical companies, then we should stay in that. We want to just circle back to fucking Big Bang and creation versus atheism. Like, we are already past that fucking point.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, you can throw me out of here. I'm just saying that.
He's saying stop changing what you're talking about. Pick one topic and try to use that as a topic to dispute.
Well, I think I'm getting at something from different angles, but I'm happy to stay with one thing. Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. No, you're choosing a lot. What he's saying is you're choosing a lot of different angles. You're basically just throwing a bunch of shit on the wall and hoping that it sticks.
That's actually not true. I'm just picking up on other people changing it. Like I didn't start talking about pedophile priests.
Say one of the things, Ben, one of the things I've noticed in this conversation is right. Like I think what everybody's telling you is like there's a lot of things that you're saying that we're challenging, and you're not answering them to our satisfaction, and then we're kind of moving to another subject. So
Well, yeah,
maybe we can
that's
stick
what
with one
happens.
and maybe deep dive a little more on that one.
That's Ben's way.
For example, I haven't been here long. For example, I haven't been here long, and I heard you say something that I disagree with about the recidivism rate and the people who are specifically like theistic versus non-theistic within that system. However you want to slice it, I don't care. But you just kind of brushed past that, and then we're like, well, I just went to something else.
I'm happy to go into that. I was going to go. I'll happy to go into that. Why don't we talk about that? That's fine.
I asked you for that. Yeah, sure.
Sir, super. Let's stay
before
on
we go
that.
in there, can we just acknowledge it's okay? Can we normalize it's okay if you're wrong and you just accept that you're wrong and you move on being educated and not like feel offended and feel the need to continue defending a point that doesn't work? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
it's okay
But you
to-
don't adjudicate that by saying that
He can't. Ben has to defend his point no matter what. He'll defend it to the ground, dude.
That I'm wrong, right? It's like you might be wrong too, right?
So,
for example, there was someone in this discussion who corrected me that the word recidivism has to do with criminal activity. I fully admit I used the term wrongly. No problem. It's probably the wrong term. No problem.
Hey, we got Grace dancing in the background, but she has to be silent. She was dancing for that gifted sub. In the spirit of that, I have a whole bottle of Aquafina I could chug, or any donation you want to. I'll just chug the whole thing. There you go. It's good for my health. Look at that.
But because I disagree with you does not mean I'm wrong.
That's so grimy.
We don't just disagree with you on one thing. We have disagreed on you with so many things that you have not acknowledged at all. You just
acknowledge you disagree.
I thought about doing something like that. Encourage super chats by doing something healthy. I'm going to eat cauliflower. Can you imagine that?
Agree. I'm not saying you.
I'll eat broccoli with no ranch.
We say 10 people disagree with you. You have to say you're wrong about 5 of them, and that's ridiculous. You claim to be someone who talks about reason. That's the most unreasonable kind of argument you could ever imagine.
Ben, are you fucking kidding me? Acknowledge that I disagree. Yeah, sure. Who gives a fuck? What we want you to do is acknowledge that you might actually be wrong.
Of course.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you?
Can you acknowledge that you might be fucking actually wrong as well?
Hey, no,
Uh-oh. Ben's mocking them. He met these new friends. I thought things were going well. We're starting to go down.
Obviously, that's implied in any. Oh, now I'm going to get called.
Sorry, it's only about $1 in your currency.
Hey, that's fine with me. I'm fine with that. All right, I'll chug the Aquafina.
People.
Does he care? Is he offended by that?
Ben, don't mock people for their
doesn't matter.
Is he offended by? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, don't
Is he offended? Can he say? Is he offended if I do that?
That doesn't matter.
It does matter.
I'm telling you, don't do that shit. You understand?
Listen to me. I'm not offended by you fucking accent shaming me.
Yeah, okay.
I'm offended by the fact that you're so deliberately intellectually dishonest. It is disgusting.
I'm tempted, but I'm not going to go there. Okay? I'm not going to make a vampire joke.
Mal, can I ask you something? You don't have to share if you don't want to, but you had said earlier in the discussion about sobriety, I think you said you were 2 years clean, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to circle back on this because when Ben brought up the point about faith-based programs, do you think that you have met success because you've had a lot of support? Would you think that it's like, oh, okay, so if you can expound on it just a little bit?
Yeah. I went to NA, I went to AA, and all of it was about giving up your control, trying to recognize that you aren't in control of your life and that you are helpless to things. And I completely disagree with that because I made the choice to do
coming in soon.
And then I got caught up in an addiction. And then it took me 5 times to try to get clean from heroin. And you know what? It all started from a medical need for the pain. But at the same time, I had to make that choice. And God didn't help me with it.
Thank you, Ben Love.
I never asked him to because I knew if I asked somebody else to help me with that, like God, then I wouldn't be able to make that decision and stick with it. So I feel like every meeting I went to, I was just listening to people talk about how, I was so tempted to do this, and then God stopped me from it. Like, that's bullshit. No, you have to take accountability for your own actions. You have to take accountability for all of the decisions you make.
Yeah, but for some people that works though. For some people, they need that sort of thing to happen, like a sign or something. Like God told them to stop. And my look at it is, if it helps them with their behavior, if it helps them with get over the thing they're trying to overcome, then who am I to judge? Now I might disagree. I might be like, nah, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I'm like, it works for them. It makes sense to them. It's fine. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
And consciously change them. You're going to be the one that goes back to it at some point. So that's why.
Is that what Ben's thinking about, kicking Grace in the stomach again? I'm trying to catch up to the current part of the stream. We're playing at 1.5 speed. No more pausing it, and maybe we'll catch up.
Is it a sheer willpower thing for you, or did you have some support system?
Yeah, I did it on my own. I mean, my support system could have been my online friends and stuff, because I actually hid it from my ex-wife at the time, because I was so ashamed of it all. But realistically, I did it on my own. Because I could have easily also hidden continuing to do it from my online friends if I wanted.
Mal, can I just ask you? Okay.
Weird thing.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question about addiction broadly? Because you must know other addicts. So I'm not saying this necessarily personal, but would you say generally that people who use heavy drugs are trying to avoid reality? They would that be fair characteristic?
I think there's
could justify it that way, but there's multiple
could see it
ways
that
to
way.
look at it from my perspective. I did it at first because pain management, and then I didn't realize I needed to do something else. I didn't realize what I needed to do to get away from it. But there's a lot of people that don't want to deal with reality. And so they still make the choice to not
be present, because the thing is, you're just pushing things into the future. Like you're just ignoring it. It's
Right.
like it's too big to ignore.
Right, but it is a kind of way of ignoring reality. Something about reality. It's kind of like when you should go to the dentist, but you don't want to think about
That's
it, right?
one reason. That's one reason, but I can't say that like that's a major reason people do it. Sometimes it's just good. It feels good, and so like they don't know how to self-validate.
Sometimes it is
They don't
about that.
find
Sometimes
their,
it's about feeling
validation any
good
other way.
in the moment,
So
having a
one thing they
party.
can do
Yeah.
is that, and then you just get addicted because it's like, well, I'm gonna do this because it felt good last time.
Yeah, okay, but
It's not always
sometimes
but
you
isn't
use
it
it
that
as
it
a
feels
crutch.
better than being not high?
Overall,
Overall?
those types of people, yes, but you can't say that because you don't know how other people feel. It's a different feeling. So if you can find a way to validate yourself and get what you need out of your personal life,
Yeah.
you don't need drugs.
Right. Okay.
Like,
and,
that's the thing. Like,
and doesn't religion do a lot of the things that would keep people off drugs, such as make you feel like your life is whether it's true or not, make you feel like your life is meaningful, that reality is your friend, that God loves you, that whatever problems you have, that the creator of the universe
so-
is going to be on your side.
yeah, for some people.
I don't view religion as providing a good basis for reality. I actually hate organized religion because I think it's a manipulative thing to have. But
I'm surely this guy would agree about the community.
Well, even if you say it's
aspect.
not organized religion, just having an idea that the
think he
creator
did
of the
already.
universe itself is on my side.
No, it's
No.
You're gaslighting yourself, I think.
I'm gaslighting myself. It doesn't even make any sense.
I just think that like a method of helping somebody get out of addiction could be like believing that there is this like being that's all powerful, that created this universe, that loves you, that could help you get through that. Like I mean,
That's not what
it
religion
does- it
teaches,
does
but
like organize society. It does help people with addictions or whatever they're going through. But like the more healthier approach could be sitting down with your therapist and having like a realistic approach to things.
But actually, that's not
No,
more
I think
helpful.
the religion-
In actual fact, that's not more helpful. Secular
Oh,
therapists don't have a very
Even
high
if you
success
agree it's
rate
more
at
helpful,
all.
there's a problem.
No, there's no
Wait,
evidence.
no, that's
do you,
not
do you
Does
know?
Ben have any
Even
stats on this?
Even if someone, even
Ben
if
just
someone
says
were to
this.
admit that that therapy is better, like one of the main issues is that therapy is not like readily available for everyone, nor is it affordable. But however, it is when you bring it into like the churches, right? Like if you just said let's turn every church into therapy, right? Like everyone would have therapy free. Like it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah,
well,
chat,
secular
feel free
therapy,
to
you know, after
chime in.
9/11,
I'm letting this
therapy was
run
widely
so we
available
can
to all the residents and
catch
anyone
up
who
to
had been
the current
affected.
time.
And they did such. Some people took, had the therapy. Some people didn't. The rate of sort of like dysfunctionality in their lives was not changed by having therapy. It means it wasn't bad, but it didn't have any positive effect. And that's generally the problem with secular psychology, as it is ineffective.
No. You can't say that because of one or two times of an extremely traumatic event affecting someone.
No, that's a
One of the
huge group of
problems
people.
with,
It's a study. It was
No.
very carefully
The
like
problem
kept
is-
records of.
The problem is with people that have trauma and people that have any kind of organized manipulation, you could say, or like influence. You can easily manipulate anybody to do anything and reprogram their brain.
Not true.
If you want.
Not true.
If they have trauma. Yes, no, you.
Oh, if they have
absolutely
trauma,
can.
it's much
Trauma's a
easier.
great
Yeah.
gateway for that.
Yeah. If they have trauma, it's
So
much
then
easier.
these traumatic people going through all these programs, like it's not as simple as here, have some therapy, because that's probably the most traumatic event any of those people should ever go through. Like think about like people that get divorced. That's traumatic for some people, but it's not fucking seeing people jumping off buildings
See,
and stuff.
yeah,
So, until
probably.
you've seen someone
Right?
die in front of you.
Insta kill.
It's hard to understand, I guess.
Yeah.
But
That might be his first thing he does.
It's interesting.
interesting.
You up to a lot of influence. That's a problem.
It's interesting, this concept of trauma.
He's like, I'm here
because,
for the rapture, but
there's
first
this
of
idea
all,
that certain things have.
let me.
I'm picking up on what you
get
were
rid
talking
of Ben.
about, but okay,
Yeah,
then
I know.
we won't
I
do
just
that.
realized
Okay, we won't.
I kind of let us get off my tangent.
It's interesting, this thing of trauma, because people would say, like, if you have A experience, you will have B reaction. But for example, painkillers, the vast majority of people who are on very heavy painkillers don't have really much problem getting off of them. They simply stop taking them. It's like 92,
What?
93%
What?
have no problem.
Not true.
That is not true at all.
Yeah.
No, that is true.
No way.
That is
No,
true.
what
That is
the?
true.
What the hell? Ben just said people who are like on painkillers, like they're on painkillers, that it's easy to get off of. What is he talking about? It isn't it, dude. It's so hard to get off of that when they get denied prescriptions, they turn to like heroin and shit. I mean, not shit, but heroin.
Vietnam veterans is another one.
Hold on a second, Ben.
Well, the Vietnam veterans is a different story because if they were using heroin there, because then you got like a change of environment. If you change the environment, that is a huge factor with substance abuse. Okay.
Ben, I broke my back when I was 17 years old. I was on opiates for 10 years.
Yeah.
Believe me when I tell you, the length of time matters very much
Sure.
as to how long you take drugs and how quickly you get addicted to them.
Yeah, I would say that's true. I would say that's obviously true. That's going to make it much more difficult to get off them. Yeah.
Right. That's exactly what we're trying to say right now.
Yeah.
Well, I would
if you
agree with
take
that point.
painkillers for- like, if you take painkillers for a couple of days, you're not going to feel like some kind of heavy withdrawal the third or fourth day. But if you're on it for like 2
That's
years,
right, CE.
then you're going to face a week of absolute hell to get
It'll
off
be a
that shit.
personal hunt for
month or
Ben.
two at least of times like, oh, I could really use this.
Well, I spent a little
Live
time.
stream
I spent a little time.
That's
but
Jesus
I
will
spent a
live
little time
stream it on
intake.
YouTube.
12 days in like basically a prison situation. A lot of
Hey,
guys
I'm
though, it was like
Jesus.
a bail violation.
It's my second
So a lot of the
coming,
guys in
but
there were
nope,
addicts.
nope, it's not what you think.
And it was interesting because
I'm
there's
just
this idea
here to
like it's
kick
really hard.
Ben's ass.
3 days in, I was with a guy. He the same time
I'm,
he
like,
went
I'm
in with me.
actually a little bit early
within
for
3
the
days,
second
he was
coming.
basically over it physically. Like it is like a flu. It's like 3 days, 4 days. But like since he doesn't have any options in prison, it's relatively minor. And then I was with another guy. I was shifted cells. He was like, I've been in here for a few months. I have no addiction. I think he was a heroin junkie. But he's like, I'm going to take it. I'm going to get an 8-ball as soon as I get out of here. And I was like, wow, why? He's like, it's not because I need to. It's not because I'm jonesing. It's not because my life's living hell. You know what I mean? And he was like, yeah, it's because I want to. I want to get high with my girlfriend. And it had to do
Well, some people are like that. Some people love getting high.
with like, me and my
Well,
girlfriend.
that's
She's still a junkie.
getting
so I
high
wanna
with
have
your
solidarity
girlfriend,
with her.
that sounds
So this
like
idea
it's
that like
gonna
once
be
you're
a
a
good
junkie,
time.
it's like this every day, every minute
depends
of your
on the
life. Or an
drug.
alcoholic is like this massive.
He just wants
it's
to
not
get
true,
high and have
at
sex.
least physically, right? It's sort of a lie that people tell themselves to make it seem like they're more victims than they really are.
But you also,
I just want to have a fucking moment, right? I'm watching someone go through a extreme withdrawal. They've been on multiple medications
Extreme
while also going on
withdrawal.
chemo. Fuck you, dude. Like you in particular, like fuck you.
No,
Like,
hold on.
That's fine.
No, that's not what he's trying to say. I think what he's trying
That
to say
sounded
is
like a
people have
mis-
different uses of
That sounded like a Mr. Beast challenge. Extreme withdrawal challenge. It'll be like the next Mr. Beast thing.
drugs, which he's right. Like, for example, some people take it because it's pain, but other people do it because it's fun, or they have their own
Yeah,
reasons.
there are
and he's saying that that's
multiple-
not okay for them to have that.
I'm saying, like, for
it's
example-
completely understandable if somebody's using it for pain, for like pain that they can't handle, but like other reasons, is he's saying that that's not okay.
Like LSD. People take LSD and acid because it's fun. I think. I would imagine. And if they had a good experience, they'd probably do it again. You know? I guess. I don't know. Ben can't even quit grooming his daughter. Well, I mean, because he doesn't see it as a problem, you know. It's not a problem for him. He likes that.
I had an experience.
Ben has a blowjob machine on demand. Okay. Do you have that, Ben, over in Sneed? Do you have that?
Get that. There are lots of reasons for people to do this, but simply saying, "Oh, it's just in your head, man," like it's not actually.
No.
Physical.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's in their head.
It's physical.
Like that's
It's
bullshit.
physical
I'm
because
saying
it
some
changes your body.
people
Yes, you're right,
exaggerate it.
Robo.
Exaggerate it. And some of those people are just
No, it's not
losers.
exaggerating.
They're just losers. Sometimes people exaggerate it. And they're losers.
Like,
I think
if
they're
you're
losers.
smoking heroin off of oil, if you're smoking off oil, you're gonna fucking feel it in your joints a lot more than if you're shooting up, right? Shooting up, you're gonna feel it inside your bones, but not your joints as much as you would with foil. Shit like that. So it is physical. It
Yeah.
affects your body differently.
Right.
And realistically, you're changing your body chemistry whenever you're putting things in it for an extended period of time.
But your body
So
rebounds
body's
pretty
relying on
quickly. Oh, that's my point. Is your body rebounds pretty
Kinda,
quickly.
but it's never gonna be the same.
Whoa, from heroin? Okay, Ben. Sure, yeah. You know, it's super easy. Just get over it. You'll be fine.
But if you're a loser,
To a degree, Ben.
if you're a loser, then you're going to say like, oh, I actually want to do that. I just think we used to say you're a loser if you do that. If you're an alcoholic and you've got kids and you choose to keep drinking instead of taking care of your kids, you're a loser. And I think that's okay to say.
What if you like smoke cigarettes in another
Sometimes it gets to
apartment
the point where they
and
can't control themselves. They have
refuse to
see
take care of your
drugs.
kids?
I don't think that's true.
Well, they don't have to, but it is a way to get the oxytocin, serotonin. I think like
Yeah, I
that
understand.
you are seeking
Yeah.
when having progress in your life, and that just also means that you have a lot of shitty people in your life typically at
Yeah.
some point because
That could be true.
you're not able to communicate properly.
Yeah.
It seems.
Uh-huh.
But-
I'm saying it mitigates it. It's a
Like,
bad
relations
habit.
and stuff.
It does become a habit, and it's hard to not go there because the habit in some way solves a problem for you. But like, I do think there's also a moral dimension to it that a lot of times people just neglect. And it is true that when the church,
See?
it's not really the church. It was
That's
just like when
good.
it was commonsensical to say,
Yeah.
like, hey, you've got a decision. to
That's a
make
good
here.
one, man.
You know, there's a moral dimension. We keep it in the area of like, say, pedophilia. If someone acts out, they might have a pedophilic urge, which is not really right or wrong. But like, if they act on it, we're extremely quick to throw them in jail. We don't go, well, you know, what
Wait, not right or wrong? Pedophilic urge? What?
moral dimension. We keep it in the area of like, say, pedophilia. If someone acts out, they might have a pedophilic urge, which is not really right or wrong. But like, if they act on it, we're
That's wrong, Ben. Okay, let's see. Does he get kicked out of the VC for this?
extremely quick to throw them in jail. We don't go, well, you know, what can you do, right?
Wait, yeah, pedophilia is wrong. Wait.
No, pedophilia is not wrong. Child abuse is wrong. Pedophilia is a disorder. It's like a mental illness.
Whoa.
Dude, pedophilia is horrible.
Oh my god.
It's a disorder. I would say it's a mental disorder, but
That's like saying rape isn't wrong.
Dude, it's horrible.
rape is an act.
No,
Rape is an act.
Raping a girl is not wrong, but raping her is.
Oh, Ben's loving this. He just threw a freaking grenade in there, dude. He just threw that in there, that comment. Oh, see, okay. Oh, he's gonna be enjoying this because now they're going at each other. Well, not really at each other. It's like they're fighting over one another for whoever can get the word in. Oh, yeah, exactly, Chad. Yeah.
One at a time. One at a time.
I see what
at a time. One at a time.
Wrong. Hey,
One at a time.
He's saying that loving the kid is not wrong, but actually committing the act is. That's okay. So, dude, that's wrong. The term, like semantic wise, that's crazy that you'd even say that. But like, yeah, whatever. But that is wrong.
That's horrible. That's vile.
That's yeah. Like, I don't care like who you're into, dude. Like, that's fucking so much. But anyway,
you do care.
Yeah, that's a lot. Can we just like stop this conversation?
Well, yeah, I see everything.
Yeah. Now they want to put brakes on this conversation. We've gone too far. Let's go back to talking about time. How time is a... I don't think anyone said it was a construct or anything like that, huh? We're talking about time and all that. Okay.
But he's gonna hop on him. He said the kids. It's okay to love kids. Like that's fucking weird.
Yeah. And I'm going up on the roof. That's crazy.
So the same thing with gay. The same thing with gay people. If you like, bro, listen. If you like the same.
Yeah, we had two people talking, couldn't hear anything.
Sex. If you like the same sex, that's wrong. Then that's disgusting. How do you guys feel about that?
Crazy.
That's not wrong. It's two mature adults.
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
It's not wrong. It's two mature adults making the decision.
No, but they're the same
if it doesn't harm you, if they're not harming each other, it's not predatory. Then there's nothing wrong.
Okay. So if I'm not harming a minor, that means.
Whoa! Is there someone else in the VC that's gonna argue for PDF? Oh man, this is gonna get spicy. Oh man, so. Chances are high Ben's going to say some really spicy stuff here. Here we go.
It's okay. That's stupid. What's the moral code? What's the moral standard here?
Because they don't fucking know that.
It does. It always comes back to
what if they're 60 years old and they know what they're doing? And they consent.
What?
16, for example.
That's a Muslim thing.
I'm not defending. I'm just making an argument. So we can establish the moral principle that holds.
Right, there's something called like teenagers are dealt with like a little differently in the court system when it comes to pedophilia than or like compared to people below the puberty age.
Technically, pedophilia
is the legal age. What determines the legal age? What is the moral code? What is the moral standard?
Maturity.
Just a bunch of people. Yeah, you could be 15, you could be 16 and mature and you know what you're doing. They're probably smarter than you, most of 15.
Yeah, but that's why it's a little.
They're more smarter than a 7-year-old. It's like me saying, well, a 9-year-old is more smarter than a 2-year-old, so therefore it's okay to have sex with a 9-year-old. Like that's not.
No.
No, so Tashi, there are
there's nothing wrong with a 16-year-old and like a 20-year-old. Like that's understandable. That age is like we can
wow.
see. But if it's like a 9-year-old and like a 50-year-old, dude, that's fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, Ben got them to fight over one another.
The legal age in America is 18. The legal age in New Zealand and Australia is 16. So do you think it's okay for a man to have sex with a 16-year-old in Australia, which is fully okay within the Australian law?
That's an interesting question, actually.
Well, in Australia, it's probably with the consent of the parents and same with like.
Oh, he's server muted, is it right?
But that law is meant for other folks who are younger, like for example, 19, 20.
Oh,
it's not meant.
Ben wants to get in there, but he can't. I think he's server muted. But in there having a conversation that like Ben really wants to get in on.
Doesn't exempt any age. You can
be 40 years old.
For other folks.
Every place has Romeo and Juliet laws.
Yeah, but they vary. But like Australia is not a Romeo and Juliet law for the 16-year-old.
Okay, my question is, if a 40-year-old man had sex with a 16-year-old in Australia in accordance to the law, do you think that's not illegal? That's legal. That's okay.
Right.
That's not okay. That's still concerning.
It is in Australia.
18-year-old with a 40-year-old. That's still concerning.
Why?
I mean, what business does a 40-year-old have with an 18-year-old? What do they know about them to be with them?
What is the 18-year-old?
I mean, technically it's legal, but is it fucked up? Yeah. 100% it's fucked up. 100%. It just is. What's my moral compass on that? Where does it say in the Bible it's fucked up? Well, the Bible's not going to say it's fucked up. First off, the Bible had a lot of you know what? How old were the women in the Bible? You know what? Moving on. It's just fucked up. It's just fucked up. There you go. There's my moral basis on that.
Like that's concerning.
So, but that's an interesting comment.
It makes it look seem
predatory. But the 18-year-old is supposed to be an adult and have consent now. So what makes that like that's an interesting comment?
The issue is it's still concerning even.
How about this? If the age gap is so far that when you see them, if someone were to see them, they would think, "Oh, that's a cute situation there. You got a grandfather with his granddaughter." Okay, if the age gap is so far where someone looking at it would mistake them as a grandfather and granddaughter, then yeah, that is ultra sick. That is like, nope, don't do that.
Even though they are adults, it's still concerning because it makes you think that 40-year-old is targeting them. It's predatory.
Right.
What do you have
Not
in common
necessarily.
with
Not necessarily.
Well, how are you talking to an 18-year-old in a romantic way? It doesn't make sense.
She's mature.
No, maybe it makes sense to them. Maybe it makes sense to them, but not to you. Maybe it makes sense to them. They're just different.
In what
the
way
same way you would understand, the same way you would understand same-sex marriage, the same way you would understand that. You should understand that
Same-sex
too.
is different.
Well, no, it's not different. It's something very like you should be concerned. It's concerning.
If I was drunk and I
Ben is
like,
so right now we're having the
somebody,
spicy
that
conversation.
wouldn't be the same as me being
Ben is
sober and interested in
grumpy.
somebody. It's the same with these people. Is that their mental?
You know,
is
because he
different.
can't get in there.
I don't know what you're saying. You're mixing things up.
They mature. They're
You're not
mature.
addressing the
They still
argument
have
I
a
made.
lot to learn.
So if you don't like
I
that 18-year-old,
everybody that was in this call was probably acting mature and thought that they knew everything. But then as they grow older, they're like, oh my god, there's so much that I don't know. Like
I got,
when I'm a kid, because I don't know all these things.
Why would you
full
allow 18-year-old to have
BDSM.
sex
I
with
saw.
anybody? Why not just have it? So like 18 can only have sex with 20.
Bunch of fucking assholes.
Yeah, they suck.
Because I said the word pedophilia was perfectly
You didn't know about
acceptable.
okay. Maybe you will guess one if you say.
Okay, so now Ben's hopping into another Discord VC. I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to catch up to current time.
Just mute him, Superior. Just mute him.
No.
Just mute him.
Well, what is wrong with me saying that I don't think you should call people monkey based on what country they're from? What is
What did I say?
the
What did I say? What was your question,
problem with me saying
Well,
that
you did call me a monkey the other day. Stop here.
By the way, we got a bunch of subs. Damien's gifted 10. Holly gifted 5. Amsterdam's gifted 1. HGP gifted 1.
Whoa, shout out to Grace. They got some subs, man.
I'm in the IDF. What do you think, Walter?
So Polly gifted 6. My
Is
bad.
that cool?
What's cool? What?
The subjects today, the people.
Bro, why are you
Congrats.
an idea of killing people, bro? Can you stop it?
Bro,
Can
you're
you
just
stop
such
that?
a nice mod, bro.
I'm sure you're not the one killing children, but can you tell your friends to stop?
No.
Okay, later. I got a question for you.
What's up?
No, they need Gaza for the oil fields. Come on.
Because
wow,
there's so much oil in Gaza.
There's so much oil in Gaza, you fucking idiot.
Beautiful. Don't forget the Trump hours.
They're gonna turn, they're gonna turn Gaza into a tourist attraction.
Access to the coast before October 7th, you fucking idiot.
Isn't that what the Americans want to do?
I know they did.
I don't know why you're criticizing Israelis for Trump saying what to build hotels there.
I think every Jew should be a
Trump and Israel are they're gonna wipe out Gaza, dude. That's what it is. We're
Zionist, and the Jews that are not Zionists need to die.
I agree. Later, I agree.
Every Jew should be a Zionist. Any Jew who isn't a Zionist is not a Jew and should be fucking completely exiled.
I can compare it like, I'm not even gonna give a proper argument, but like, look at Muslims, man. Their country are like doing like shit, they're killing Christians and shit, but they still support their countries. So even if Israel does a little bit of bad things, doesn't mean you should stop supporting it. At the end of the day, we're eliminating the cancer.
Nothing wrong with that.
Only logical.
Yeah, I know.
Only logical.
That actually kind of makes sense.
Oh,
look, we have more Muslims in here.
all right. Let's see if Ben gets a chance to talk here.
We have some
Because this is gonna be spicy.
jihadis.
We're
not here to.
Too much
Nope. Not getting a chance.
The mouth is moving a lot like a rat. All right. You want to check out the other server? Let's see.
I already.
Oh, you already checked it out? You want to check out a new server?
Up to you. Tell me.
Let's check out. Let's see here.
These are the reasons.
All right.
No, it gets confusing for me, but if you feel like you can handle it, fine.
Yeah, I think I can handle it. Let's see. Conservative.
We give it a modern day debate because I could get a debate on there. Do you know what I mean? Out
true.
of the thing, I could
Yeah, okay.
challenge someone and then have James, the guy with the huge subway tattoo, obviously would be the epitome of reason. Post it.
Oh, okay. Well, are we gonna get that here?
I have to close Discord.
I have to just handle.
Yeah, sure, no problem. You gonna have smoke?
Oh.
If you do,
no.
Okay.
All right. So Grace is gonna have the stream for a little bit. Let's see what happens
Piano
with
break.
this.
Money on my mind, money on my mind, yeah.
Oh, we're gonna get some piano.
Should we do some scales?
Is she sunburned? Or is that like a rash? Like that red on her arm.
Is it even picking
It doesn't look like a sunburn. It looks like a rash, right?
I only know children's songs. I only know children's songs.
Okay, we'll play it. Play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Oh yeah. What is Ben gonna kick you Is Ben gonna kick you if you're like messing with this stuff?
I know. I do my little warm-ups. I'm just a girl. Okay. Are you already in the modern? Okay, hold on. Modern day debate. Join server. Accept invite.
Yeah, Grace. If you weren't playing the piano, we could already be in this Discord server.
I know. Yeah. Okay, here we go. All right. Complete steps. Okay. All right. All right. So. These are text channels, social channels. Okay, so voice channels. Share your opinions. I guess there's only one VC going
Is that
here.
the end of it?
Yeah.
Oh, so that sucks.
That's not really much of anything.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here.
I think we should go back to those other ones.
Back-
let's
okay.
just say we gave it a try. It appears.
So no modern day debate.
I'm not saying it does. I mean, I know Destiny has all these kind of
sucks.
things too.
Destiny does have a server. I think you're banned from it, but of course you
Yeah.
can make an alt. But you'd get banned. They know who you are. I mean, maybe they let you. I don't know.
Grace, please shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Grace can't even talk.
Grodark is all by himself.
Yeah. All right.
When Grace talks, Ben gets so annoyed. Look at that.
Calvinism. Learn about God, diversity and debate. These are big ones. See anything interesting? Atheism, the religious following. Atheism versus science. Trans toilet discussion. Free lottery.
Atheism, the religious following.
Debate now, any topic.
That would
Women
be
be
good
wasting
for him.
time.
I can read.
I'm reading it for the stream. Marriage, bad deal
Let's
for
do ask
men.
a Christian. We've already been there, right?
Wait, oh, okay, yeah.
Let's just go.
Muslim, you're burning forever. So they all hear it that way. If the Jews hear, if you don't convert,
Okay, but what's your point? Like, what do you?
Okay, well, yeah. So the point is,
Here we go.
That they were born into a different culture, and that they didn't have much.
so what happened to them? Yeah. So let's say that they have not been convinced in this life that the criticism against their religion is correct.
Yeah, no worries. Did they hear the message of Christ though? Did they choose to reject it?
Well, let's say that applies to everybody. Let's say even if you heard the message, let's just say Muhammad's right, and that's the true religion. Even if you rejected it, I'm saying, in their view, you're going to ultimately accept it in the next life, right? Like,
What?
In whose view? Islam?
Yeah.
Well,
so I think
all
I know
Muslims
what you
go to
mean.
heaven, basically.
I know what you mean. You're asking. Actually, that's not true. Muslims don't have assured salvation, even especially including babies, because there's a hadith where Aisha saw, like, I heard about a baby that died and said, well, this is from heaven. Like, it's one of the birds from heaven. Like, of course he's going to heaven, right? Muhammad said, actually, we don't know, because he could have went. You know what I mean? So I believe that every tongue shall confess, and everyone will know what the truth.
I mean, if a Muslim eats a lot of like bacon every day, if he eats bacon every single day, is he going to Muslim heaven?
Yes.
But at the end of the day, when you
Let's
feel
ask
the
some
Holy
good
Spirit,
questions, Ben.
there
Come
is
on,
no
ask that
denying the truth.
question.
So you believe in universalism? You believe everyone
Yeah.
will be saved?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't think everyone will be saved. I think that you're saved through faith, and because Ephesians chapter 2 verse 8 says that we're saved through our faith, and that's grace. So
Right. So
that's just what it
Grace
So
is
you're
right
saying
here
that the
next to
movement of the
Ben.
Holy Spirit
You
is
can either choose to
irresistible?
accept the message. Sorry?
Didn't you say that the power of the Holy Spirit is irresistible? So then you can't choose.
Yeah, absolutely. If you feel that power, yeah, no worries. If you feel the Spirit, it's undeniable. So there is no denying it.
So is there a choice or not?
Sorry?
Is there a choice? Do you have a choice or not?
Absolutely, you have a choice.
Oh.
We have free will.
Okay. I thought you were doing the Calvinist thing.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So
You gotta believe in it to be saved, right?
So are you Catholic?
Nah, no. Orthodox.
Oh, another Orthodox bro.
Okay, but either way, I have to head out now because I'm at work. So I'll be on here, guys, later. So everyone join the room when you see me, but have a good conversation.
Peace be
Open
with you,
floor.
my brother.
Peace be with you. Bye.
Peace be with you.
Any other Christians in here that want to take his spot?
I'm
What do
Catholic.
you mean? I'm Catholic.
Good. So you all been listening. You know my train of thought, or at least if I keep
What's
going.
your train of thought?
Give me a second. I got to get back there. All the other. So you
Is
pointed
it
out on the
that
universe
you
list.
don't believe? Do you believe?
Yes,
Has
I believe
Ben
Jesus is the
ever,
Son of God.
showed his
But when
rosary?
you get into the
what's
religions,
the
and
problem?
So I'm a universalist.
Hmm.
So they call me a heretic. So then they call me I'm not a Christian based upon my doctrinal belief, right? Based upon I'm against their doctrine, therefore I can't be a Christian. So I just see exclusiveness in the for what is it, the Abrahamic religions. I see a lot of exclusiveness. Like if any one of these 4 religions are right, Catholicism, Protestants, like the Protestants are sure the Catholics and the Muslims aren't going, or the Jews.
Well, if you have the right path, what's it matter what other people think?
Yeah, so I'm convinced of I'm not convinced of my culture's religion. I am more convinced that each culture has its own truth.
Okay.
Like all truths lead to Jesus. So all of the religions will lead to them figuring out that Jesus is truth. Upon the Catholic religion, I think it's the purgatory thing. They're brought out of the old hell. Everybody's given new bodies, right? And then they're sent back to hell in their new bodies. Like it's like, come on out, let me tell you what you did wrong, and I'm going to send you back.
No, you don't. I don't think you understand purgatory.
You're criticizing the Catholics for doing the same thing you're doing.
Wait, Nemo, purgatory never leads to hell. It always leads to heaven. You're judged. You wouldn't be in purgatory if you were destined for hell. It's not like an intermediary choice making.
No. Yeah. So the argument would be that if the Catholics are right, 90% of people created by the all-loving God are tortured, eternal conscious torment.
No. Right? Actually, do you know that it is Orthodox?
Do you get tortured in purgatory? I thought it was just like, well, I don't even know what happens in purgatory. What happens in purgatory, guys? Do you get sodomized?
Catholic teaching is something close to universalism, right? And Pope Francis said this openly. We should hope that all people are saved. All of them.
So the hopeful universalists come from the Orthodox.
Yes, so, but that's not universalism. Universalism is denying the possibility of hell.
Yeah.
So
yes, we would say that we would just say hell is the lake of fire, which is not hell, right? The lake of fire is what we would say. We would just say instead of that being bad pain, it's good pain. It's like a pruning process. It's like removing impurities.
Who would say that? I'm not sure what you're saying. Catholics would say that?
No, but the universalists would say that the lake of fire is a purifying process.
Oh, is this like an Orthodox universalism? I mean, where are you coming from?
No, it's not an Orthodox teaching.
I mean, that would be you're saying hell is actually purgatory. So that's I don't never heard anyone say that hell is not purgatory.
Is that the way you believe? Hell is purgatory?
I don't know. I believe it. I think so. Let me explain this.
Look, man, I'm a layman here. Okay, I don't know anything about any of this stuff, but I do know hell and purgatory are 2 different things.
Yeah, lake of fire would be the way. My analogy is it's a metal work so there's a crucible pot with and there's a metal worker, and they throw their gold that needs refined, which would be us. We are imperfect but have perfection within us. We could be made pure. So they would throw the gold in the crucible pot, the impure gold, and the moment they add sulfur to it, the metal workers know that when you add sulfur to this, the impurities are now boiled to the top, and you can scrape off the slag, and you basically can now pull out pure gold.
This is the doctrine of purgatory. It's pretty much straight Orthodox. I mean,
yeah, so that's a totally different doctrine. I don't know that doctrine. It's ultimate. It's
you're articulating it very perfectly. That's what purgatory is.
And then the Muslims have their own view of something like that, and then same with the Jews, and everybody's got their own thing. My argument simply says that the God of all creation, through his son Jesus, his atonement and his sacrifice was good enough to cover all sins and all pain and all punishment, and therefore everybody enters through the truth.
Well, but okay, it was good enough. Absolutely, no one would deny that. No one would deny that the efficacy of Christ's salvation only had so much power, and therefore it could only save so many people. I mean, maybe there are people, but you're neglecting the aspect of our
the religious talk is really nosediving.
I mean, do you think that when Jesus
even my stream 14
was saved, and then therefore that would obviously.
I think God's plan, like Jesus was hidden from the Jews. I think God's plan is hidden from everybody. I don't think that we're supposed to.
My stream is 1 year older than Muhammad's bride.
Like if a Christian comes up to a Jewish person and a Muslim person arguing over which God's real, instead of creating a new third argument and banishing all of them to hell forever, I think
was she 13 or was she 9?
They should go up to them and say, "Don't worry, stop worrying about your old religion."
Did you come to this conclusion on your own, or did you?
No. There's a big following. First, second century origin, Gregory of Nyssa.
But they weren't saying this stuff that you're saying. That this is a real extrapolation. There were people who were universalists, but it's much closer to traditional.
Gregory Nyssa is misinterpreted.
That's fair. I'm just. It doesn't.
But the problem is, you know what the gospel means. Good news, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but don't you have to receive the good news?
I don't think that should be a I think in a deceptive world, I don't think that matters. Okay. I think eventually. So how about this? If every tongue will confess Jesus is Christ, Jesus is the Son of God, and every knee will bow. And then I think the way people have read it are backwards. I think that the religions has turned it around to make it look like our God. So like the problem of evil exists, and I don't think it should. I think religions have turned our God into that problem of evil. Like our good God, like eternal conscious torment is not.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I agree with
you. Do you ever think that free will is like a double-edged sword?
So far, Ben is getting chummy with this guy.
Okay, do you believe our relationship with God is a relationship? Like other relationships? That it goes both ways? Or is it like our relationship with the sun? The sun shines on us.
I don't think a parent would reject their child for not loving them. I think a parent should always love their child, even if that child doesn't love them. I think the definition of love is
what if the child's
always
gay?
Forgiving, always faithful.
Okay, but do you believe human relationships go 2 ways, right? But our relationship, say with the sun, we don't really have a choice. SUN, it just shines down on us, right? So if you have a relationship, the relationship can have problems, right?
Fair, yeah.
Okay, so if Christianity sees like a relationship with the Father as being a primary relationship, right, and we use that analogy, you can have a perfectly good father, and you can choose, at least theoretically, to be a terrible son, right? Even though your father's perfect. And wouldn't a perfect father respect you saying, like, I hate you and I never want to see you? If that's what he says consistently in his life, he's destroyed the relationship. How would a father say, no, you're still coming to Christmas dinner? How would that make any sense? That would be disrespected.
Hey, this sounds like a little bit like a projection here. I think that's the term. All right. The perfect father. Ben is describing himself as the perfect father here. And what if you had a son that just constantly rejected you? Like John. Wow. You see it here, huh? You see it? I see it.
That person's choice, right?
Yeah, nobody will be forced into the kingdom. Okay, so
then that state of people
you
who
are not forced to accept
all
the
that
truth
water,
Jesus
I gotta
is
piss it out.
The Son of God. But ultimately, you will bow down and you will realize Jesus is the Son of God. And even if you have a hardened heart, like the Lord, sometimes the Lord made Nebuchadnezzar's heart hardened. So like sometimes the Lord will take your free will away, and He will give you into your desires. Like, if that makes sense. I lose train of thought.
Those are difficult to interpret, but the devil knows that Jesus is the Son of God, right? There's no question there.
Yeah.
So, but he's still
Origin. If you read First Principles, chapter 3, I'll read it a fourth time. Because chapter 3, I barely understand chapter 1 and 2, but this is why the Origin was deemed a heretic. He argued that the devil and his angels would be reconciled with God. So,
right.
Like the stars in the sky right now, the book of Job says that the stars are found unclean in God's eyes, and they're separate from him, and they want to be back with God too. So it's called apostasis, the doctrine. It's the restoration of all things. So my argument would be Revelation 21. There's a new heaven and a new earth, and the lake of fire. And that's just separation from God. There's no evil. That's just how you get to know God. Sure, call it or whatever it is, but it's not evil. Evil is in there. They're thrown in there. So they're being that process of getting to know the truth. But the gates of heaven would always be open.
Yeah, it's a question of time, right? So like that idea of the devil reconciling has to do with like angelology, and like angels don't exist in time like people, so they can't change. So it's not a matter of God shutting the gate. It's just that an angel by its nature chooses eternally at the same time. And that's also why like it's not like when we die, God shuts the door, because we exist in eternity at that point, and there is no time, so you can't change. It just locks you in from where you were here. So I think it's a mistake to say like people in hell, if hell was like this, where it's like here, and you're like, I changed my mind, I'm really sorry. Of course God would allow them into heaven. Yeah. But it's a sort of error of the understanding of the state that you're in. You can't repent in hell.
Could anybody be in that state and then proclaim the Lord Jesus is the Son of God? So how could somebody bow to him and label him that and then reject him? I don't understand. That doesn't make sense.
Well, then maybe you don't understand evil. I believe there were people in our Lord's time. I think there were people in our Lord's time who knew who he was and hated him and wanted him dead. I mean, isn't that the story of the New Testament?
Well, sure, but that's the devil working through them.
Right, yeah.
The false prophets and all that. I'm saying.
Sure, and we have an inclination towards evil, right? I mean, that would be the Catholic understanding, is that like we're born with a heavy inclination to evil, so that we can largely be excused. That's why our Lord said they know not what they do. So he did not want the Jewish people condemned for what they did, right? Which, okay. But it doesn't.
Okay, hold on. I want to go current time. I want to see what Ben is doing current time. Right. Let's see what Ben is doing currently.
I think that's matzo balls. I don't know the history of matzo balls, but I know it has something to do with like unleavened bread.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: the people that you're saying that were the tribe that gives them their racial dimension, do they have a language and do they have these other characteristics that other ethnicities have?
Yes, I would think so. Yeah, I would think they would have had a tribal culture. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right. So you're saying that you're saying they did have it, but you're.
What happened? What happened to the stream? What happened?
Are you Christian?
I'm Catholic, yeah.
Yeah, but I have an issue with the thing you mentioned earlier, which is that this whole concept of Judaism being an ethnicity comes from Zionism.
Yeah.
Now, what about the New Testament, where they differentiate the Jewish believers that are Christian Jews, right? They differentiate between themselves and the Jews who do not believe in the Messiah.
Yes.
Consider them one group, while they consider the converts.
Man, Kick is messing up. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Oh, wait, we can watch the Ruby SpaceX JF interview right now.
Channels that does like compiling different clips together, and they do it in a really talented way and create like interesting narratives out of content, you know, and they're watching a fuck ton of bad content to get.
Okay. Is this going to be a legit interview? We're doing this right now. All right, let's do this.
That good content extracted from it. But he did a funny edit of like Ben's totally manic crashing out saga with Manar, who I don't know if you guys are familiar, but he came up on a panel on Ava's, so he's roughly from her universe. Dang it, I think I deleted the picture of him. Speaking of Ava, yo, me and my bitch, we are getting darts. We are getting darts from Healthy Family Force, aka Sick Family. What's the opposite of force? Sick Family Submission. AKA a man. A lot to say. I'm way too open about this.
Healthy
shit,
Family
dude.
Force.
I always
They're
tell all
bad.
the chemicals that I'm on to the point where people find it annoying. So you don't need to make stuff up because there's a lot of fake narratives running around, but we're gonna get into that. Hold up.
Is Ruby on chemicals?
More Ben versus Minerva is out.
Yeah, Ben versus Manar is great.
Yeah, so we got Ryder, we got Schizo Spud, another celebrity in chat.
I'll say hi.
Yeah, I'm excited to have Mark off the perk. I made a board of love, which I already
Where's
have
the
to
chat?
add some people to.
Where put it?
This is the board of love and some rough little agenda points and even a Bible verse, because I want to balance out the degeneracy with some positive influence.
Okay.
And I find that in the Bible. So it was Peter chapter 1 verse 22.
Here we have it.
Having
Substance
purified your souls
user
by your obedience
turning to
the
Christ.
truth for a sincere brotherly love.
Yeah.
Love one another earnestly and from a pure heart.
That's a good quote.
Amen to that. I'm trying to keep it positive. Hey, Mr. Deadman. I watched a bit of your channel earlier. You've been killing it, dude.
Oh, thank you.
You've been doing really good. We have like several celebrity channels. We got Schizo Spud, Mark Fusion, Mr. Deadman.
I have a long way to go to get out of Boyd. I don't know if I ever will.
All right.
But with your help, chat, we can.
Focus on that because I feel a bit all over the place because I was just drinking like tons and tons of coffee and then just started smoking weed and.
Hey, smoke it if you got it.
Everything's really tiny on my screen.
Burning bush helped Moses.
I just suck at doing this part of things. You know, the real battle with Ben isn't about him being abusive. It's just because I want my own grace.
It's the wet dream
that's there to inflate my ego and do tech stuff.
Ruby, you had sex with Ben in your dreams.
I
mean, in his dreams.
Those, okay. But unlike Ben, I can make it.
Does she know that? Does she know that she had sex with Ben in Ben's dream?
I made a little playlist. That's what I've been doing because when I was doing those like super edits, it worked for a while, but unless I literally like only do it about the thorps, like it was just too much risk of like getting copyright strike, or it's like you'd have to just work with like certain creators who know you're going to clip and are okay with it. And I don't know if I want that relationship so much with the thorps. So. Jedi Joy New York shorts were fantastic. They were definitely very wild. All right. Let me get to my
Am I a Ruby Mill? I'm Ruby friendly.
There we go. So there's a couple videos here about JF, but they're a bit long. And I was thinking of doing those after because I want just go in with chat fairly unbiased if possible. Brittany's been acting up. Oh, I wanted to watch this about Kick, the degenerate streaming site.
Wait, are we gonna get the interview?
I know that
is that really
like
happening, or is it not happening?
I kind of think that, and that doesn't mean I judge anyone who's using it. I'm currently using Kick. I am on Kick right now, but it's been weighing on me a lot. If I'd be open to doing the KCIP program and like what that means. Oh, I saw Lynx was on. I saw a clip on Twitter.
Where's Jeff?
People, I never wanted to actually be impregnated. That was a joke because you can't get pregnant on methadone. It's deadly. It's dumb, but I went in like that, and that's how people perceive me. So it's my own.
You can't get pregnant on methadone? Well, yeah, methadone can't fuck you.
No, that does not. I don't think so. But I do have a very bad.
Am I going to cover Mama JF? Okay. Hey, Jeff is here.
Here we go.
Mark, you want to run up on this monkey?
Here we go. There she is. I don't know why she beautiful girl, and
Darius
I uploaded
IRL.
some pictures of her.
Dana the Witch.
To get people hyping. Sometimes it like doesn't accept the image type, and I didn't have time to change it. But this is Merc off the perk. She's going to be coming in later, totally unrelated with JF Gariepy, and I did tell her in advance.
Oh,
that
she's
this
a
might be
crazy
controversial
chick.
Episode, and she was like totally like she's fine with that. She seems like a very kind of like adventurous free spirit.
Oh,
and
she is
I'm
a
fine with
adventurous
that.
free spirit, dude. She
But
got
she's
fucked
hanging
upside
out with these
down.
people,
He was
and
on her head
I
and got
just don't
fucked
understand how
by
Darius
Darius.
and Xena keep ending up in the same room together, fighting each other.
Yeah,
I just don't know how this has happened so many times this month. Not to
Oh, I have an
mention,
idea.
Darius looks fucking insane. 'Cause he
Apparently,
went
Darius
on
has a
Ice
big dick,
Poseidon's,
and these
like,
chicks
prison
are
experiment
wild
show,
for it, man.
And he ended up shaving his head and eyebrows. So it's just like, it's brutal. It's brutal.
Hey, that's good,
You gonna run up on
JF.
this monkey? She said, I'm
As
not letting you
fertilizer,
run up.
she's going to help you grow more potatoes.
What?
No.
Wait, but wasn't it your idea to not have the cameras on?
Celebrity.
You just filming right now.
Nobody needs to get banned either. So
Who cares?
there's that.
Yeah,
no
cameras, guys.
No
cameras.
Yeah, everyone knows I'm racist.
We know. That's why you don't stream,
They
right?
like it.
I mean, I'd be forgetting to because I make.
Oh, yeah. I've never.
Is he
24 hours a day.
bullshit?
Yeah,
Wait, no, I don't. I am gonna try to not alienate my guest. I am excited for my guest to come, and I definitely don't want to scare them off by acting crazy. But
The public
normal.
space
I'm
is
just
upon
normal,
us.
We're a normal chat.
All right,
just
we're going to
watching
do this for real. This is
Darius
going to happen.
IRL and Xena, the literal witch, and that's concerning. I don't like this black magic stuff. Okay, and I'm curious to ask JF about that too, because whether or not you think he's guilty of whatever has been accused of him, he does have an interesting mind, because he was quite an intelligent researcher in the field of neuroscience. He worked at Duke. He's published papers that have been cited by hundreds of people.
Yeah, but what have
He's
those
published
papers
books,
really
so it's like,
done, right?
it's easy. I don't know. People.
What has he really
I don't think he's a
accomplished?
dumb guy, So, but we most certainly have different.
I have
takes on,
published
like, ethics,
papers,
women, and
scientific.
Well, we're gonna get into
but
diverge on.
have you sent a rocket to the moon?
I doubt it. I highly doubt it. 120 an hour, actually, you stupid bitch.
All right, let's do it. Oh, is it? No, this could be distasteful. See, we're already entering distasteful territory. We're already entering.
What was wrong
I
with
just wanted
that?
to make
He
a
just said,
poll
"Beware, he may find you suitable for insemination." That's
to
a
see
fair
if,
point.
If you guys thought I would be
HIV
retarded
won.
enough for him to want
Absolutely
to,
base take right there.
but we don't really need to even really be. I don't want to make light of anything or seem like I'm making light of anything, even though it's like a different joke.
You want to see my rate?
Yeah, sure.
Well,
I have no
then he's in
problem
good
with that.
company, huh,
Darius, you
JF?
look crazy.
He's getting that Epstein money.
Yeah.
Well, he was.
Oh, really?
Since Epstein
Can I
totally
turn my
killed
flash
himself,
on?
right?
No, because then everyone else can't see your face.
Oh yeah, for the people who don't know, our good friend and collaborator Proncess, who lives with this goofball Darius IRL, his account got suspended for this video. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure weren't other accounts like I've seen this video from like 20 different angles, which is also like, dude, if you're doing a collab, like, I don't know, it's just too many people.
I'm good on the cigar. I'm like getting
cameras.
sick of that nicotine.
It's just too many people holding cameras for me. Okay. And that's not how our South Carolina trip is going to be for me and Ava and Lo.
That's right.
And
It's gonna be different.
I'm thinking that if we're all in agreement, we might just trade off
and eat
days.
some
So like
meat.
one day is on my channel, one day is on Ava's channel, one day is on Lo's channel. But it's open-ended. We're gonna sort through those details, but it's incredibly fucking soon.
Come on, it's autism.
Jesus.
Peak autism.
Alleged.
All right.
No, not yet. That's coming up.
I saw this little thing.
Does a fight break out here or something?
That's when we know the piece.
You're not pulling anyone.
I'm either gonna pull my mom.
Go for chicken. Go for chicken.
Ron.
Can I have a sip?
Francis, what are you doing?
Got to share
Prawn
a
is
White
my
Claw?
age. Like, my life's a little wacky, but
Bums.
bro, we all know that I was a drug addict. And Keemstar is sure to remind everyone at every opportunity and also insinuate I'm in active use. I'm not. And I share so much of my life that people would know.
Yeah.
Dude.
Share a lot. But it's okay.
I need to upgrade my tech. Like, I don't know.
I've been sharing my
I'm
life
so
more a
bad
little
at
bit.
all of that end. But it's also shout out Prawn says this is his StreamYard account that we use. I know, it's like it was
so Ruby uses
move. And
Prawn's
for the people who
Streamlabs.
are newish to chat
Or StreamYard.
Prawnces I met through Grace Thorp. We both got kind of mixed up in that scene, and then we both kind of moved on to covering other. We both got kind of mixed up in that scene, and then we both kind of moved on to covering other things. And he went and moved in with Darius IRL, and it was like pretty random, but you know, it was like, oh, a content house that could be fun. Like, why not get on your grind and like do?
You're not
that?
hyped up for the Ruby event?
But it seems like it's a darker operation that
You don't have tickets?
I would have.
I heard they sold out.
And I'm a celebrity. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like, people. Junk says Prawn looked less the weird homeowner, allowing kids to party at his house. He does kind of seem like that, but I don't know. And I get concerned too because it's like I'm excited. I'm gonna have some Bud Lights in South Carolina. Okay, but like I can't do this like crazy. Oh, we're partying every night. There's fights breaking out in blood and people are crying and the cops every other fucking night with these people.
If Ruby was if
old.
Ruby was
I've
with them,
crossed that bridge.
she would
I'm
definitely
old,
relapse.
And this is all crazy to me. Okay, is it a generational thing or is this just like really?
I mean, you would have to.
It's an odd
Hell,
scene, but that's
if
also
I was at the house,
exactly why I want to talk to
oh,
you
dude,
more
I'll
about the
do
project as well. Because I'm just curious what her experience is as someone who is a regular Kick streamer and has found some success on it. I have no idea how to use the site. I don't get any viewers on it, so.
Yeah.
Crazy, Darius.
Scram.
That's Xena, right? Yeah, so the little slave has to do whatever their master says. Ice Poseidon.
I'm so mad about.
All these people with their selfie sticks and their cameras, man. I'm like, what is going on here? What drugs are she
you
on?
Fucking kidding me?
Who, Xena? All of them.
Are
Ruby?
you
None of
fucking
them.
kidding me?
Methadone, I guess.
This lunatic little fucking octoroon is going after her, calling her a slave, and calling Ice Poseidon her master. Why are they always? I just
Is
don't
it
understand
true?
the continued
Is Ice Poseidon
fucking
not her
interaction
master?
Here. What is
she not?
What is up with it?
I mean, if
It's like that song. What
if the shoe fits, if
I
the
agree,
whip
it's
fits,
racist, and I don't.
that's
know why
racist,
he
dog.
went there.
Yeah, that's racist.
I think there are perhaps some unresolved kind of like racial issues. Does Ruby even know that JF is a huge Ben Thorpe supporter? Ben has been on JF's show twice. That makes sense because they run in similar circles. So I'm not entirely surprised that would that there'd be crossover there. But I haven't seen their interactions when I was looking on YouTube. I didn't see that. That could be something interesting to look up though.
They have similar outlooks on
I'm
life.
gonna send him the link in like 5 minutes. We'll just finish this video.
Does JF have any
But
daughters?
are you guys seeing? And like Ava reacted to this, I think yesterday too, or the day before my date. I don't
Okay, so she was called a slave. Ice
and
Poseidon
she's noticing
slave.
it's like
okay.
It looks like Xena's like in her element. Like she just loves to have like, oh, the
She has a pretty
views
good
are
bust.
skyrocketing, and like, oh look, everyone. Oh hey, JF is in the chat. That's a lie. No idea who Ben Thorpe is, bro. People just be saying anything, just like anything. Like it's wild, and that's slanderous to be associated with them. It's like low-key slanderous.
The JF is legit in the chat.
Ruby,
We're gonna legit get this interview.
I do, but not as much since she was nuked unfairly off of YouTube, which is why I dual stream to Kick, even though I have some concerns about the design of the website and what it might inspire in young people to get addicted to gambling.
I'm not worried about gambling. Loot
Yeah,
boxes
I'm really,
and stuff, man.
You are definitely a divisive character, a very divisive character. I've been doing some research. I mentioned in our DMs that like I had come across a few years ago. I was watching a lot of YouTube around the like starting in 2016 into the like early 2020 kind of like blood sports kind of era, you know. And I got kind of fixated on the whole like race and IQ thing. So obviously that's a topic that
Race and IQ.
JF,
Well, that's definitely gonna be JF's.
interacts with a lot as a
that's JF's
neuroscientist
forte.
and someone with an interest in genetics. So I find all those topics interesting. I find them interesting, but it's obviously treacherous moral territory, in my opinion. Are you still going to meet up with her? I remember you said that like 2 months ago. Yeah, we talked about doing a meetup, but I didn't realize she lived in freaking Canada. I don't know why. She said we were talking about going to Niagara Falls, and I was like, I thought you could get, I don't know. There was confusion about that, and then the fact that none of us have passports. But I wanted to do a summer trip, so then I hit up Low and set up the South Carolina trip. And then
When does interview start?
We got Eva on board, and it just happened to work out. But unfortunately, Lynx does not have a passport situation or a YouTube situation, which sucks. But if she's on Kick, I would love to connect with her on that. Maybe do some Kick only streams.
Is JF like in the back room or backstage?
I've been to Canada actually. I actually moved to Canada when I was younger. And my family citizenship was rejected.
All right, that's cute. Ruby is definitely high. Well, she smokes weed.
JF, the Benz,
you know, all American tobacco. She smokes all American tobacco.
Or maybe you're just misremembering because now I've followed the Thorpes for some time now. I've been pretty intertwined in that whole mess. Ruby's a race scientist. Listen, guys, that's not the topics today. Maybe lightly touch on. Just curious if there's been any changes to his views since like I was more involved in that scene, quite some time
what's
ago.
This?
And I'm sure there have been advancements.
Xena simulating BJ skills of Destiny.
And a few things,
Okay,
get into
let's watch this.
The more controversial things, but I'm also just a naturally curious person. Looking real sweaty right now, real talk. Thank you. I'm I don't suck dick good, but I'm a little sweaty. It is quite hot. I have the AC on, but that whole little dancing bit got the sweat glands glowing.
I ain't seen none of that, so I was just
LOL Angels is coming back, but it's on hiatus. But
yo, why did she lose KCIP again?
All she was doing a reenactment.
Doesn't have fans. That's not true. Have you ever heard of a chatter named South to West?
I didn't see none of that. I just saw.
I guess it's about time, so let me send my link over.
Oh my god, how many times are you gonna play this?
But I'm gonna just.
Oh, she knows how to suck, dude. She knows how to give head.
See that? That's what I was trying to see. I ain't seen none of that, so I was just like.
And I'll let him send that while this. Wait,
No, the way he demonstrated was perfect, honey. That's it. That's
But do you see her? She's like relishing in this moment. She is so happy that there's all this violence around her, and like she's glowing. The numbers are up. Her like
I saw
hormones
that
are
video
raging.
against my consent.
This dark
Hurricane Power
witch
sent me that video.
energy is
Oh,
like raging
so
through
Grace
her.
was video raped by Destiny.
I'm sure he
Grace
does
was
have
video raped by
opinions on
Destiny. She watched that
I
video
think
without her
most people-
consent.
Well,
I
most
do
people
have to
I know
agree with
about.
her. Yeah, it was
Decent amount of people. People
Okay.
involved in any kind of intellectual space, absolutely.
Good clip.
What's
Good
up,
clip.
Emily? How are you?
We still don't.
Yeah, I looked into it,
We're
and it's
still
like
waiting
there is
for
a lot of
JF to come on.
not everything is flattering to him. Obviously, there's a lot of controversial stuff there.
He's
but
in
there's
the
also
chat, but
some
I don't know what's
misinformation,
happening
like,
here.
You know,
I know as much as you guys.
people claiming he's not even, you know, he's like making up his educational background or his past publications or his books or whatever. People are complicated. They can have a lot of good and bad.
People are complicated, yes.
Let me just play the rest of this. I'm gonna send it.
It's just funny. It's just funny that you're still a slave at 30 years old.
I mean, you were literally
30 years a
your
slave.
eyes out at the
Yikes!
30 years a slave. For 30 years, she was Ice Poseidon's slave. He was born in Ice Poseidon's. Oh.
You so bad because I don't love you no more. You got somebody,
bro.
Leave alone.
Why are you pausing
my
it?
God, this is so
oh, it's
annoying. Why
buffering.
if I could just reload this to my
That's is this on Kick?
Dude, stop! All right, we're gonna revisit that. We'll revisit that.
Oh man,
Oh, I do look so
that was a cock tease.
I'm just like super zoomed into my computer and it
Man.
won't zoom out because I'm totally.
When it gets good, it just
Let me see if I
buffers.
can restart it. Hopefully, it won't leave me.
Wait, what are we doing right now? We got a blue screen of death. I like her AOL aesthetic here, though the modem sound is a little too real. You know what I'm saying? She has Section 8 internet? Okay. Well. Man,
Sorry about that, folks.
I understand.
All right, let me drop the
Hey,
link.
Nice,
we
at
got
one point, I had
127
shed
in chat.
internet,
Don't forget to
which
hit the
took a
like
while
button.
for me to
I'm
figure
gonna
out.
drop this for JF, and we can revisit. But I'm curious, what do you guys think about that clip? Do you kind of see the energy I'm seeing? And it's like, it feels very like Wicked to me, you know? And I don't want to be like so harsh because everyone is just a person kind of doing their best. And I don't know her personal story, but
I mean, it looked like they were
it's been a
there,
lot of, like,
had an
violence and
argument.
just real toxic stuff.
He
exuding
yanked
from
her
them.
phone through it. Yeah. They're about to get into it. Looked like they're about to break into a fight. It was setting something down, getting ready to fight.
Let me just
Probably would have kicked his ass.
this. Yeah.
Scratch him up with her nails.
And boom. And hopefully when I have Merc on later, there's no issues with the
StreamYard streams all your
people are like kind of like Discord oriented or like StreamYard oriented.
I think I used
I'm getting
StreamYards
used to
once
using, like one kind. I don't use Discord because I just feel like there's always
when I hopped
issues.
into I think
Like look at log
Ben's
how long
stream or
every
something.
episode is like 20 minutes of technical difficulties. Keemstar is now claiming that the website is just broken entirely.
Oh, clip channels? Okay.
Oops, I keep like jumping in and out. All right, we've got JF backstage.
Well,
Bring
we'll
him
check that later, I guess.
up. Hi.
Hello.
Here we go.
Hi. Pleasure to meet you.
I plan on
Welcome.
to meet you.
getting this interview and then
Je
that will be
m'appelle Ruby.
it for the stream.
Okay. Hello, Ruby.
That was like the one French thing that I know. Thank you so much for making the time to come on. My audience is really excited about it. And I'm curious, just what is your life like these
I'm curious,
days?
did you
What is
kill
a
your
day in
wife?
the life of JF looking like?
Oh, well, I have a very privileged life, having had success in my early career on YouTube. I made a lot of money, enough savings to live for the rest of my life with my book. So my life every day is to make a show on Rumble these days, continue my legacy
Rumble.
on live streaming, because I was one of the first live streamers, and I'm happy to be with someone who was there back in the days, who was one of
Dude,
the OJs.
how did that be so long ago? It's so long ago. How are we so old, dude? It just happened. Everyone's old now.
Because there's so many people who flocked to this business late and who now do big numbers.
I never
but
would have
in a
guessed
very
Ruby would have
artificial
crossed paths with
market.
JF.
So I continue my legacy, continue perhaps the writing of my second book, but most importantly, I'm a dad and I enjoy every day of my life as a caretaker for children and taking care of building the next generation and building a stable family.
But is it not with the
What
mom?
would your next book be about?
My next book will be The Moral Signal. So the first book was about the emergence of life, the revolutionary phenotype. The Moral Signal seeks to have a full theory of a biology of culture.
She is a star.
So everything you see, like I was seeing in the show before I arrived, you were showing these monkeys interacting between one another. Why does that happen? Why do they yell at each other? Why does the woman has these huge boobs displayed as she films? Everything social must have a biological explanation to it, and I think I have the framework for it.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm very fascinated by the way that people behave online, and especially more than ever, I'm like really curious about Kick specifically, because that's where a lot of people go. I'm dual streaming there now, but I've had like major concerns about like the ethics of it and it being connected to like gambling sites. Have you looked into that at all? Is that something you have concern about?
Yeah, I didn't consider streaming on Kick for the very same reasons. I don't think it's good to promote addictive behaviors. The reality is,
but taking a check from Epstein's
cool.
cool.
A game of poker intellectually, but if I send 100 people to
anti-gambling,
site, they will all lose their money.
The age of a child is
and
what?
So gambling is bad for you. So I may go to Kick if it's the last place to speak freely, but right now, Rumble, Odyssey, they offer a better free speech platforms.
True. Rumble, it does seem to be, once you get, because YouTube, I mean, I have a friend who literally all she did was painting figures like on her streams. Her entire channel was just like nuked because she went up against Keemstar, who's like a highly demonic.
Maybe it's a side effect of methadone. I don't know. Is it a new thing?
But yeah, so it's scary how your platform can get taken away. When did that happen for you on YouTube? What was your time span that you
well, there was never really a ban. It just started that YouTube started their TOS of their policy of shadow banning.
Oh, Red Bull, yeah,
Red Bull
can
one
do
episode at a time off from my channel, and they were slowly just putting the channel down through shadow banning and demonetizing sometimes. So it was in the era 2019 to 2022. Parallelly, my Twitter account getting banned. So back then, the freedom that we initially had in the initial YouTube community totally disappeared from the internet and was almost taken away forever.
Okay, yeah.
And thankfully, Elon Musk came back, and
But
now we have
I agree with you
Twitter,
with the Red
now we
Bull
have
thing.
alternatives fighting back. But it seems that YouTube decided to continue the way of the normies, and it's a very sad thing because it used to be a place for friendship.
Well, that's how they're going to make money.
Interaction that
And it's
were
going to get
genuine,
worse.
that were much better than what the mainstream can provide. And personally, I'm addicted to it for life. I will always, even if they deny it now, and even if you can't have a YouTube channel if you're controversial, I will continue producing the content that I would have produced if I had a YouTube channel.
Yeah,
I
now
feel
YouTube's
similar,
gonna
kind of just like very
definitely
passionate
promote.
and like you could say addicted to it, because it's addictive to instantly be able to connect and interact with people all over the world, any opinion, like
major
you can
news
look up
networks
anything,
and
respond to anything,
like
make a
bigger
video
shows.
about whatever. But the platform, it's definitely changed since like.
She froze up. Oh, damn it. Jeff's like, what happened?
We have lost Ruby. How are you doing, people of the regular chat? Hopefully Ruby will
Ruby
reconnect.
disappeared on us.
Okay, she is back.
Sorry about that. I'm thinking of upgrading to Starlink. My internet is kind of ass.
You need fiber optics. That's it.
Fiber optics, but I do like on the go streaming. Like I'm planning a trip in a couple weeks, and so it's like I've heard Starlink is good. Like if you're on the go.
You're
Some
going
people
to
in
South
chat.
Carolina.
I'm just going to visit another YouTuber, and it's just going to be like a little content vacation.
Manu.
So
now that's a bold question right there.
You say you're living off of the
Tell me,
content stuff
Jeff,
that you
why
made early,
did you
earlier
kill
in
your
career
potato?
at the moment?
Well, actually, I'm making still a very good salary just streaming and with super chats. So I'm more than maintaining myself. But yeah, back in those days, we were paid in Bitcoin very often by our audience, and Bitcoin has appreciated very much since 2016. So
For sure,
that gives
yeah.
me a layer of safety that I can do what I want in my art rather than do what's needed.
Hey, take it easy, get crack. Take it easy, man.
To gambling,
have a good one. I might go walking later.
Give me $1,000 for a stream.
Yeah, for me, I have a similar boundary there where that doesn't appeal to me at all because I wouldn't want to live with myself doing that. Like, what else is there to live for except having some kind of positive impact and legacy? And actually, I wanted to ask you about that. Like, what would you want your legacy to be, or like, what's the impact you most want to have on society right now?
Well, my legacy will be that I had a theory called the theory of phenotypic revolutions. I published it so that everyone would know about it, but the world rejected me. The system that controls who speaks and who's respectable decided to go at me with hit pieces rather than an appreciation of what my scientific theory can give as an insight. And I want to prove down the line in 1,000 years, I think that what people will say about me is that I'm the proof that the Inquisition is not over, that the killing of greater minds is still the case in 2025, just like it was 400 years ago, just like it was 1,000 years ago, and that we are not an evolved society. We are not modern. We are not more intelligent. In fact,
that what people are going to say about you?
Affects the lesser brains and still gets social rejection to whoever is born with it.
Do you identify as like a mentally healthy person?
Jeff's going to end up with a Netflix special.
You are
like about what happened to Mama JF.
I'm not saying you seem like mentally ill. I'm mentally ill. I'm very, very crazy. But like, you diverge from a lot of people and like your viewpoints and in your passion. And I understand that to some degree, but I'm just curious if that's something you've ever identified in yourself, or like, or if it's something you are.
Yeah, I consider that the world is in such a state of fall that everyone is sick in the head except me. And that I am the most mentally healthy person in the world. And in fact, tests reveal that I score close to 100% on mental health measures.
Wow.
So much so that some psychologists have accused me, wrongfully, of being a test tricker. That I'm trying to trick the test. Because I'm a secret schizophrenic who invents false answers to these tests so that I can score 100. But no, I truly score 100 with honest responses to these challenges. And to me, I think that 95% of the
your guess is as good as mine, Manu.
Mentally sick, and I think it's not going to get better. We are in a state of fall.
It looks like a midget cage.
There's not been enough selection.
Being
Basically,
used
everything
as a
can
shelf.
exist. There is no more of a
Or
rule
blocks.
coming from the past generation saying, no, you won't go there. And I see
Like
this very much
Minecraft
in your
blocks or
life.
something.
I think that, the missing of a father in your life because of his oxycodone addiction led you to have absolutely no structure. And I don't know to which extent you would agree, but what you've been experiencing in life is way too much. You shouldn't have gone there.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why I'm interested in kind of like fringe people is I myself have existed on the fringes. I've had various mental health issues and drug issues that totally derailed like my YouTube career when it was starting 5 years or so ago. And I came back to streaming and I found I've made a lot of progress in it in the last year, but
You definitely have.
I still have a long ways to go. So what would your advice be to be like a crazy bitch in her 30s who's on methadone and totally just whacked out?
My advice, and I've said it many times, I will say it again because it applies even more here. My advice is full insemination.
Jeff, talk about kraut
your
and tea.
Uterus filled with sperm.
That would be funny.
Every second, all
That'd be
the
good.
time, always.
I don't think I should procreate. Like I've been torn on this, and maybe this is just the cope because I'm old and single, but like, I don't know if I should procreate. Like, I'm feeling kind of not optimistic about the future. I think we're in the end times, quite honestly. I think like with the AI superintelligence is just going to take over. I don't think humans are going to adapt to that very well. Do you feel like we're in the end times?
Now you're letting your brain make a decision that it shouldn't be making. Let me ask you this. The first time you had some heroin injected into your veins, did you think that way? Did you think, oh, well, I don't think I should be doing this
good place to leave. Yeah. All right, you take it easy, man.
Not especially. I was like an extremely anxious kid, and I idolized people like Kurt Cobain.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay, yeah.
I really, from a young age, wanted that like live fast, die young.
You want to procreate
lifestyle.
with Ruby?
But then my
Like a
brain's
Ruby baby?
developing in my mid-20s, and I'm like, oh shit, like, damn, I went off the rails,
But forget about the inspirations and the long-term reasons why you ended up there. I'm talking about the moment where you got your first dose of this or that. You didn't think twice. You didn't think,
is this an interview or a date?
I take over the world and therefore it's useless for me to be drugged up. You just did it. You jumped into it like it was a universe of discovery, like you were at least jumping into the hole, right?
Yeah, that's more accurate.
Do
I would say it was similar
do
to that.
this with baby making, let me tell you, and you'll be fixed in ways that you can't even understand right now. In ways that no
Ruby,
medication
listen to
will
Jeff.
ever
You're gonna
fix
get a baby.
you. Because
You're gonna get a baby.
But what if I have a bunch of kids? Like I live in like an attic, I don't know. I tend to rise to the occasion, but I don't know. But do you feel optimistic about the future, and that's why you want to have like as many lots and lots of babies?
I feel that we are in a war, and yes, I am optimistic in that war because I know that ultimately sexual reproduction is the best model for humans. We will either completely disappear and be replaced by something that is non-sexual, like an AI deciding your genes in the next generation, but we will be at war with this thing for millions of years. And I believe we can win the war. We need decision, we need decisiveness, we need an understanding of the value of sex and how great, how lucky we are to have had the sexual binary to be in our species, and just how much of our phenotypes rely on the fact that we are sexual beings. The difference between a sexual being and not a sexual being in biology is the difference between everything you know about life, lions, humans, giraffes, rhinoceros, frogs, salamanders, fish, all of these are sexual beings. If you want to go to the first non-sexual being, you have to go back to bacteria. So sex ultimately is responsible
there's plants.
for the walking forward of life into a world of complexity, beauty, and even comedy and human language. You ultimately rely on the fact that we had to charm a greater being to pass into the next generation. So yes, I think you should make babies. Yes, I think you should take the side of DNA-based sexual life in this war. And I think your life would have been even better if you had started earlier. Now you say, okay, you're not in an ideal scenario. I'm sure there is a guy out there with a house ready to take you in and to make you 5 babies, which you still can do.
Oh,
so
there is
I
a
would go
guy.
for this. Doesn't matter that you're
It's
in an
JF.
attic now. Your job as a woman is not to own a whole house or to produce on the free market. But you can totally
planting
give
that
yourself to the
seed,
project
man.
of finding a man of quality. You've had your whole life to see what males of non-quality look like and what it looks like to live with them. Because I've seen your life on your YouTube channel. You seem to have been jumping around with roommates, drugged up, alcoholics.
I'm not drugged up. I'm just manic. I'm not.
No, but the people who surrounded you were drugged up all the time.
Yeah.
So you need to find a model. It's harder for someone like you who's not had a solid male model in her life, but you can, you know objectively what it is that you need. A guy with sense, a guy with wealth, a guy with resources, and most importantly, a guy who will just take you by the arm and say, that's where we're going, and I don't care what you say. You can yell, you can ask for your extra dose of methadone, you're not getting it.
I think I follow what you're saying. Like sex, it very much is. It's like so fundamental in ways we can't comprehend. Like I've been reading more like Jung about like the collective unconscious and getting more into spirituality. And there, I'm curious. Do you have a connection to God? Are you atheist? Or
so is the plan to like have all these questions before we get to the Mama JF, or is Mama JF not going to be mentioned?
Who truly believes in God? I've always been an atheist, and I'm still an atheist. However, she makes a beautiful case for certain ideas of the Bible that I had never considered in that way. But I'm still very much not believing that we have a God or that Jesus Christ has been sent from outside of the universe by a supernatural entity.
And do you think that society and people probably need religion in some degree? And it's like there's a religious like instinct and inclination? Because I've thought that like even if I don't, like, I still struggle with belief mentally, but like I feel like a spiritual benefit, even just from the practices and the reading, the meditation and prayer is just like positive, like focusing. But I do think a lot of people, they really do need something to latch onto to like mimic in that way.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Well, I think religion has many truthful moral roles in our development, and I don't think it's absolutely needed in the first principle way. I think you could, in theory, have all of the right behaviors without religion, but I think it would be very hard. Religion makes it much more easy because it packages all of those useful memes. Ultimately, what religion is a breeding machine. And it's a software that you can upload to your brain that just improves your
I haven't really thought about it that way.
And reduces your chance of being gay. Now, from this perspective, it does well.
Chances of being
I think
gay?
it's good for low IQ people because they need some sort of guide. It's good for people who don't have a kind of a strong behavioral
Yeah,
sense
Ruby's talking
for
to JF,
themselves,
man.
which I happen to have. I have a very strong behavioral moral code of my own. I don't need very much religion to act good in society. But yeah, I think it's useful for a lot of people.
How would you describe your moral code? Because I also think that you can have like a moral code that's coherent without religion. But it does take a lot more thought to be put into it. So I'm curious, what's your
his moral code is dumping his potato girlfriend or potato wife on the side of the road?
I'm pretty much like Gandalf, the Grey in Lord of the Rings. My moral code is grounded in non-aggression, non-intervention, and witnessing the beauty of the world as you let it unpack for itself without intervention. You know, there's all sorts of things that Gandalf does in Lord of the Rings where he lets Gollum be. He says, I don't know, but Gollum seems evil, but maybe he's going to be good at some point. And I'm very much like this, laissez-faire, non-intervention, and most importantly, instead of trying to constantly re-engineer and change the world, like many modern people deceive themselves into doing, I like to look at the world and find what's so great about it to begin with. Because trying to improve from here to there, we've seen what it does. It does social workers, it does state interventionism, it worsens people's mental health. It creates public schools with all sorts of damage, of mental damage that we only need to measure later in society. And I'm like, what if we just had let the system be? What if there wasn't such an effort?
I like how he lumped social workers into that.
Fix themselves better.
He does not like them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely things aren't working broadly. People are lonely. That could connect to the sex thing too. People in the younger generations are having less sex, less procreation, less family. And for me, also part of my thing was I was very rigid, very feminist, and never, ever, ever crossed my mind to want kids or be a mom, you know, even though I had great parents, you know, I just didn't want to, I don't know, I just didn't, I was nihilistic. I was very nihilistic from a young age. And, but I do think it's a huge issue, the lack of connection. And now we're going to have a reproduction crisis where no one's going to be around to take care of the older people. Do you see that as being like an issue?
Personally, I don't think it's an issue. I think we're just holding old people to live way too old. I think we should accept death earlier, and we should stop fighting against entropy. We're due to die once we have accomplished our reproductive life and we have cared for our children up to adulthood. We really don't serve only a secondary role.
So we need to convince the old people to just die.
The grandkids, but
sorry, Grandma.
Hang on to life the way boomers do.
Yeah, I can see that. A lot of like super late in life, it gets pretty, you know, depressing, and you're just in pain all the time. Distinction wants a rap battle. Maybe at the end. I am a really good freestyler. I have a lot of hidden talents. But I'm curious. Do you ever think it's okay, like do you believe in physically disciplining women if they're acting out?
Oh, here we go. We're shifting gears.
No, I believe in self-defense. That is the only violence that I believe in.
We're shifting gears, I think.
Woman acting out is an issue. I mean, it's and it's been an issue in my life because there's so many deluded women out there. They will attack you with falsehoods. They will yell at you with things you haven't done. And so how do we manage this? In my view, we need a societal structure rather than we need a societal structure that gives enough power into the hands of men so that whatever the woman spouts doesn't matter. We're not in that world. We're in a world where whatever the woman spouts gets listened by some social worker, by some judge, by some family court, and ends up hurting male's life.
He does not like
this. Needs to be fixed. We need to reduce the degree of belief we put in a woman's words.
Tell me about these social workers in your life.
Do you think you could have maybe like a biased perspective because you do tend to date like women who are kind of neurodivergent? Do you think maybe that gives you?
That's
it's like
scientific
if you go
term for
crazy
retarded.
bitches or people who are like very unconventional. Of course, a lot of crazy things are going to happen. You might end up in those like custody or whatever kind of instant battles.
So do I?
And of course, speaking of physical correction of women, we've got the wife beater himself, Benjamin Thorp. Ruby, ask him.
That's a good question, Mackenzie. I'm hoping Ruby asked that.
Ruby, ask him.
I think it's like washes balls and then asks
but
tougher
I want to
questions.
come back to something you say because so many people say this without any evidence. So I will ask you to defend that claim. So you say I go out with neurodivergent women. Do you think I go out with neurodivergent women more than average? Or do you think, if you were to look at the 200 women I've been with, how many of those 200 women do you know about?
200?
I've been with
Well,
200
I guess I don't know
women.
about a lot of them, but I know about the major.
He's been with 200 women.
You hear about three. You heard about 3 or 4 of them. Why do you hear about them?
And,
because they're
and all those women
because
were retarded.
Because they're making a lot of extreme noise. They're making more publicity for themselves than the normal ones I was with. But in the end, I don't believe I'm especially targeting neurodivergent women. In the end, if you look at my career, my reproductive career, I've been with women.
We can't look
some
at
of them
all
have
of it.
PhDs. Some of them are very stable emotionally.
No,
but
that's
some
not
of
what you
them
get.
are unstable, and those are the ones you hear about. Not surprising, but let's be clear here. It's not a good empirical method to be taking woman noise and to be acquiring it as data.
Women noise.
I mean, it's-
women noise. You're taking women noise and using that as data. Jeff doesn't like women, okay? All right, he can't get with women. That's why he can only go for those that are mentally not sound enough to even make decisions for themselves, okay? All right.
It's just looking at like
Documents come from my ex who wanted to secure the court documents.
what was on screen. She acted kind of like eccentric, and I was watching a video, and it was saying that people said she acted very different, like off stream. What was she like behind the scenes?
So first, you mentioned the court documents. Well, court documents come from my ex who wanted to secure custody of our children for herself, and so she lied about me. So whatever is in those court documents, I have already
she
denied,
did.
and I deny it again. It doesn't become true
She
because
lied
it gets
about
published on the
you.
internet, or because you have a copy of it and you reread it 2 years or 5 years later. Those are lies. They are just lies. Now, the behavior of Mama JF, the idea that Mama JF was different on stream versus in real life. Definitely, she was different, like anyone would be. I'm sure you are not in this stream in the way you usually are if you're in a party or you're drinking beer with your friends. Now, was she different in a radical fashion? Not so much. Mama JF has shown delusions publicly before. And she showed them on live streams against my will, and delusions she also had in the private life. So Mama JF was delusional both publicly and privately. So I don't see the claim that she was different. Now, the claim that she was different actually comes from neighbors having interacted with her.
You clearly
but having
looked-
interacted with her for 30
looked
seconds or 1 minute. Now, if you interact with a delusional person for 1 minute,
Dude, this is gaslighting on a whole other level here.
I'm sure you know that, having had psychosis yourself, maybe drug-induced in your case. But it takes a
drug
lot of
withdrawal
depth.
induced. Just
Yes.
so
Drug
technically,
withdrawal
it
induced.
was withdrawal related. Okay, get it clear.
Okay. Well, it takes a lot of depth before someone who's hallucinating or having psychosis will reveal the inner structure of her thought. And so to those people who have seen the social face of Mama JF, be careful. It was not all there was.
Yeah, see, I don't believe what he's saying.
She seemed like an interesting character.
I gotta tell you that right
and
now.
I was surprised to find out that her dad was a physicist. And I was also surprised that I could not find anything of her family, like trying to help find her or like any statements for them. And I was like, what the heck? Like, wouldn't they be looking for her? Or like, was there a reason? Was she disconnected or alienated from her family?
Yeah,
Mama
probably
JF
by JF.
had some degree of hostility toward anyone she was interacting with. So the way these women work is often they have their current
He has
guy,
a little bit.
and then everyone before are abusers and evil people, and they leave everyone
Did I
behind.
say your name right?
And eventually, even if you're that guy for a moment that they respect and trust, eventually you become part of the cone of, these people are evil against me. A psychotic person is always projecting herself into the future and always burning all of the bridges behind. Now, that doesn't mean that that her parents were not caring for her and not trying to find her. In fact, they did participate to the police work. It's just that they've decided to do it privately. They're not public people, so they don't have to defend on YouTube. I have to because I'm a public person, but they want to live a private life, and they're helping in the way they can. But also, we're faced with someone who has chosen. Mama JF is a drifter who has chosen to go out there without documents, without tracing apparatus, without cell phones,
Convenient,
without any
huh?
way for us to help find her.
Mama JF
So
went on
you
this
have to
odyssey.
respect this
You
at some
drove
point,
her to
and
the woods,
her parents,
apparently,
just
right?
like me,
And
we
you just let her
understand
out,
what kind
let
of
her go.
mind she has, and we understand that she
Who does
wouldn't
that?
like it if we were to try to find her.
That's like who does
I mean,
that
some
with their
people
wife?
are like that, and I did see
especially
there
a
was
special
evidence
needs
of her,
woman,
like, going
right?
up and out just on trips
Like,
in other scenarios.
I'm not
so
trying to
that
be
is
mean,
plausible. She
but
did
that's
have a
kind of what's
character
happening here, okay?
That was really vibrant, eccentric, and inclined towards like kind of trips and stuff. So I can see that. My concern would be just like, I don't know, if my husband and like father of my kids was like, yo, I want to run out into the woods and just like live there, I don't know if I would personally feel comfortable with it. Do you understand why people think that's like kind of crazy?
No, I mean, I don't feel comfortable with it, which is why the first drift of Mama JF.
Well, why did he drive her to
before
it?
her actual disappearance? And Mama JF went out, and there's traces of this on the internet, and she has described it
He didn't
herself.
stop her?
Mama JF went out, broke our family, went to chill and take drugs in the downtown Montreal. And I convinced her to come back. I will never regret this decision that I've done, because I've had a few more years with Mama JF, and we had kids. We had kids during those years.
Okay.
So there are people today who live because I made this kind of doubling down, trying to convince Mama JF to come back. Now that time I succeeded. The second time she went and drifted, she took all of the means so that I could never contact her again. In fact, she
Convenient on that
disappeared
one,
a
huh?
little too well to the police taste.
All the means, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
Where'd you bury her,
up
man?
on the 2-year anniversary, so it's a remarkable story. I could see it being turned into like a movie or something, between like your life has taken
a
so
Dateline
many
special.
wild twists and turns, and then like this crazy disappearance too. And I understand why people are suspicious. And is there anything you think people get like especially wrong about like you, or like things that happened? Like,
oh, they get everything wrong. They get wrong the idea that Ma JF wanted to go voluntarily.
Yeah, no phones.
There's like 70% of the people I interact with on the internet, they don't even accept this. They think, that's
it's an
JF's
insane story.
explanation. But hey, there are records of this. There are records of Ma JF doing this before and redoing it again in the last time she disappeared. So it's like, not only can it happen, it had happened many times before. She has done it not only to me, she has done it to people she knew before and to her own family. So there's this that people get wrong. What people get wrong is the level of strategy I would have to have been able to kill Mama JF while she was in a separate province, where the only thing that connects Prince Edward Island, where we lived, the only thing that connects this little island of Canada to the rest of Canada is a single bridge, the Confederation Bridge. And people somehow think that I was able to pass this bridge, which is lined up with cameras. They literally take a picture of your face as you enter with your car onto Prince Edward Island. They think that somehow I was able to leave this island, kill Mama JF, run back to the island, hide Mama JF in some woods somewhere. They don't actually measure the intensity of what their hypothesis requires. I would be an evil genius if I had pulled this against the
Mama
Canadian
JF
police
wasn't living with
forces.
him?
So are they currently, what has there been any updates from the Canadian police on it? Are people presuming she's passed? I don't want to be insensitive.
No, I mean, there's no presumption and there's no update. So the last update is that she was seen 2 days after I dropped her off at a gas station. She was seen in another province, so she had done about 5 hours worth of road and was living on the streets, on Albert Street in Moncton, New Brunswick. That is what we know. That is the last time she ever left a trace. But that very
Hey, if she
day,
shows up again, though, that would be a wild story, huh?
It's the last time she was seen by outsiders other than me. But it's also on that very day that she sent me a phone message, text message, saying, JF, I'm about to disappear forever. You have 30 minutes left. If you need something from me, if you want me to call the electricity company or whatever, we do it now, because in 30 minutes, you'll never hear from me again.
Oh,
there was
convenient
a
on that one too,
voluntary
huh?
aspect to her disappearance. Not only this,
Disappear forever.
she had been
Earth just swallowed
reading
her.
a book of Edward Snowden called Permanent Record, and she was starting to be alarmed that she was starting to understand the number of chips that are in a cell phone and the ones you have to get rid of to avoid detection. And she was also good.
Wait, Mama JF was concerned about this. Have you guys ever seen Mama JF on a stream before? There's no way she was... I don't think she was concerned about the chips in a cell phone and she could take the chips out of a cell phone.
Googling about how can I be reborn? How can I completely change identity with a new birth certificate? That kind of stuff. So it seems that Mama JF, to me, the main hypothesis to me is that Mama JF is out there. She is neither named Mama JF nor Elora. She has completely changed identity. It's probably with some guy.
Is she like a super spy?
I'm sure the guy is hooked on drugs, and I'm sure that they don't live a perfect life, but I'm sure she's also most likely fine. Now, there's a possibility that, because it's a dangerous world, and Mama JF is way too trusting in this drug world. She probably embarked
She's like
on
special needs,
truckers
dude.
that she didn't know.
Neurodivergent.
Been killers.
She's
I think
like
there's a
IDD.
chance she's dead. But there's a chance you're dead next week when you go to South Carolina. There's a chance I'm dead next week. But I don't think it's the main hypothesis that we should retain. I think she must be happy, secretly living, and that she has escaped the Matrix in some spectacular way. Or that's what I like to think.
Wow. That's an interesting theory that you believe, and I don't think anyone else does.
Was she ever
Maybe his fans
diagnosed
on
like schizophrenia
Rumble.
or something? As it sounds like, maybe was it some kind of paranoid delusion?
She definitely had paranoid delusions that I've observed. I will not comment on her medical record, but I think from my description of her thoughts, you can easily guess what kind of person she was.
I'll tell you one
and what
thing.
kind of
I don't think
woman
we're going to
she
get a question from Ruby that pisses him off. To the point of leaving.
Have you ever found yourself? I've always just been fascinated by like serial killers, like Ed Kemper, Ted Bundy, the Night Stalker, and these people who just do like crazy, like extreme things. Like, have you ever had a fascination with like that kind of personality?
Yes, I wouldn't say I have a fascination with the personality, but I've always been following police work. So I love the police work aspect of this. I love all these police interview of killers. I'm not fascinated by the killers that much because I think the few that I've went deep into.
Notice how he's like, but I like the
people.
police work.
I find broken people who
Hey cops, I
resent
love you. I
society,
love you, cops.
who have basically chosen to lose.
I'm a good boy.
They've chosen to be the loser of society instead of just play the game of society. It's not so hard. Reproduce, make babies, build a family, and you'll die happy. And they've kind of chosen against this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's ultimately self-destructive, but like that's something that can happen. Like people have like narcissistic personality disorder. They can like start getting to like a psychotic, like delusional space from it. And it can be like wild to witness. They'll like engage in like crazy behavior.
Absolutely.
I just always found it interesting. Obviously you're like a neuroscientist, so this is like right up your alley of just like how the human mind works, you know?
Yeah, and this will be the subject of my second book. The human mind works in so many ways. First, layers of
Let's see if Ruby bites.
Past expectations.
We love our cops. We love our
risk,
law enforcement. That's right. Baked Alaska.
You want to not be stuck in a behavioral pattern. You want to supplant the others in competition. So you need some.
Nancy Pelosi really did him in, huh?
If you're a male, because
he was on her phone.
Your
I think, right?
Success relies mostly on impressionable.
I don't know if that was her office.
On your capacity to impress women. So there's so many layers, but ultimately we are built to create a virtual facade, a virtual social facade, to interact with society. We kind of have a cardboard of ourselves, like the cardboard salesman that you see in car dealerships, where we have this display to others, and then we have our
the display
that sometimes are weirder, sometimes they're as simple as the cardboard.
So you have the mask,
and
then
do you
have
feel
what's behind the
like
mask.
the person you are online is the same online and off, or do you ever feel like you're leaning into anything? Like, what's your?
I believe
she's trying to go somewhere with that question. We'll see with that.
Well, the thing is, it's very different. I'm a performer, so I'm here to entertain and
It's like she's trying to fish.
And sometimes my entertainment and
not really too convinced.
Information include provocation for the purpose of self-examination. And so there's people who get a very weird idea of who I am for real, and if they saw my everyday life, they would see different. But there's also people who, through the performative aspects of my job, they can see a real human being.
I like Ruby,
in the truth.
but I don't think Detective Ruby is going to be the one to crack this case.
The guy that I am a teacher who enjoys provoking, who enjoys taking people where they have not went before.
I'm not gonna lie, I have a similar thing. I don't know what
Yeah, honestly, do you guys think Detective Ruby is going to be cracking this case?
it is about me, but I also like feel very compelled to find out like what is true. I'm a very curious person, but I also people sometimes, you know, it's like I probably should be more ashamed that I was a drug addict, but
like throwing
it's like there's a
condoms.
small part of me that's just like, you know, I beat it, you know, I won. I won the I don't know. There is like a weird fucked up like
I think it's
pride
great
in it,
what you do. I think it's great because we need narratives that don't keep this under the hood, because polite society wants to keep addiction under the hood. But the fact is that there's going to be hundreds of thousands of people who will fall addicted to something new this year. So we have to talk about it. And I think what you do is great. And I think it's the age of YouTube. You know, it's the age.
We're going to be wrapping up after this interview.
There will be a YouTube channel about
I do want to say thanks for
YouTube
watching.
Channels about miniature baby doll
Appreciate
houses.
the support.
There's a YouTube channel
I do.
about addiction. There has to be a YouTube channel about everything, except, of course, the political subjects that I tend to explore. And for this,
I'm going to go
there's
walking
a
after
Rumble
this.
channel.
In your experience, so you used to be involved in academia and you found it kind of like oppressive. And and I've definitely I live near Yale, so there's definitely a lot of like snootiness and a lot of just like super ideologically like rigid viewpoints, a lot of witch hunts and just weird shit I've seen happen. Was that kind of, do you feel like you had that kind of experience?
Oh yeah, the academia is an entirely social phenomenon. So it has everything that a bunch of mean girls would have: rejection, hit pieces.
I don't think she
and talking in the back of everyone. And ultimately, it's a very.
I don't think she paced her questions right here.
Truth, which is why around 2015,
like ordered her questions
I was
right.
like, okay, I'm very successful in academia, but I'm not super proud of what I had to do.
Because this question sounds like it should have been asked earlier.
Chill with these people, dine with these people, talk with the editor here, talk with the editor there to get my papers published. And it's like, I'd rather just pursue the truth. And on the other hand, there was YouTube rising. And I'm like, wow, everyone can talk whatever they want. And we have an intellectual pursuit here that can be cleared from the social process. And so I was like, there's just more path to truth for me in the YouTube direction while writing my book than there is in academia. My book, my theory as a whole, wouldn't make it in academia. It's too big, it's too important. It's people in academia, they want the little technical details.
He was too good for academia.
So I said, let's prove to the world that academia is missing something. Let's throw something at them that they're not capable of handling. And I'll prove that they're not capable of handling.
Mackenzie, you're not going to get that answer. I wish we did. I wish we could. And I understand asking softball questions at first to kind of build rapport, right? To get that, that's what you do. That's 101 right there, right? That's why when cops bring someone in, oh yeah, they're super nice. They're very friendly. They're going to be your friend. They'll laugh with you. They'll buy you Burger King. They'll get you stuff, man. They're going to get you the top. All right. Now let's go about anyway.
By the fact that they will ignore
but you start with a softball and then you get into the hard stuff.
No matter how much time it will take, I know that the theory of phenotypic revolution ends up accepted everywhere in biology.
I might have tapped myself out nicotine-wise. I think so.
Biology. But I know that we're not there, and it's because of the social, dirty, corrupt process of academia.
I know, at least early on, I was like looking a little bit into your career, and you had been like heavily cited before with like some of your publications. So it's like, did you feel at one time you were just like trying to make it work there, and you got burnt out by that?
Oh, I wouldn't say burnt out. So I was very successful, and I wanted, as a young man, you have the drive. You want to win, no matter what the win implies, and it's a little bit like these MMA people, like. You want to fight the biggest, and you want to show that you can beat the biggest. And I've kind of done that with my early articles. One article in Proceedings of National Academy of Science, one article in Nature Neuroscience. Those are the biggest publications in my field. I kind of wanted to demonstrate I can get there. But then once I had gotten there, do I want to sit in an office for the rest of my life, basically managing small portions of government money to young PhDs who have to write all these, ask these permissions to the government to do their experiments? No. And so I knew that once I had demonstrated my talent, I wanted to dedicate the rest of my life to actual truth seeking, even if it was more daring, more risky, even if it meant less money, less security. In the end, I ended up having more security, more happiness from it, and I regret nothing. But I wasn't burned out by it. I was just not finding it optimal, because you spend 90% of your time in a university just dealing with arbitrary red tape, filling papers, forms, dealing with ethics committees and government grants. It's 90% of your time lost.
Yeah. Well, I admire that you pursue your passion, because a lot of people are just happy to relinquish themselves to the influences of life and live like a very non-fulfilling existence. I'm curious, do you ever think it's okay to lie?
Whoa, do you ever think it's okay to lie?
Very strict circumstances, like white lies. Sometimes I lie in my show to hide a little detail of my life, like
you lie a little bit.
I was in Banff,
just a little lie.
Really, I was in
a white
British
lie.
Columbia. But I think that these little lies are justified by some degree of minimal privacy protection. But other than this, a meaningful lie, I am totally against it. And I've never in my life said any meaningful lie of any kind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel very against that too. One thing I'm like struggling to understand with the Mama JF is it's like, I heard that she was like very invested in her kids. So it's like, I just don't understand like how
right,
she
we're going
was
back to
in that
Mama
mental
JF.
space, what she was thinking, and B, why you went with it instead of like stepping up. I would think, you're kind of assertive. You would take control and be like, no, you're not doing this, right?
Well, the modern woman is uncontrollable. I cannot physically block Mama JF.
You can stop her. You can tell her not to do that. What are you talking about? She loves her kids and all that. What are you talking about?
She's decided to be a grifter. You know what will happen to me if I do this? Mama JF had a lot of power over me. First, the house was in her name. So if she said one word, Jeff, I want you out of here, there wasn't even a matter of police or was I abusive. I was out. She had a lot of power of that kind, which led me to be unable to abuse her, to keep her into place. And anyways, I don't have the behavioral tendency to be an abusive husband. So what I did is I argued my best. But when you're dealing with addiction, just like me, what
Ruby
addiction
knows this
is
is bullshit.
and how strong it is. And if someone wants to go
Wait,
back
she's
to the
thinking,
street
what do I
because
ask
she
next to
needs
get through it?
something that she hasn't had for
She
2-3 years,
she has to know.
You know how strong that pull will be, and you know that it's going to take either physical violence or caging.
The modern
or she's gonna
woman.
go
He
get
can't
it.
stop her because she's
And
the modern
I can't
woman.
cage her, and I can't be physically violent in this world. So she went and get it.
I still don't know. I don't know. Just like as like a mother though, with the young kids, it just seems so crazy. And it's like, that just could be what it is. She was crazy, and it was an odd thing. I don't want to act like that's not a possibility. It's just hard to understand. And then another thing people are like super suspicious of is like, you renovated your house like right after she disappeared. And if I
Okay, we're going again.
someone close to me went missing,
We're digging again.
even if I wanted to renovate, I would probably like hold off on it just for optics. So what was your thought process in that?
So this is a chain of misunderstanding based on one thing I've said in the stream when I came back 3 days after she left our home. So when I came back on the stream, I said something along the lines of, I've been cleaning my house so much. Everything is in order now. I've been replastering the walls. And that was my secretive way of winking
Maybe
to
removing
my crowd.
plastic from a
I
certain
have
room.
displaced my
I don't know.
secret Bitcoin plates, which were in my walls. That was because I've been giving courses to people on how to protect your Bitcoin, especially when you're with a crazy crackhead bitch in your life. And one of the rules you have to do is
Bitcoin.
hide them in your walls in a way that they cannot be accessed without destruction of the walls.
Hide the
that if she
Bitcoin in your
accesses
walls?
them, you will know because you'll see a trace in the wall.
Hide the
second thing
Bitcoin
is
in your
when
walls?
the crackhead goes back to the street to get some more crack, she may come back at any time to steal your Bitcoin. And I am an extremely wealthy man, wealthy of Bitcoin.
Mama
from
JF
the
knows how to
early
work
era of
Bitcoin?
My first Bitcoins I've had were in 2013, given to me by a Redditor.
I don't think Mama JF could get past the authentication to use a
So what I do in this circumstance
crypto
is I
app.
destroy the Bitcoin hideouts. I choose
Bitcoin
new
hideouts.
hideouts that the woman doesn't know about. That is the process for saving your Bitcoin, and you
Like
will lose
physical
your Bitcoin if
Bitcoin
you don't
here.
do that.
Like,
So
how much Bitcoin
did
do you need to have to
she
get
had,
one
like,
of those
drug
physical
issues? You're
coins?
kind of like implying Mama JF struggled like also with substance.
Yeah, she was a woman of the streets, consuming all of
Mackenzie,
the things
that's
that
true.
you've been probably
Because she was,
consuming too.
well, she was retarded.
So like did she ever do it around the kids, or was that ever?
Look, we're using a lot of R word here. Hey, it is what it is. I just want to say, for the families that have family members that are like that, my heart goes out to them because that's a lot to work with. It is. We don't choose the cards we're handed in life.
Never. Because under my direction
Not all the
from the
time.
beginning of our relationship, I said there's one condition. You live with me, I will care for you, but never drugs in the house, never drugs around me. And
So you could say no drugs, but you can't say no going to the woods? Okay.
I lost her for a couple of times where she ran back to the street, but I went to pick her back up. That was in our very early relationship. She was running back to the street, hand in hand with some random homeless that gave her a joint. And I was like, Ma Jeff, you either come in my car right now and stop those drugs, or I'm never talking to you again. And she was stepping back into my car. After a couple of things like this that I've done, she ended up being fully withdrawn from drugs and spent a whole 2 or 3 years of our existence without a single drug taking, and completely sober and a good mother.
Wow. So would you say, did she seem under the influence? Like when you dropped her off, did she seem like under the influence then, or she just wanted, you'd think she wanted to go like get drugs basically?
She probably wanted to go get drugs. You know, there's the legalization of pot in Canada that has happened. So there were times where she went to smoke the legal pot, but I was always asking that she smokes in our greenhouse and away from the home.
So she smokes weed and then she goes, what, run off into the woods? Is that the story? Oh, I can't. This is okay.
Interesting. So what did the like search efforts look like? What was that process like?
It's very hard to develop a search effort in Canada when you don't have a starting point. So if she had the intent of hiding herself from the police on that day on Albert streets, where do you begin from there? There's literally thousands of kilometers square of forest where she could possibly be, or she could not be. And therefore, there's no dog search of any kind that went on because it's just not possible.
Well, that's their mistake. I mean, they could have tried.
How does it make you feel that like people see you that way? Because that would, you know, if
Just do a dog search around the perimeter. I mean, if she's walking, can't get that far.
Pretty upsetting to feel like so misunderstood and just cast as like this insane, like.
I kind of feel like the police didn't really look, you know?
You know, genius killer guy. Like, they don't, you know, like, what is that like for you? That's gonna be crazy.
Well, I mean, it could have been grave, but I had kind of a preview experience of this in the false.
He's gonna publish a book.
A couple of
What
my
If I Did?
ex-wives did from 2015 to 2020. So in a way, I was prepared at being the public asshole because I knew that they had ruined my reputation in a way that there's always going to be a retarded leftist.
He didn't
out
ruin
there
his
believing
reputation.
This crap because
Everyone
he
else
wants
did.
to believe it because Jeff has to be evil. And so in a way, the fact that Mama Jeff disappeared in such a spectacular fashion and kind of upped the ante from maybe he's abusive to maybe he's a murderer, I kind of like it, and I play along with it because it's fucking hilarious in my view that I was just a guy wanting to engage honestly about a scientific theory with the public, and we end up here.
He just wanted to engage in the scientific theory with the public, which is why I know this guy from the blood sports days. Okay? All right? That's how I know this guy.
Where people are emotional about me. There are YouTubers who publish videos on the
What about Ethan Ralph?
Me, publishing theories.
Andy Worski.
They can't stop thinking about me. I live rent-free in their head. And so I try to see it from a positive light and say, any publicity is good publicity. And if you want to know what the genius killer has designed as a scientific theory, buy the revolutionary phenotype. Be ahead of your times.
Yeah, I'm curious to read it because I did go through like some phase of being
Are we coming to
interested
the
in
end?
trying to debate
You
like
just
race
plugged
and
his
IQ.
book.
And I was coming more from a leftist perspective, and I'm fairly agnostic on it. I just think there's too many confounding factors, and like there's just too much diversity between races.
yeah.
And I know that doesn't mean that that races don't exist, but
And it's funny, too. You bring up Bortsky. PPP once went Hey, the Kino Casino, let me just say, PPP and Andy Worski's friendship, it is enabled by probably lots of weed. Okay, lots of weed and, of course, greed. Money. Of course. But, of course, you know, everyone asks for money, huh? Even I do anymore. By the way, I do appreciate you guys' support. No, but honestly, I do. Here for the show. How's it going? Takasaw. Yes. Mentioned some old names.
I don't know if it's the best metric. Have your views updated on that at all?
No, my views are still the same. Now, race and IQ has always been a side issue to me. It's not what my book is about. And people
Race
just
and
can't
IQ?
It's a very interesting
Okay,
thing.
so now it sounds like we moved away from the Mama JF, right? So if she gets back into it, that solidifies my opinion that she didn't really plan her questions really. Like, you know, organize them.
Thing because the academia has to lie about
Well,
it, basically.
that's a good theory, Mama. I'm about to call you Mama JF. That's a good theory, Mackenzie.
Rules of diversity and inclusion that basically make it so that if they had a professor that actually believes in race science, they would be sued into bankruptcy. So this is a case where the truth-telling property of YouTubers comes as the only option for the truth to come out. And so I was happy to do some provocation on that subject, and it worked. Across the years, even some people think more of me as a race scientist than I am a astrobiologist, which is what I am. Really,
He's
I'm
an
a thinker about how life
astrobiologist?
emerges on our planet and on other planets. But somehow people associate me with race and IQ because it's just the only place where they can get a true discussion about it.
I mean, it definitely, like, I remember.
Next, he's going to say he's a marine biologist. Oh, what is this guy not? He's like everything.
Like treading into that very treacherous territory online and doing those debates, and it did seem like people were a little too confident on both sides about, you know, the information and data that's available. But the fact that the conversation was so suppressed,
Ruby
got
gotta be careful.
Intrigue. So it does. It's like
She's
there
going to
is
end
that,
up
like, give and
being
take with
JF's
those
new
kind of
wife.
influences.
Yes.
One of my chatters says JF may be a sociopath, but that was excellent marketing. Have you ever? Do you feel like you? Well, you said you're the most mentally healthy, but do you think you're like a? Do you feel like an empathetic person, or do you kind of vibe with the sociopath thing?
No,
Bear with me. I know I said
I have
I'm going to reduce the
definitely a
amount of All
capacity
American
for
Tobacco on
empathy,
stream,
and I can be
but I
very
can use it
empathic,
about
but
now.
I have guards up also, which is a sign of mental illness, because people who are too empathic and who develop too much friendships, and they don't distinguish between, hey, this friendship is having a negative impact on my life versus this one that's having a positive impact on my life. You have to be discerning, and empathy as a whole is ridiculous. It's dangerous, in fact, because you're going to end up being empathic to some drugged up freak who's going to drain all of your energy.
Watch out for
and
empathy.
who's going to consume you away from existence. So am I psychopathic? Well, I am absolutely able to be in certain circumstances psychopathic when you need to be. And
Well, he turns it on and off like a switch, right?
that's why if you ever have a heart attack, you want someone like me to be around, because I can, without emotion.
It's kind of like the Thorps and the incest thing, right? You got to lean into it a little bit so that it becomes like, you know, well, he said he is kind of like that. Maybe he's joking around about it.
Apply what's objectively needed for you to survive. So yes, I think we have all of these dimensions of our personalities, but we deploy them in healthy versus unhealthy situations.
Interesting. Well, I wanted to ask you just a couple more questions.
What do you
think? Like, what do you think my chat's perception of you is right now? Because I'm seeing a lot of mixed.
We're done. We're
mixed.
done
I
with
don't
the
know if
hard
you can see the
questions.
chat right now.
We're
I'm
done
just
with
curious,
them.
like,
There weren't even any hard
what
questions.
do you think they think?
Well, I think that this
There
chat
were-
is eclectic. A bunch of
Okay, there were some like questions where she was warming up to something, and you guys mentioned she didn't really know a lot about him to like ask follow-ups. But even if you didn't, a go-to would be like, tell me more about that. Tell me more about that. Just that. You know, it's an open-ended question that, because like you gotta like invest when the cops are questioning a suspect. They may or may not actually have things that they can bring up yet. If they do, oh, you know, they'll play that. But they're doing a lot of digging. You know, you got to learn how to kind of ask those just open-ended questions that are just kind of dig into that one thing.
And usually people who have a strong association with like their race in that way, it tends to be because they don't have other accomplishments to reference, you know, if they get like hyper fixated on it.
Yeah, superior is always, there's always the question of which scale are we talking about? Because you can be superior in building a society that's stable. You can be superior in violence. You can be superior in brutality. You can be superior in anything, good or bad. But the question, do I appreciate white European greatness? Absolutely. And I think it is a great way to live, among whites.
Yeah,
and
kind of is. It really is.
Among whites, and I do want this
because
race to continue into
what's going to happen? The JF hate watchers are going to watch this interview and they're gonna dog on Ruby. You know, that's what's going to happen here. Yeah, but this stream will get a lot of views, especially afterwards. And if it stays monetized, like, then it will do well for her.
Would you describe your life like currently like better or worse since Mama?
Assuming your channel's monetized, it is. She gets members and all that.
Better, because I found a girlfriend who is absolutely.
You found a girlfriend already.
Absolutely beautiful and great. A great
the
mind.
Next
a mind
victim.
That's a little bit like you, Ruby. I would like to think that my girlfriend currently is a little bit the path you could have taken if you hadn't gotten into drugs.
Ruby,
and
look
as
at
such,
that.
she is looking younger than you. She is looking less ruined by life than you are. But in a way, she has your revolted spirit and
less
spirit
ruined
of
by
principled
life.
solidity
Wow.
and moral pillar inside of her that I admire. So I am
Wow.
currently with
Now
the
JF
best
is
woman
farting
I've
in her
ever been
face.
with. And that's thanks to Mama JF for leaving gracefully and also telling me, JF, I want you to find a woman like that. I want you to find a mom, because I don't want these children to be suffering from missing a parent in their life. And so Mama JF ordered me to find a woman of that quality, and I found her. And at first, I told Mama Jeff, I'm not doing this. I'm going to wait for you to come back.
Yeah, he started rizzing her, right?
A
He
candidate
pissed in her eggs,
was
and
of
she
such
ate
high
it.
quality that I couldn't say no.
Interesting. I mean, I feel like I appreciate your honesty, but do you see how maybe it could seem like insensitive to like her? I mean, it perhaps was an insensitive question, but it's a hard
insensitive
situation
by normie
to
morality,
understand.
but Mama Jeff is not a normie. Mama Jeff did not think like you guys do in terms of jealousy. Mama Jeff wanted the best for
She's
me
different
and for
than
her
other
children
humans.
as she left. And she put me on that path of getting the best for all of us.
Oh, really?
Sorry, my chat's
man.
pulling me in like 1,000 different directions. I got great, viewership. A lot of people were really curious. about
Ava
this.
said, "Don't let Ben on." Ben would ask better questions. Okay,
There's a lot I don't understand, but I tend to get
Ruby, if you see this part, Ben could probably get something out of JF.
you know. And where do you? So you're on Rumble now? 'Cause
Maybe.
I was trying to find your channel. So you're not on YouTube or like any of those.
No, he
just
wouldn't.
Rumble now?
I'm currently on Rumble, JFG tonight, every night during the week. So 5 days, 4 days, 5 days a week, I do a show. And I also clip on my X account at JF.
All right, Ava's going to come on in a little bit.
Yeah, that's where I am these days.
Yeah, mentally challenged.
And,
Yeah,
if
Mackenzie.
you
Yeah.
want to stay, I was going to take some calls from the audience. It's up to you if you want to interact with any. We've got all kinds of different characters here, but
All right, Ava's going to come in.
Well, I'll have to go, but let's take 1 or 2 calls and then I'll go.
all right. And sorry, no Thorps for this one. I can't. That's just going to be too much. But I'm sure. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they've been on the prowl to find anyone to collaborate with because they burn all their bridges. but perhaps you.
Yeah, see, that's what's gonna happen. They'll talk about grape and
All right, let me
PDF,
drop the link and what is it
Adobe
called?
PDF stuff.
Oops.
All right, Ava's coming in. Let's see what happens. Let's see if Ava brings in the
But
heat.
yeah, I just dropped the link, people, with the StreamYard link in chat. Yeah, no flashing of genitals or people. Radio Foreman, don't scream the N-word over and over. Basic stuff, people. Awesome. We have Ava Daji, who's one of my good friends and collaborators, who is going to join the panel. Welcome.
Hey.
Hey.
I have a few questions. Thanks for coming on, by the way, JF. It's
I don't understand how people think Ava's hot.
And
Look at that face.
I'm just wondering, what do you miss most about your?
I said that as an ugly man.
Was it your wife?
My common law spouse, Mama JF.
Yeah.
What do I miss the most about her?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's hard to
It's hard to say,
miss
huh?
something from such a eclectic mind. Let's say I really enjoy the fact that she's gone, but I guess I may miss some of the excitement of a absolutely crazy mind that can make up things. I guess I miss the days where she was truly adorable.
He doesn't know what he really misses. He's glad that she's gone.
Bring me as a hero and as a king. And I miss the days where I was with this woman who was admiring me as such a god that she went to do illegal graffitis in my name. Apparently, people are claiming that she went out there and made graffiti saying how much I'm a king of the world. I miss that.
Oh, I
guess.
saw it.
So let me get this straight. Mama JF would worship you and call you the king, and then she would just leave you. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna upload. I saw that picture and the footage of her doing graffiti, and she was writing she was writing "I love JF Gariepy," and then she also wrote something about like Warski, and I was like,
see, she said I love. Okay, no, I don't. She did not just leave. He made her leave, allegedly. Let me just say that.
bro, she's spray painting the names of all these YouTubers just all over town. Fuck, I don't know if I upload it. But I can probably pull up the image pretty quick.
He deleted her from existence.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Okay, so you're kind of trolling right now.
I'm not trolling.
You definitely are, because there's no way that someone actually serious would be saying that, right?
No, that's seriously what a healthy relationship is between a man and a woman. Of course, you, woman of the 2025 era, you can't understand.
You'll never get a man.
Brainwashed by
you never worship a man.
Okay, yes, I'm a yeah. I'm a brainwashed feminist. But okay, so why are you so honed in on this one narrative of that she left and that she's okay? Like, why do you not weigh the possibility of anything else that could have possibly happened? Like, what if somebody had taken her phone and
What is going on with the audio?
You would think that you'd be racking your brain for all the possible possibilities, but it just seems odd to me that you're stuck on this one particular narrative.
I'm open to all possibility, but I, as a common law spouse of Mama JF, I'm obligated to believe first and foremost her word. And her
but what if that's not her word, though?
That I still carry on my phone, which no doubt came from her.
Oh, I'm gonna start look maxing. Next stream, I'm gonna wear a suit. Yeah, there you go.
Because she was telling me private things that only
A sharp-dressed man.
And she was speaking
Every
in the way she
woman's
usually
crazy
speaks,
for him.
in a way that's very recognizable in French.
That's ZZ Top.
And her words in French to me are, "JF, I'm about to disappear. You'll never hear from me again. No one ever will." I
Convenient
have to go
alibi.
by what I know, and this is what I know for sure.
So what did she say to you that only you would know? Or
She was talking. She gave me her Gmail password, which I already knew. She was talking in French in
Interesting,
ways that are
huh?
very Quebecois,
You already knew it.
recognizable. No doubt it was her. In fact, we had a little phone conversation in that time where she was texting me. It's just that there was bad reception. So
Dude, if this happened in the States, they would have found her. They would have found the body. Okay, I'm convinced that the Canadian Mount Police, what do you call them? They did not even bother looking. Okay, there's no. They just let it go. Okay.
So we switched to text.
She
Yeah,
gave
ZZ
you your
ZZ
Gmail
Top,
password,
man.
and there's proof of that.
That's an awesome band.
There's proof, yes. The police has all this conversation, and I've been interviewed about the conversation, and I translated from French to English to them so that they could understand what every word meant.
Oh, the police didn't even speak French.
Well,
So you
I mean,
translated
they
it.
could verify later, but I was speaking to an English policeman, as it turned out, so I was explaining to him that that's what a translator would tell you about these words.
Okay. All right. What if somebody? I don't know. It just feels so odd to me that you're. I mean, I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about your case, right? Like, so. I think the reason why I'm kind of coming in hot here is because it just seems so odd to me that like you just don't seem to be like
He doesn't care.
upset about this or wanting to like
Yeah, he's,
spread
like,
awareness
happy.
about like where could she
He's
have
more.
possibly
He's relieved.
gone. I
Actually.
mean, it's the mother of your children, right? Like
He's relieved that his wife is gone. Yeah.
even if she left and you're like, okay, you're just happy with her leaving.
Oh, man, I
and
need
you
to
don't
take my
wanna
blood
make sure
pressure
that
meds,
she's
my
like
PMs.
okay for like the sake of your
Stop
kid.
thinking about what I seem to project and start thinking about my effective action. Do you think I could have acted in any other way that would further amplify the public interest in the disappearance of Mama JF? Mama JF is an
We get a few more
international
calls. Oh, we get
star
XP calling.
with tens
We get
of
callers.
millions of people wanting to find her. I don't think I could have made a better job, even if I wanted, for her story to be more exposed.
Tens of millions? No. Okay, I didn't even know. I'm into true
I'm gonna
crime.
speed this
and
up
I
a bit so we
haven't
get current
known
time.
about this. Like,
Well, yeah, because
So
you
I-
don't know about the internet, but once you get connected,
No,
it's a great place. Get fiber optics
I'm on
and
internet.
stop talking us from your cell phone.
Okay. Wait, hold
Get
on.
connected.
Wait 1 second.
Wait, Ava, you might have to leave and rejoin. It's getting that little like that sound. I don't know why that happens, but I think if you leave and rejoin, it'll fix.
Okay,
And also
that's
XP is backstage, and we got Dono from Schizospud. Thank you so much. Great channel. Jeff, how do you feel about
shout out to
Downfall?
Schizospud?
Oh, I feel great because that's a YouTuber skeleton that I wear on my hood every time I drive around town. Here's a YouTuber that I literally destroyed. And he came back, and now he's doing really useless stuff that's not interesting. But he's not confronting anymore the way he wanted to be, confronting right-wing ideas because he knows he lost. He told me as much the Christmas of his destruction. He told me, you won, JF.
Welcome, XP.
Broughton T.
Hey, what's going on, Ruby? How you doing? How's my audio today?
It's okay. It's a little crackly, but we don't want to hold it for too much longer. But
Yeah,
we'll take a couple questions from XP and we'll let you go.
Yeah, honestly,
Sorry,
I
it's
just
the
got
interrogation session.
I just got one question, really, and I can't even take credit for this myself. This is something I saw in chat that wasn't getting brought up, so I wanted to bring some awareness to it. One of the channels was asking, when you said that you were able to verify it was her, JF, because you knew her password to her accounts, wouldn't that then mean that if you know the passwords to her accounts, that you could have been the one sending the messages because you could have just logged in?
I mean, if you think that I'm talented enough to have a false cell phone tower send a false signal from New Brunswick to me while I'm...
You don't have to do that. You could just log into her account and just send the message. You don't need a false signal tower.
physically on Prince Edward Island, then yes, I guess in theory your ID works. But in practice, I cannot emulate a false tower at 2 physical locations that the police would immediately know about. Yes, I knew a couple of passwords from Mama JF, but not to the point where I could physically control her cell phone SMS.
But what if you were standing in a different location and you sent that message? And then you went home, and then by the time it was being investigated, you're like, oh, look, I got this message from Mama JF from a different location. Look at that. I am over here. That's not my location. We don't,
Mess.
Well, I believe cell phone spoofing is. I'm not an expert on this subject, and honestly, I'm not even all that familiar. I don't even know who you are, so I'm coming at this blind. asking questions. But I believe cell phone spoofing is definitely a thing.
Spoofing is a thing, but try to spoof from a different physical tower while sending across 2 different provinces without a collaborator of some kind. That's kind of hard, and that doesn't even get you to where I would have killed Mama JF. You're getting to, oh well, I would have faked her last message to me, but then what? How do I?
You could. Okay, so you're saying the message you received was from a different province, right? You could literally drive to a different province, play around with your cell phone under her account, or maybe a different cell phone. You could do that too. And then and go back home.
How do I kill Mama JF, who's in New Brunswick, while I'm in Prince Edward Island?
Shout out to Distinction in the chat. As far as my brain cracking in regards to the question, like I said, this wasn't my question. I'm just reporting what the chat wanted.
I'm XP. I can just like hardly hear you.
No one really no one really knows JF's history very well. These guys don't. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Hold on.
Like the people that should be asking aren't here.
His audio is always horrible.
I can't hear him.
I just Googled it. Yeah, go ahead and read that first.
Jakey, thank you. Or Jakey said, "Hey Jeff, I'm a Christian, but I love your book. Fuck these haters." So you got
Follows gonna come on too.
But definitely divisive.
Okay.
I feel like
and I've been streaming all day. The
lot.
wife's gonna be happy
It's
for sure.
a very wild case, especially the way you describe it. It's hard to believe, but sometimes truth is stranger
Oh
than
man,
fictions. I don't want to.
I had some super chats today, so it won't be so bad.
Can
I'd be like,
ask,
hey, honey.
I just Googled the case
Alright.
details like while I was disconnected for a second there, and it says that like she left her credit cards and stuff at home, and that there was no evidence of like Gmail passwords being shared or anything.
I don't know where you get this. There was no evidence of Gmail password. It did happen, and it's a conversation that the police has. Now,
how about the
leaving her
credit card?
cards? Yeah, she did leave the family's credit card, and she told me,
Wow,
if it can
convenient
help you,
too, huh?
Manage the finances, continue managing the finance in a way that protects our wealth for our children and for the inheritance toward our children.
And it also said that she left a cell phone as well. Is that not true, or is Google just lying to me?
No, Google is just lying here if it's saying this. She took her cell phone, but
Oh.
got rid of it 2 days later on the streets.
So why is Google saying opposite?
Why do you think she would do that?
Well, maybe because she had read Edward Snowden's permanent record and she went paranoid and said, I don't want to leave any record. I want to be free from the Matrix. That sounds like the most plausible
Mama JF can read?
reasoning based on what I know.
Oh, we got Lala here.
All right. So
Oh,
a lot of people have had
sweet
questions about your
Blair.
case. And I got to say, JF, I've heard that you deep cleaned your abode right after the
fuck-
disappearance of JF.
What race are you exactly?
Yes.
He's Mexican.
Hispanic?
Yeah.
Would you like the white
You can clearly tell he's Hispanic.
girl to ask it for you instead?
Yeah,
I do not talk to low IQ individuals.
JF,
sounds
JF.
that's the kind of accent I expected from this guy. Okay, so you're saying what? Sorry?
So basically, you deep cleaned your place after your wife went missing, which coincidentally would seem like something somebody guilty would do if something were to happen
Exactly right.
horribly in that house to clean it. Like you deep cleaned it with like a suit on and all that, right? Bleach.
Well, I mean, bleach. Yes, I use scrubbing bubbles, actually, which contains bleach. What can I say? There's other reason to clean a house than you have killed someone. And
No,
one
of course.
the reasons is you just had
Wow,
your
the police in Canada have to completely suck, dude. What are they doing over there?
spouse leave.
Policing
and she told you,
language?
I'm leaving forever. And now you have a whole house to care for yourself, and you want to put it in some
The
degree of
policing
order, and
memes.
some degree of cleaning. So yes, I did use scrubbing bubbles. Yes, I did.
So that was the first time you deep cleaned the house, like ever, basically, after she was
No.
non-existent.
No, where do you get that? It's the first time I ever.
Because you implied that Mama JF was cleaning it prior, so I mean, probably right.
She was participating to the care of the house before, but I was also doing it sometimes. I'm not leaving it as an exclusive female responsibility. Sometimes I clean, yes.
Ah, okay. So my thing with you is that at some point, I feel like are people still searching? Because people aren't really following your case really on the internet. After a certain amount of months, it's been what, a year? Like, what do you think happened? Did she like starve to death? 2 years. Wow, that's
Well,
rough. That's tough.
I've already answered these questions with Ruby. What do I think happened? I think that my hypothesis that I like to live with is that she didn't get killed or raped by a random trucker, and that she's out there with a weird guy just fresh coming out of a psychiatric hospital, and they're just stripping in some shack
But-
of Canada, maybe making babies even.
Okay, I have
But
a
you
great
said that
question.
there's a
Making
possibility that
babies?
she possibly could have been kidnapped and raped, right? You're just saying that you
Oh,
don't
there's
want
a
to believe
possibility
that.
she's
But if
been-
you
yeah.
actually truly cared about her, right? Like you would consider that as a possibility and looking to find
Oh, yeah.
her. Because isn't it also true that she had some kind of intellectual disability or
Yes.
something
That's
along
not
those
true.
lines that I've heard?
That is absolutely not true.
It's very
I
true.
do not
Can
care
you-
about her. I am
Is
with
that
a new
true?
woman, and that's all I care about. My
How
current
much
family.
higher is her
I'm
IQ
not-
than Mama JF? IQ
She
difference,
was
please.
clearly
is
like
120
neurodivergent
IQ
to some degree, but
approximately.
unclear.
Jesus.
She's
Mama
Could have been a lawyer.
is about 120 IQ. She is an extremely talented violinist and an artistic mind of the kind that I have rarely seen in females.
Okay, now my next question for you, JF, is that you said that you loved when Mama JF would venerate you as a hero of sorts in her life, right? Small mind, you were the hero in that mind. Now, my question to you is, how come she worshipped you yet basically ran away like a stray cat? Like, what was that all about?
So you see, you don't integrate the actual response that I give you. You are paranoid and you invent stuff like she
No,
had a small
he's using
mind.
your
Who
words.
said that?
He's using your words.
Okay,
This-
no, she's smart and she plays violin. That's
so
true.
you are trying to ask loaded questions on things that I've already answered, and you are doing
Oh, he's getting angry.
in such a gay tone of voice that I'm
You're the
gonna
one
have
that
to
sounds
leave-
like a liberal Nazi over here.
I
That's crazy.
refuse to submit myself to such gayness. You are
Gayness.
disgusting.
It's
Stop
disgusting.
anal sex, please.
Stop anal sex. Oh,
Oh, he left. Is that the end of it? That is the end of it. Oh, there we have it. There we have it. If you do want to watch the rest, it will have to be on the Ruby stream. I do want to say thank you so much for hanging out today here. We started with the Thorps. Ben was looking for some new gay friends on Discord, and then we ended it with Ruby having an interview with JF. The best part of that interview was the callers at the end. Lalo did a great job. Lalo did well. Let me say shout out to those I see participating in the chat. CEE, Dylan J, JF, Manu, McKinsey, and Play Anime. Okay. Play a name. Okay. Thank you so much for hanging out and for your support. Oh, thank you for the $5, man.
Shake it, baby.
Thanks for streaming this. I'm glad I didn't have to go to Ruby's channel to watch this.
No problem. Yeah, man, if you want to send in love, you can. I know I said I wasn't going to take shots anymore, but I've been taking shots today. You know, not that sloppy today, huh? Not like that one night, man. I'll take a shot for that. All right, here we go, guys. Y'all take it easy. This is my shot to you guys. Ooh. Ooh, man. All right. Oh. All right, with that said, thank y'all so much for making this Sunday stream good. It's y'all. It's y'all, man. Y'all did it. All right, I'm just a dude who's talking. But you guys are what makes a dude that's talking feel worthwhile. There you have it. All right, I think that's enough. I think I'm drunk enough. All right, I need to take my meds.